mod. Yeah. I guess somehow he thought somewhere in his head that me and Toe Connoisseur making fun of him was like us ganging up on him or something like that, because we were just bantering. And he banned Toe Connoisseur. Valiant Boy did not take it very well, but I told him multiple times, don't ban people. The nature of the basis of the personality of the person to show what path they lean towards when it comes to elemental magic. So anyone can use any element, but the element that wants to work with you and is the easiest to use can and maybe should oppose the personality of the caster. It would be unexpected and perfectly fit your narrative. Stacking buffs, right? And as long as we have some that are base and some that are multiplicative, we can have some insane stat boosts going on, right? Our magic system is based off of Final Fantasy, so it kind of narrows down how things are structured, but gives leeway on how characters interact with the magic itself. Universal income means everyone gets the same thing. Universal basic income means everyone is afforded the dignity to survive. You are afforded a shelter and your one food a day. You hard, it's good. I want to see if the flow is good. Yeah, sure thing, Sharp. We should finish this react, though. Let's just go through it. Okay, guys? We're just going to go through it. We've pretty much explained most things I think of. We're just going to use examples and see how good our stuff stands up to it.
And zinc and...
If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We've got Quest. We've got the Fall. We've got the Exodus. We've got the Death. Rallying that everyone does for Husai shows how good of a leader Husai is. So it's like a pictogram because their letters are like hieroglyphs, but they're placed together kind of like this to create an image. P90X, when it came out in like 2007, 2008, maybe it was 2009, but whenever P90X came out, we tried that shit for like 3 months and we were fucking dead. Because it gives you no breaks. You just keep breaking your muscles down. You don't ever build up muscle. 4,000, but I only have 132,000. Have you never used your points on anything? Oh yeah, that's right. Nothing costs points.
They're just more emotionally
Except the wellness
invested
check.
in that other...
Should have given me the shards, I would have snorted them. So this should be like as basic, like everything is perfectly dimensionally set for like the space that it needs to acquire. So the Central Galactic Trade Hub, a whole system, is my suggestion. Yeah, the Central Galactic Trade Hub. That sounds great. That sounds great. In reality, the name of the planet should be the Roman version of Gaia, as all the planets are named after Roman goddesses. Venus, Tellus, Mars. Remember, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Always appreciated, you know. You guys are why I do this. So, you know. Always be thankful that there are other people like you. You may not be able to find them off the bat, but when you do, it's like a missing piece of yourself. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Almost as big as if frickin' Queen can win, man. Come on, Queen.
Crops going this way, and crops going this way.
Like lines flattened in different directions. This was the video I was trying to find. I can't believe I couldn't find it. Umbrella? So it's like almost like a hierarchy where you have like, you know, this is kind of protecting these areas, and then like the Like, I see this as, like, a progression of time through generations. I think this is from...
Queen hit it really well.
It's from a gotcha game. I don't know which one his avatar's from, but yeah, he does, like, reading and writing, and plays Monster Hunter Wild. I think Queen's done for. This is gonna be 2-2.
By the way?
This is so fucking close. This is crazy.
No idea how much HP that has.
Yeah.
So many drones dead. That was like 4 or 5 drones.
Is that 4
You
missile
thought battle
turrets,
cruisers
LOL?
were bad. Yeah.
Well, scary where you're like, well, is this game going to break? We haven't had a patch in 25 plus years. Is the game going to be figured out to a level where no one can
maps
figure out
will
what to do
fix
next?
it. Maps will fix
thing
every
is,
balance patch.
Even when things get really bad like
Remember
that, it
I
kind
was
of
mostly here
forces
for the
more
reacts when you went
creativity,
heavy on them.
and it forces people to find new ways.
Yeah, like different people like different content, right?
Like a lot of
and I like to do a lot of different content.
Sulky. You have to reload.
You have to eat more protein to get more glaives in their system.
Yeah.
Nice storm, just insane. He comes in again.
Man, I think Best is gonna win.
But Best is just going to keep forcing.
Oh, he's gonna.
The Hydras are going to come in with a flank.
Oh, he does get one
nice
storm there. He's not getting all of his storms off.
Oh my God, the storm!
But he's breaking everything.
I think it's GG.
More Hydras coming.
Oh my God. This is why Storm is so good, guys.
And that's it.
GG, Best wins! Oh my God, Queen is out.
I've seen the crowd in a long time.
Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. 84 views on Garden of Options. So whatever this is, we gotta try and repeat this, cause like even Abyssal Siege only got 21, the Highlands only got 28. Here, it only got 5 views. My eyes hurt and head feels bloated. Oof. Long day editing. I spent like 6.5 hours today setting up videos and getting everything ready for the next like sweep of the week to put out more stories, because I like to try to put one out every day, but since we haven't been writing one every day, we've gone to like every other day now. But Cryogen is going to be the big one we put up there when we put it up there.
Actually back in his old form, because this is, I can't think
damn, Artosis, them's fighting words, bro. Bring him back as one of the 6 dragons.
So turret's going up, kind of a very standard opener from him. 3 barracks play is just like, this is the very middle of the road.
Sean, Eggy lost all of your points.
Right.
I think you can because you're a moderator. I'm not sure.
Something. I mean, I feel like.
Oh, you gave 500,000 to him. Gamble, all just watch. He's gonna win this one.
He started his lings.
Oh God. Literally unplayable. Sugar Daddy Shoddy. If a cat can enjoy the vibe of the streams, you know the stream vibe is good.
For that final honor, that final glory. Thank you.
Hey Muffin, how are your points today?
Congratulations.
Hey Muffin, we're having a lemon party today. No, no, Eggy, no, no, we're not. We are not.
Who advances to the round of
It's a
4
lie.
after a long while.
The cake is a lie. The cake is a lie.
All right, guys. Well, not all round of 8 games are
made equal.
Made equal, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Oh, that's not true, Toe Connoisseur. You're not Valiant Boy. I mean, what? Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around. You guys are awesome. Absolutely love you. Thanks for being here for me and, you know, coming to the house and being a part of the community. It's always a good time. And again, if you have any writing or anything, put it down in the Discord. If you have any ideas for anything, put it down in the Discord. You know? Anyways, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yo, 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 how's it going? My camera's fucked up as always. Hold on a second. There we go. Alright. How is everyone? We are back at her another day. I'm not sure if we watched this video or not, but it says we haven't. Yeah, I don't know. If we have, we have. If we haven't, we haven't. And, you know, it's always good to recap on the old shit. So there's no, no harm, no foul on that one, you know. It is what it is. We can only do what we can do, you know. But man, I had some great ideas for Stoner Girl Evolution. Oh Oh my god, I spent like 4.5 hours today just like thinking out like plot lines, characters, different ways that things can interact. And we've basically come up with everyone else. Yo, cute muffin, what's up, brother? How's it going? Everyone else that's been isekai'd has been isekai'd inside of like a dead body. But the main character is isekai'd in like a different way. I haven't quite figured it out. I just woke up. How are you? Good, good, Muffin. This is the new stream time. Our new starting. We're gonna be doing the podcast in about an hour with Callie, where we're kind of just gonna do, because normally the stream's like mainly about like writing and improving and stuff. We want the podcast to be like a more personal thing where it's like we talk about us and it's like get to know us as people, as the authors kind of thing, you know. Tell life stories about how we're in the positions we're in, how did we get into writing, what inspired us, you know. What's your creative process kind of idea, right? Something more along the lines of a personal interview as opposed to just your casual doing your own work, right? But yeah, the new story we're going to be working on is called Stoner Girl Evolution. And basically there's the technological giant nation and the magical giant nation, and they're secretly working together to combine magic and technology to try and prove whether or not God exists, because the two leaders have a bet. And they're in like this giant war, but they don't care about the war. Like, they're just two leaders that are like good buddies that just happen to be on the opposite side and their people are warring. But you know, it's like they're just like chilling out, drinking, having a good time, fucking around, just being buddies. Well, like their militaries are slaughtering each other and shit, and their whole thing is like a bet to see whether God exists. So they're like using this machine to pull people from, or like consciousness from different dimensions, and they're putting them into like dead bodies, and the main character gets pulled because it's like a dual consciousness kind of thing, like they accidentally get dragged into it. First there was Fox Girl Evolution, and now there's Stoner. No, I'm writing Stoner. There's Fox Girl, there's Gamer Girl, there's Goblin Girl, there's Bunny Girl. Like, there's a ton of evolution stories. So I'm hoping by the end of the week I could have a rough draft of episode 1, pilot episode, of Stoner Girl Evolution. The first episode will be her being isekai'd, the seed getting eaten by this plant that ingests other plants, and it's like a plant-eating plant. And it eats the weed, absorbs the weed, and then it starts spreading everywhere, across everything, because it's become insatiable now, because it's just like this weed-hungry thing. Time is it for you? It is 6:40 p.m. So 1840, if you wanna be more specific for 24-hour time, you know. Yeah, so like one of the main characters, 10:14 a.m. tomorrow here. Nice. One of the main characters, like aside from like the main character, like the main side character, is gonna be like this really famous guy, but he's isekai'd, so everyone, it's like he died in like the last couple of days, and it's like he's running around trying to hide who he is, and the main character bumps into him, and he's like all freaked out, but the main character has no idea who he is because the main character is also isekai'd. So that's how they kind of, their relationship begins. So they're like, oh my god, you're isekai'd, and he's like, oh my god, I'm isekai'd too, they think I'm this dude and I just died, they're gonna kill me if they find out or some shit. It's like, oh my god, I'm gonna pretend like he's my twin, I gotta hide out, and then it's like, that's one of the big problems that they have to face while they're doing their thing. It's like, oh my god, you know, you have to hide who I am because everyone knows who I am. I'm gonna go do something, be right back. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. did not think my old nose could be that itchy. Like, what the fuck? I need a toke. Alright, so I don't know if there's any more of this. So I guess let's find out. Royal Road. Read later. Favorites. Goblin Girl. 37 hours ago. Nope. Okay, so there's no new Goblin Girl. Scribble Hub. Ah, shit. Did we just crash? No. Okay. Okay, good. Gamer Girl, which I think we're still on chapter... Are we on chapter 4 of Gamer Girl? Hold on. Alright, my browser is being like super fucking slow. Are we lagging? Do I have too much shit open? What is this? Is the stream laggy or are we still good? I don't know, my browser's like being super laggy. It might just be Scribble Hub though. Just a skill issue? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we already read this. So both of these we're fully caught up on. Yeah. So then we just need Fox Girl Evolution. Which we're almost caught up on. We're on Naps and Nightmares. Or is that the last one we read? Okay, Charity. Charity is for non-profits. Okay, that's what we're at right now. And then chapter 11, Knowledge is Power, also heavy. Okay. Okay. I can get behind this. I can get behind this. And then we gotta check and see if the Frost and the Flames has been updated at all. I don't know why it does this, but... Okay. And this is chapter 11. And this is chapter 10. Means we are now on chapter 12. Okay, let's see what else there is on Royal Road here. What's the go-to right now? Trending. What's popular this week? Let's do Rising Stars. Okay, so Goblin Girl Evolution is definitely popping off. I don't know why. It's not even that great. It feels like a rough draft. Feels like these are... Like, I really think Cat Girl Isekai gone wrong. Okay, let's try that. Let's do one that's not. Let's do an isekai that's not an evolution and see the differences between like. Because isekais apparently are just super popular, so. That's the one thing we need to do is we need to get the research down to figure shit out for ourselves so we know exactly what's going on, right? And one of the biggest problems is huh. Well, let's try and see what's up with it. We're caught up on the other ones, so there's no real point. So we need something else. Because they're never going to be updated at the same time, right? So what are the chances of that? And this one is... Cat Girl Isekai. Okay, there we go. Got that all set up. Put that there. And you start with Fox Girl Evolution, because I mean this story seems pretty good. I need to do at least like I say like probably 3 evolution stories like we've got, and then like 3 other isekai stories that aren't like that, just to see how the popular stuff is written, and then we just take that, improve on it, and if it doesn't pop off, then it's something else, right? Because we've proven that whatever's in the market and whatever's working in the market right now is, you know, at least objectively to us, like a lower quality than what we think we can produce, right? Storyline wise, just straight up writing wise, like plot wise, especially with Goblin Girl. Like, it's so basic and just like, I can just do so much better. But that's just me, right? Customer's always right. Matters of taste. So, if they don't like it, and I think mine's better, doesn't mean mine's gonna sell. Alright. Let's get into it. Chapter 10. Charity is for non-profits. Waking up to the sunbeams had its own kind of charm. Sure, I still missed my old perch in that cabin in the woods, the one by the window, perfect for curling up in. But I couldn't deny this place had its own flavor of cozy. Different, but not bad. Too bad curling up like a donut wasn't on the menu today. Not after what I'd seen last night. Oh, Clover. Julia's sing-song voice floated over. Not going to fake sleep on me again, are you? She smiled, and my gaze dropped to her hands. The very same fingers that had been torn open last night were now completely intact. Smooth, whole, like they'd never split open in the first place. A vein of irritation throbbed in my head. Not that Julia could see it. Any such vein was buried under layers of her fluffiest, brightest, most aggressively adorable presence. And the only reasonable response was yet another round of vigorous friction therapy against Julia's face. My mind wasn't letting me off the hook. It kept circling back to what I'd witnessed. I wasn't imagining things. I'd seen it with my own two eyes, and even trickery had been there as a witness. Julia had been doing something strange, and she herself seemed utterly unaware of it. When I caught her in the act, she turned her head toward me for a heartbeat, but her eyes hadn't truly registered me. She just drifted back toward bed in a daze, like nothing had happened. And this morning, nothing. Her fingers were fine. Her eyes weren't bleeding, and even the blood that had soaked into her dress, thick drops dripping from her eyes, had simply vanished. I didn't like mysteries. Mysteries were annoying enough to make me want to vomit. I think the truth might be the opposite, and my trait needed to shut its smug mouth. No, sue me. Julia turned away and stepped into the attached washroom. Same place I'd caught her last night, scrawling strange patterns with the blood dripping from her fingers, all of which had conveniently evaporated into nothing by morning. Today, though, she was brimming with energy. I hadn't seen her this happy in ages, the reason being her initiation into the Sun Inquisitors. That alone had her glowing. For me, that ceremony was also an opportunity. I hopped to the window and stared outside, tail twitching. Something was off. Too many odd things were happening around Julia at once. Her strange midnight behavior, the missing blood, her total lack of memory, and underneath it all, that faint, ever-pleasant hum of working magic that I couldn't track down no matter how hard I tried. If I ever wanted to get back to my glorious days of peace, naps, and bacon, I needed to deal with whatever this was. Someone or something, it didn't matter. What mattered was that it needed to get gone. Out of Julia's life. I wasn't going to rest until this mystery was buried 6 feet under where it belonged. Julia finished her shower and emerged dressed in something else. The dress was white, a color that never suited her, and even she seemed to look at it with a sort of mournful resignation. Her proper Gothic attire was ruined. After all, I doubted she had access to her own wardrobe here, or to any of the things we'd left behind in the cozy forest cabin. This also meant her signature Gothic makeup was absent. I'd grown so accustomed to her usual aesthetic that I'd nearly forgotten her actual face. Not that it mattered, Julia was just as striking without the paint. Her black hair and gray eyes stood out against her vibrant skin, which had the healthy, well-hydrated glow of someone who takes meticulous care of themselves. "Come on, Clover, let's go," she said in a tone bright with excitement. But as she opened the door and stepped out, her foot slid straight through a puddle on the impeccably shiny floor. She went down hard, landing on her tailbone with a sharp yelp. The sight pulled a foxy staccato cat of laughter out of me. And here I was, mistaking your mood for charitable. My error. Charity is for non-profits. I'm strictly for a for-profit entity. Then why did you dribble more water in front of the other doors? Diversifying the portfolio. Why have one potential accident when you can have several? Also, you know the answer to this perfectly well, because you don't have access to the oil yet. Bingo! That would guarantee a far more elegant, far less recoverable fall. The interior of her temporary lodgings felt more like a grand manor than a church, though perhaps it was somehow both. I saw no overt religious symbols, but sun motifs were everywhere. The place simply smelled like old nobility, elegantly built and impeccably maintained, with a massive garden out front. Each room had polished marble floors and heavy doors, the walls adorned with paintings depicting shadowy beasts and the inquisitors who battled them, along with other more obscure figures in the same uniform. My mind was already cataloging the sheer potential for chaos within these walls. No, absolutely not. No pranks, not until I've fully blended in. The last thing I need is suspicion falling on me. An intelligent fox knows how this works. If anything goes wrong, the newcomer always gets the blame. It was flawless logic, truly worthy of my status. After a few turns through the expansive manor, Julia led us down a staircase that just kept descending. I was hit with a wave of deja vu as our surroundings transitioned from elegant manor house decor to stark, stone-cut pathways, finally opening into an underground space. Inquisitor Agnes was waiting for us there. "Hopefully you both slept well," she asked. Julia offered a smile. "Well, my hand is a bit sore, for some reason," she said, wincing slightly as she flexed it. "Must have slept on it funny." I wished I could tell her the truth, but I had no idea how that revelation would land. And informing Julia that she'd been seemingly possessed, especially while we were guests of the Sun Church, didn't seem like a good idea to even hint at. I needed more information first. "Follow me, then," Agnes said, leading the way down the tunnel ahead of us. "Apologies for the longer route. After yesterday's events, the captain felt it prudent to throw up a smoke screen, divert any prying eyes away from your presence. You have the sun charm with you, I trust?" Julia nodded, her fingers finding the new necklace at her throat. A pendant crafted in the shape of stylized sun. "It's warm," she remarked with a soft smile. Agnes chuckled. "The captain makes those fucking ads. Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. Take them down, boys. Let's go, let's take them down. Bring it on. I got... Get your ads here, ad man. Get your ads. Ring, ring, ring. Get your ads. Come get your ads, guys. We got your number 1 ads. We got your number 2 ads. We got your number 3 ads. We don't have the number 4s anymore. Those sold out. So you better come back next week with your 4s ready to go, guys. Next thing you know, we won't have any 5s and 6s, but those are the least ones to ever go. So let's throw out some love to the 5s and 6s. Throw those ads in there, guys. Go pick up your 5s and your 6s. They're lonely out there, man. They ain't no double digits, I'll tell you that. So, go get your 5s and 6s. We'll let you know. We'll throw in an extra bonus next week if we sell out of 5s and 6s. How about that? Agnes chuckled. "The captain makes those in his spare time, but never say that to his face. He'll just make up some story about getting them from a friend. Secretly, he enjoys crafting them." "It's a little hard to picture someone so stern sitting down to weave these fine golden threads," Julia admitted. "Don't judge him on appearances. He's the kindest man I know. The only time he shows ruthlessness is against the corrupt." Julia tilted her head. "That does sound very on brand for an inquisitor." I turned out the conversation. After that, I yawned, splitting my jaw. Naps should never be interrupted, especially not my sacred 10 hours. 10, not 9, not 9.5, 10 minimum. Soon we reached what appeared to be a dead end. Agnes pressed her palm against a specific brick in the wall, and I felt a faint, almost imperceptible ping of magic ripple through my mind. It was an enchantment, keyed to recognize specific mana signatures. I did nothing to interfere as the wall slid aside and we stepped through. Now this was unmistakably a secret base, albeit a grand one. We were still underground, but the space had the polish of wealth. Marble floors gleamed under a massive chandelier. A woman sat behind a desk, rising the moment we entered. Behind her hung the sun's emblem in full display. Another wide passage stretched further ahead, likely the main entrance, while the one we'd emerged from was clearly a hidden side path. Inquisitor Agnes, good morning, and I see we have guests today, the woman behind the desk said brightly. Good morning, Alara, Agnes replied. Julia, this is Alara. She manages all security protocols here and is the finest attendant one could ask for. Ah, Julia, the new recruit, Alara exclaimed, excited. It's been too long since we've had a new Inquisitor join the ranks. A pleasure to meet you both. Please, don't hesitate to find me if you require anything at all. I'd love to chat more, but the captain is expecting you. He's in his office. You may go in. You may go in. Jesus. You may go right in. It's like what I expect the sentence to be in my head, and then what the sentence actually is, and then it clashes, and then I'm reading the next sentence, and then I'm like, did I read that right? No, I didn't. Okay, read it right. No, okay, I didn't. No, I didn't read it right. Fuck, I'm bad at reading. Guys, I'm just as bad at reading as I am at writing. Fuck! This is never gonna work. Fuck it. It's fun, that's what matters. As we moved further into the base, I couldn't help but marvel at the architecture. It was then I noticed the details I'd missed before. Walls of reinforced brick and iron, and lining the corridors, a gas lamp set in polished brass sconces. I could tell by how their flames flickered with a faint hiss of pressurized gas. Damn. So this world was already dipping its toes into industrial expansion if gas lighting was installed in a secure facility like this. An interesting development, though telling that I hadn't seen any such modern conveniences. In the manner above, the technological revolution clearly hadn't spread very far yet. Still, it was a fascinating piece of technology. I couldn't wait to see how the world looked in an actual bustling city, which I now assumed sprawled directly above this underground complex. We passed several more chambers, and I mentally catalogued every detail. The number of doors, the types of locks, the occasional occupant who nodded curtly to Agnes as we passed. Our procession finally halted at the end of the hallway before a single, unadorned door. Agnes opened it to reveal a warmly lit, cozy office. Immediately, a large, dignified cat stalked out, brushing past our legs without a glance. Inside, Leonardo sat in a deep, comfortable chair behind a heavy oak. I assumed it was desk. A bookshelf overflowing with leather-bound tomes. 13, what's up, yo, bro? Not much. Just reading a Fox Girl Evolution. But, I've come up with some new ideas for Stoner Girl Evolution. And we were talking last night about it, and I've combined a couple of ideas. So I was like, we were talking about isekais, and how you can make an isekai, like, more unique. So, we were talking about, like, being isekai'd, basically, into dead bodies. And then, basically, having to hide yourself, because if the world found out that you were, you'd come back from the dead, there would be a lot of questions and probably a lot of, problems. So there's the technological society nation and the religious nation. And the two leaders of these nations are like best friends, but the countries fucking hate each other, so they're at war. But the two leaders, they're like, we can't stop the war because our people just fucking hate each other. Because one of them's against religion and the other one's against technology. And they're trying to, like, merge them together, and that's kind of what started the war. So they kind of had to pull back from that. But they are always, like, meeting in secret, having good times and stuff. And they have a bet to prove whether God exists. So they basically use technology and magic to create a machine that pulls consciousness from other dimensions. And they're trying to, like, pull the consciousness of God into their world to study it. And they're pulling consciousnesses into dead bodies as containers. But the main character, under a random set of fucking conditions, gets sucked in and winds up being its own specific container for the goddess of that world. So that's why the main character isn't isekai'd inside of a corpse, because they are the corpse that the goddess was isekai'd inside of. So it's kind of like a double isekai. I found an interesting isekai series where instead of dying to travel to another world, a dog opens a portal for the traveler. Yeah, you're not supposed to know. Like, the big twist at the end is that the main character actually died. Because they choked on the very... Because basically what happens is they smoke weed for the first time. They're, like, at a birthday... They're at the 19th birthday party. And their parents are like, here, live a little, smoke a joint. So they go to smoke a joint and they inhale a seed. And then the next thing they know, they're, like, falling through the floor. And they're, like, freaking out. And then they wake up in the new world and they spit the seed out. And then in this world there's this plant that's like a plant-eating plant. And it eats the seed. And then it mutates into this weed this weed. And it starts like devouring all of the other seeds, all the other plants. And everything it devours mutates into a weed. And then it's like you smoke the different weeds and you get different powers from smoking the different weed, because the weed is from a different world. And that's kind of how, like, weed is introduced. That's the problem the character causes at the beginning. And then the whole arc, and then they get to the end and they have to fight, you know, the two leaders of the nations, basically, and, like, expose them for being, like, collaborating, and either stop the war or just end them as leaders. And... then the final thing is my character has to fight the goddess, because the goddess is actually evil. And the whole reason they've been trying to find the goddess is because they have, like, it's some sort of demon or something like that. And that's the reason why there's the religious side, because they know that, like, these demons exist. So they're like, they know there has to be some sort of god or something like that, because scripture speaks about these. But I had this, like, whole chain of, like, side-by-side parallel existences almost between, like, this is the reason why technology evolved, and this is the reason why, like, magic evolved, and magic revolves heavily around religion. It still needs to be fleshed out more with, like, other characters, and there's going to be characters that are, since they come back as, like, corpses, there's going to be a character who just recently, like, the character, like, the body died, like, 3 days ago, and he's either, like, a really, really, like, important politician, or, like, he's, like, some sort of really, really famous guy that basically everyone would recognize, and he's trying to hide because he has no idea who he is. And then he bumps into the main character, and he's like, you know, it's like, mask falls off, or his, like, scarf falls off, or something like that, and he's like, oh shit! And they're like, what do you mean, oh shit? Hi, how's it going? And he's like, wait, you don't know who I am? And it's like, no idea. And he's like, wait, are you from another world? And he's like, wait, are you from another world? And then they, you know, they start talking, and that's where it kind of gets to this exposition where he's like, I woke up in this dead guy's body, man. I fucking don't know. People think I'm someone, and I'm trying to run away because they're trying to find me, because they're like, they think he came back to life. And then it's like some sort of like billboard, it's like a religious thing, like, the second coming of Jesus, such and such comes back to life 3 days after death. And I want to play like this whole biblical thing with it, so it feels like intricate with our world as well. I don't know, I got a lot of fucking ideas thrown around with it. But I'm like, looking at the competition, and I'm like, guys, I think I can do way better than the competition. So, let's see how far this isekai can go. Right? A bookshelf overflowing with leather-bound tomes dominated one wall. I wish you the best. Thank you, 13. You know, that's all we can do. Hope for the, you know, hope for the best. Expect, not necessarily the worst, but, you know, expect what's the most likely. Which is, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know how to read a market. And even if my writing is better, that doesn't mean it's going to sell. It's all about marketing, and that means having an epic, eye-catching cover, an amazing name, right? I think Stoner Girl Evolution is just, like, that's perfect. It's fucking perfect. It's basic, it's easy, it gets you straight into it. It's like, oh, this is gonna be like a comfy stoner story, slice of life. Nope! Nope. But it's kind of like, you know, Callie kind of gave me this idea with his book where it's like he has his characters like use the power of vertigo, so it's kind of like the idea of like the drunken fist, where you're just like using momentum and anticipation in order to prevent prediction, right? Like, you can never predict my next move kind of idea. And I wanted that in the form of like smoking, so like battles between the most like powerful, let's say, like, mages with, like, the new powers that you're gonna get from being able to smoke this weed. Because you're gonna be, like, you're gonna smoke the weed and you're gonna be like, oh, that's some good stuff. What was I doing? Oh, right, what's the power? Fuck, okay, can you say it again? Sorry, say the power again. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Lightning strike! I command the clouds to clash and cause lightning! And then the other guy's like... Ah, fuck! Fuck! Condensed air attack! Oh man, this shit's really good. My first thought was clairvoyance when it comes to weed. Well, it's like each weed gives you like a different power, right? So it's like people that can't use magic can like gain magic by like smoking, but you kind of like, it's like a certain window where you gain the power, and then the closer you are to like inhaling, so it's like you basically need to preemptively know what the magic is. But sometimes you'll think you have one type of weed and you have another type. Or like there's weed mixed in with other weeds and you can combine them together to different things. But I just imagine like it's literally like a stoner battle. Now, imagine, like, a sword fight between, like, a bunch of stoners. It's not pretty. And then it's, like, the main character's ability is, containment. And it never explains the first weed that it smoked, containment. And she can never, like, find that spell again. And, like, the AI in her head and the goddess can't explain what containment means. They're like, it's classified. So to me, it's classified. So the spell grade is classified, which means it can't be read. There's no description for it. It just has a title, a name. Containment. So she spends the whole story trying to think that her purpose is containing the weed that she's spread throughout the world. But it's actually because she's containing the goddess within her. And then there's this conflict between, like, the AI voice in her head that tells the truth about the world, and the goddess, who's, like, the goddess of lies and deceit. And she tells you what you want to hear. So it's like the siren speaking sweet lies into your ear. And the main character is always following what the goddess says instead of what the AI says. Even though the AI is, like, telling the truth about the world, but it's so, like, dark, fucked up, and unbelievable that it's like, yeah, I don't want to believe that. It's like, well, it doesn't matter if you want to believe it or not. It's the fucking reality. It's like, yeah, I prefer to think about what she's talking about. She's talking about, you know, a paradise. I'm all in for that. It's like, you're gonna get yourself eaten, bro. Some shit like that. And the more you use the powers, the more you turn into that type of plant. And by the end of the story, the total end climax of the entire story, because I always like doing the ending first, is by this point, like, basically the entire world is infected by the weed. So there's, like, trees that are infected, like oaks, maples, and palms are, like, the most powerful spells from trees. And the main character, during fighting the goddess, in order to kill the goddess, has to go above and beyond the threshold that her body can contain. So she basically turns into a tree at the end of the story, and then generations go by, and it's like, it's forbidden to eat the fruit or go near the tree, but this one character then, you know, this kid says, fuck it, I'm gonna go eat it, just like Eve, eats the fruit from the tree, and gains the ability of containment, and then the last sentence is like the goddess speaking to it, like, you know, kind of cackling that she's free now. And then that's the end of the story. So it's like the cycle being repeated. But I was thinking having an idea about how it ends, so you have a direction that the story will always go in. So that's why I always try to think of the ending first. And then to see if the ending is, like, worthy of the story, right? Or if the story is worthy of the ending. And I think this could be a really fucking fascinating fucking world. Done in, like, weekly, like, 3,000 word chapter, like, installments. With, like, the first... I'd have the first 5 that go out, like, every day. And then up to, like, chapter 15 would be, like, every other or third day. And then it'd be, like, every week. That's kind of the idea. The marketing idea. But I gotta figure out how to get better at doing marketing, putting myself out there, and just, like, in general, finding that reader audience that's actually looking for new indie authors that, you know, have upcoming potential, which I am hoping I am one. Who knows? But, you know, you gotta try. That's what these 2 months are all for, is put all of our effort into that with no distractions on the side and see where that gets us and how much we get out of it. So it's kind of like we have a deadline, but it doesn't really matter that much. It's just, you know, how much effort can I spend on this? And, like, I have a really fucked up way that I learn things. Like, I think of the way that I learn things as, like, a loading bar. It's not like, just because 20% of the loading bar is done, you can play the first 20% of the game. Right? So I have to fill up the loading bar. Get to 100%, level up, and when it comes to, like, most of, like, learning and stuff, the first level, thank you, the first level is the hardest level. So going from level 1 to level 2 is like 13 million XP. Going from level 2 to level 3 is like 10 million XP. And then going from level 99 to level 100 is like 3 XP. So it's like, it takes me forever to pick something up, but as soon as I figure everything out, it's like I'm the fucking master of it. So I'm like, I'd say I'm like 40 or 50% through that loading bar of, like, marketing, promoting, you know, click, like, subscribe, comment. You know, that. I gotta start adding that to segments for, like, YouTube videos. So when I know that this segment is going to be made into a YouTube video, I need to make those remarks, like, at the beginning. Like, full screen the frickin' thing, do the whole intro and everything, and then go into the video. I think that's something I need to start doing. Same with now that we're going to be able to be, like, on par, caught up with releasing videos instead of, like, having a catalog of, like, 11 days and, like, 35 videos that we have to edit in 2 days because I don't have enough time between work. Now I'm just, like, the next 2 or 3 days, I will have finished clearing out the complete rest of the backlog. The entire backlog of videos and everything will be done. And then we can start focusing on how we're going to upload each individual video to make that more important. As well as I want to start an entirely new YouTube channel dedicated to the commentary and commentary stories. And do that as like a political commentary like Mr. Ballin, where I just have these stories and I present these hypothetical stories based on the story that the AI has written. But instead of just like reading the story, I'm just gonna tell the story. That's the idea. But I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that, and probably do like 4 or 5 or 6 of them just to kind of get used to it, figure it out, get in the headspace. Because like I said, like learning and figuring things out and getting comfortable with doing stuff takes forever, but as soon as I'm comfortable with it, and I figure if I spend the next 2 months getting good at marketing, promoting, networking, and like a new YouTube channel that's like completely dedicated to like search engine optimization, actually putting like dedicated specific content on it, like I think I could actually grow a channel like that, especially with something that has to do with like politics and hypothetical situations in politics, with almost like the idea of predicting the future. And one of the things that my main commentary that I try to do essentially comes it comes from an Asmongold take. So the basic premise of the commentary, I'll give away the secret, guys. I'll tell you the secret right now. So people just for some reason don't like Asmon. For whatever reason, and just like won't listen to him. But he's basically right about everything. So if you can take these hypothetical situations that he talks about and predicts, frame them in your own way, use the same relative thinking, because every time he says that, I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I never would have thought that on my own, but now that you said it, yeah, I completely understand why that is what it is, right? So we piggyback off of that to political commentary, and then we make these videos that start predicting things that are happening. Oh, now we've hit the jackpot. So that's the plan for the next 2 months. On top of everything else. But that's like priority number 1 on top of like fixing the backlog and just everything else. And I was like, I came up with that idea and I was just like, dude. And then we do the AI stories based upon it. It's just like, oh my god. But I just wanted to do these stories first, get comfortable with it, and Asmon hasn't streamed in like 5 days because his dad is fucking cancer. So what's gonna happen here, guys, is Asmon's gonna take that 6-month break, and this is gonna completely destroy any of my ideas. But I'm just gonna have to go back in time and find all of Asmon's hot takes about things that are gonna happen, and do commentary and stories on those, so people get an idea. And then eventually we get to the point where when Asmon comes back, he's predicting things again, we have new content. It's all about being content brain. I think it'd be fucking amazing, though. And it's like, that is just a side project to everything else that we're doing, but I think in order to gain an audience and gain an understanding and gain popularity, that's the key. That's the road, that's the path. We won't be changing anything else, we'll just be adding this part to it that funnels everything towards us. And then when we become popular and people understand, then they find all the other channels and they're just like, holy shit, look at all the content. Boom, done. I'm like, it'll never happen, but a man can dream. And all you can try to do in life is make your dreams come true. So find ways to make your dreams come true. That's how I live my life. Problem is, I'm a lazy, procrastinative piece of fucking shit that if I had never started streaming, I probably never would have wrote another story. Because I'm just fucking lazy. I need someone else to, like, hold me accountable. It would have been nice, you know, if the White Buffalo didn't get away and I had my wife and she was the one who held me accountable. Because she was pretty much the one who's always held me accountable to my writing. But, oh shit, Callie! Why did you... Wait, I'm confused! Callie! I'm so confused! What are you doing, Callie? What's going on? Why are you raiding me? I will hold you accountable. Welcome, Blessed. What do I need to get better at raids or something? No! Callie! Aren't we supposed to be doing the podcast? I thought we were supposed to be doing the podcast while you were live. Well, both of us were live. And Blessed gets stuck with the fucking ads. So I'm so confused why you raided me. I mean, thank you, but like, are we doing the podcast or like, what's going on? Are you bailing on the podcast? You're bailing on the podcast. No? You're not bailing on the podcast. Okay, what's the plan then? Tell me what the plan is. I'm gonna hop into the Discord, okay? And you can tell me what the plan is. I don't know, man. There's something else going on here. I can tells you that. I can tells you that.
Scotty doesn't know. I forgot the lyrics. Na-na-na-na. Wait, I can't hear you. Wait. Excuse me.
I haven't said anything. I was nodding. I just took a toke.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, you took a toke. You're freaking. You're freaking soda. Wait, is that like a bad word? Is stoner a bad word?
No.
Is that like a? Oh, okay.
Why are you calling it Stoner Girl Evolution? Everyone knows.
Oh, okay. Hey, stoner girl. I feel like, you know what I feel like? I feel like a banana in a river just floating along the water. Just wondering, why am I shaped like a phallus?
Are we starting the podcast? Like, what's the plan here, bro?
Why, yeah, start the fucking podcast.
Okay. So Callie, we both have to be on cam for this, right? Like, that's kind of the whole
Wait,
point.
what?
Is for us to be like, so like, can you share your cam? Like, share your screen, but only share like just your camera?
I'm very much in the dark right now. One second. Oh! I'm in the dark. Wait, it's like my foot.
Can we do split screen
split screen
on Discord? Like, cause I want to have like both of us beside each other, right? Like me on the left and like you on the right. But I gotta figure this out, right?
Who?
Can we do this?
And we can do anything we
Bikini.
set our minds to at times.
Bikinis tomorrow.
The beginnings tomorrow. If you could see my bed right now, you would call me the actually no, my bed is fine. I think my bed is fine. It's you know, it's the family pressure. They used to want me to be the cleanest boy ever. When he's wearing. Do you think I'm a clean boy?
I don't know how to get my camera. It should just show. Oh wait, did you just say? Or is this gonna fuck up my camera?
Isn't it because you have your cam on in two places at once? You freaking.
I have two cameras though, Callie.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping it's connected to this one, but it doesn't look like it is.
I'm going.
Because this is the one I'm going to be using, but I need to figure out, like, what it is. Callie, you can clean after we hose off the Scotty.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. So, video.
I feel like I need a new webcam. I can clean after we hose off the Scotty? What does that mean?
One?
Do you mean the scotch? The scotch that we're going to drink? The scotch alcohol? Wait, we can't drink anymore. We're sober, everyone, we're sober. I've been sober for 30 years. You only clean after we hose off this. Oh, okay.
I don't know why this isn't working.
I think. You know what I think? You know what I think? I don't think at all. I am so ready!
To start camera.
You have to. I think you have. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. Or maybe you should try getting off stream.
Yo, well,
no. Wait, what is going on? I have that song in my head now. I need more song whatever. Song parts. Wow, my brain just stopped working.
It's not recognizing my.
So do you have
camera.
like two? So if you have two cameras, maybe if you are you switching between them or something?
Well, because I'm going to use the one that I use for the stream, right? That's going to stay the same, and then I was going to use the other one that's here for this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's
and
what
I thought also we were going to stream together. Like, use the stream together function.
I got shy, okay? I got really shy. I don't know, man. I get it. I have generalized anxiety disorder, okay?
That's
My anxiety
okay,
just shows up. It just shows up for no reason, and I can't explain it.
That's okay.
I can't see you.
Just gonna check here for a second and see.
These headphones are so weird.
What camera is this? USB video device. Okay, that's the one I'm using. Then this one.
I need a haircut.
Even if I set it to this.
You get that haircut, Callie. You know, ever since my cat ran away.
Yeah, I didn't think this would be so hard to do. I don't know why it's not letting me connect to the camera.
Get rid of that.
Camera is sending low frame rate. This may be caused by high system load.
Hi. Wait, it says 2012. That's a sign. The world is gonna end.
True.
2012, man. Did I say 2012 or 2012?
2012.
See, I have no idea what comes out of my mouth. I just have no
Okay,
idea.
I have an idea.
What
I have
no idea.
Whoops, I have an idea how I'm gonna do this. I know how I'm gonna do this now.
I know exactly what's going on in your head. What? Am I like a swimmer? I'm diving backwards now. See, I'm hitting that nay. Wait, let me see. Let me just.
Okay, so we don't need
How do you?
that. We just
How do you do a
need
nay?
you there.
See how?
Okay, so that's
Nene,
that.
so. Now I'm watching myself. I feel a certain way about being able to see myself
Maybe we're just gonna go
on someone
like
else's
this.
stream.
Okay, let's see.
Oh my god. Wait, I actually feel better now. Thank you for getting rid of my face.
It'll be there on the actual podcast.
Oh, okay. Look at us, we're two bearded men. And one of us is wearing a beanie. Why is my nose so itchy?
I'm just trying to think, how can I pull this out? Like, can I undock this?
We need to sing that one song. How's it go? Scotty doesn't know! Why am I like this, everyone? Why am I so...
This is why I wanted to use
Why
Discord
is
for
this-
my camera, because I don't know how to get this to work properly. Because there's going to be extreme overlap.
Scotty doesn't know how to get his camera to motherfucking work. Na, 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 na.
Okay, I'm going to try this.
Queen told me that I'm very fun to listen to. Do you agree, Scotty?
Yes, I do, Callie. You are fun.
I'm fun to
to.
listen to. Well, okay. I guess I'll stop talking then. My mute button has not been working for the past 2 hours.
Okay.
Scotty does it? No. I'm trying to hit the mute button, but my feet are stinky, and I guess it just doesn't like that about me. The mute button hates me, Scotty.
We're going to have to find a way to crop this at the final stage. No,
I have a question, Scotty. Are your eyes blue?
Turn this down. No, they're green, Callie.
They're green!
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're like a leprechaun, except you're tall.
You're taller than me, bro.
I'm tall. Oh my god, you are like a leprechaun. You're short compared to me.
Yep.
Except you're blue. But with green eyes. You are a betrayal upon your kind, sir. You have abandoned your kind forever. Where's my pot of gold? Hey, I'm Mr. Meeseeks, look at me!
One second.
Hey, I'm Deku. My Deku
Um,
impression is so bad. I was told one day that I'm fun to listen to, but then I was told another day that I'm a narcissist, cause I pay attention to myself too much. Now I feel very self-conscious, na 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 na.
Okay, I think for the purposes
my
of
music?
this, we're just gonna turn the music off.
Oh, okay. No more music. Then I shall play you the soulful tunes of the river and the banana. The river? The river one day was very... I'm sorry, I'm going to take this seriously. Okay.
Okay.
It's a podcast.
So before we start, I want 3 points from you.
Okay.
So,
3 points.
just anything you want to talk about, so we can just put it on the list.
Okay. So, one sec. One sec, I'm going to... Okay. So if you want to get really big muscles, you just use creatine. It's like, so creatine is like this supplement for like growing really big muscles, and you see I'm like a really, you know, yeah.
Callie, do you
Okay,
know how
I'm sorry.
creatine works? Do you know how it actually works and why creatine is super important?
Because like it goes inside the muscle fibers and it gets filled with water, and then your muscles can work harder. And then like the harder it works.
No, no. Your muscles require protein, right?
Okay, I
But
don't
the
eat enough
chemical, hold on.
protein.
But the chemical that allows the transfer of protein to your muscles is creatine. So you can pump your body full of and eat all the chicken and all the protein you want, but if you don't have enough creatine, your muscles can't absorb that protein. So creatine is super important to include on top. Are you serious? Don't do it. Don't do it. There's such thing as too much creatine, bro. There's such thing as too much creatine. Okay. just chill, bro. Chill, bro. Okay? Chill, bro.
Chill, bro.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro.
Okay,
I know you're crazy, but
this actually works kind of well, Callie, because when I'm looking at like the TV or something like that, because of how I positioned everything, it looks like I'm looking at you.
it looks like you're.
So
and I'm looking
turn
at
your
you.
head to the left for a second.
Wait,
Okay,
what?
it is
Left.
okay. Okay, I guess it's the right. I was just
I'm thinking-
I wanted
Wait,
to
the
see.
stream just
Hold
paused.
on, I wanted to see which side was left or right to you. So I just wanted you to turn your head so I could see which side was left or right.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my.
So
we're
then
getting
you
that-
could like angle yourself so we're kind of like facing each other. Because I have me on the left. No, it's the other way. You gotta be facing the other way.
Oh.
Yes, there. You gotta angle that way. There you go. Now it kind of looks like we're facing each other.
Well, now to me, we're not facing each other. Now, because I'm not on Discord. I'm on stream.
Well, we're on whatever. It is what it is, right?
Okay, we're on everything at the same time. We're omnipresent. We're like God.
Here, I'll show you what my screen looks like. If I can
No,
just...
don't show me! I don't want to see myself!
Hold on.
I'm gonna eat all
That's
the
what my
food.
screen looks like. And then I have me in like full screen on my screen, right? So it'll be
Bruh.
me basically like looking at you, right?
I need a new webcam, bro.
And then I'm just gonna
This
like
one?
crop both of these,
Bruh.
like both
Bruh.
of us, and
Bruh.
fit them together. So
Bruh.
it's kind of nice that we have this intersection area that we can get rid of and kind of square both of our faces beside each other for this. Okay, so I have one of your things is bodybuilding because you work out. So I have
Yeah, I am.
bodybuilding. I'm gonna say seducing women.
Wait, what? Excuse me? I have got no girlfriend.
And
in real life.
no, but it's just like talking points, right? So one's bodybuilding, one's seducing women, and what's a third one? What's something to do with you that's like a talking point that we could go on?
Wait, seducing women. I feel like that one should be crossed out. I feel very much like. I mean, I get people like.
I'm gonna come at it
like,
from the angle of, so I've heard 3 women tell me that your voice is amazing. How do you seduce
Okay.
women so well?
just be
That's like the
yourself.
way I'm
That's
gonna
what-
approach
that's
it,
what
right?
That's what everyone says.
And then you can
be
just do whatever. You can ignore the question. You can be all sheepish, or you can be like, well, I usually just treat them
Okay.
nicely.
and make jokes and
So
like,
easy
you know,
when the
just don't
bar
get it.
is the floor.
So easy when like you know, like all the other guys are assholes.
Exactly. I mean, some chicks like assholes, but only to a certain degree.
Oh, they like assholes. They like to get dirty. They like it dirty.
I mean, some of them definitely have. Why do you have a strap on? You're not a lesbian. Uh-oh.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Uh-oh. All right, take
I'm
me
a
now.
lesbian suddenly.
Take me now.
Take me! Take me on. What's that one song that says, Hi, hey. I said hey.
What's the third point, though? I need a third point from you.
Third point. Third point is I like to wear this mask sometimes, and it makes me feel horny.
Voice acting.
Voice acting.
Yes.
Yes, very much that one.
Okay. Those are your
wait,
points, and then my points are, food.
Wait, food? You make
Weed?
food?
Oh, I
You don't
love
just order
food.
from Panda Express?
Oh, I fucking love food. Food,
Yes.
weed, and...
Food, weed, and Rick and Morty. Oh, jeez, Rick!
No, something that's not quite, like, on the creative spectrum, right? Something that's, like,
Okay.
aside from just, like, creative thinking and stuff. Something that's more personalized.
Also, this
Um,
podcast is like getting to know each other.
Yeah, it's like getting to know the actual author behind the works.
Getting
That
to
has
know
not, like, we want to
the
kind of avoid mainly talking about writing stuff. We want to talk about things that, like, inspire us to write. Things that
Yeah.
have gotten us to the way that we are. Like, what does our life look like right now? Where do we want to go? What are our aspirations as people, aside from being authors, right?
Got it. I understand.
Um,
I understand completely. I heard every word of that. I'm not about to down this spot. No.
Not about just
Mad Kelly.
do this entire thing of creatine to get my muscles to
Yeah,
explode.
yeah. Like my
No, they're
muscles
fucking
aren't already
huge, Callie.
15 inches.
Yeah,
They're already 15 inches.
that's insane. I'm trying to
Most of
slim
it is
down
fat,
because I
that's
look
not so
muscular when I'm dressed femme, you know, because girls aren't as buff.
We have different goals.
Yeah, exactly.
But we are.
What's a third
Well,
point for me? Like, what am I?
blue.
What is like
Blue. No, wait.
the color blue and why I love the color blue so much?
No.
I'm like, I'm so one-dimensional. I can't even think about anything other than weed and food.
Oh no! Oh no! We gotta get you. We gotta build you up. We gotta. Wait. Writing. No. Wait.
Well,
Beyond the creative thing.
Callie.
I'm so sorry.
Cross-dressing.
Cross-dressing. Oh yeah.
100%. We have to talk
That's
about
exactly what we
cross-dressing.
have.
Okay.
Did you know I wore panties once? I'm so sorry. I wore panties once, and it actually felt pretty good.
It's because it's made of a very, very nice material. It's meant to feel good against you. Whereas, like, men don't really give a fuck, right? I can wear the roughest,
Would you
fucking...
Would you feel good against me?
commando. I would feel
I'm
good
so
against you, Callie. I would feel really good against you.
And okay. For those of you listening at home, wait, was that a laugh? I don't know if you just laughed or something.
No, I just took a toke. Alright,
okay.
so we'll do kind of like an intro thing, where we'll go, you know, something along the lines of who we are,
How did we suck out? What is it that drives us? And all this coughing, all this.
yeah.
We're just two individuals who write and stuff, but we are so much more than that. There is so much more in the minds of the writers.
So what do you want to call the podcast?
I want to call it Blue. We're blue, da ba dee da ba die.
But no, seriously, we need like a name. I was
okay.
thinking something like...
Two muscular men. One
Like, know your
Right,
characters like you know yourself or something like that? Or like, know yourself like you know your characters? But it's like too long.
Let's see. Character portraits.
Well, author portrait.
Author portrait.
The
yeah.
author portrait podcast.
I suddenly have vertigo. Do you think I should spin in circles? I feel like I should. I probably also have ADHD.
Well, you
which is
technically
what you're
are spinning in
listening to right now.
circles. You're spinning in like
Spinning.
technically, for all we know, you're spinning in an infinite amount of circles because you're spinning
Wait,
around
what?
the sun. The Earth is spinning. The
Oh,
sun is spinning around the
shit!
galaxy. The galaxy is spinning
And
around
then-
other galaxies. Our galaxy cluster is spinning around a supercluster. A supercluster is spinning around something else, and there's probably something else beyond that that's... So you're spinning, like, infinitely amount of times. To the point, Callie, that you don't feel that you're spinning.
Are you trying to get me stoned by the power of your words?
Probably, yeah.
Wait. You said to face this way.
Yeah, kind of just, slightly angled like that. So we're kind of like looking at each other like that, somewhat inwards to each other. So, name.
Name. Okay. Author portraits, because it's very important to know yourself if you want to know your characters.
Should that be like our slogan? Get to know yourself. You get to know your character as much as yourself. Author portrait.
Okay.
The author, the APP. We are the APP, the Author Portrait Podcast.
The Author Portrait Podcast. Yes. I agree.
All right.
We should
so we'll
do
use
that.
that as our working title for now, I guess. So
Yes.
I'm gonna
And I'll come up with a
do
better
the
one.
intro, and then I'm going to like just kind of like notice the things that I do, and just kind of think about like an intro of introing yourself, right?
Wait, okay.
So kind of just like, look at the format that I'm using, and like if you need inspiration for anything, if you're like, oh shit, I don't know what to say to intro myself, right? Okay.
Okay.
So let's do this. 3, 2. Actually, I'm just gonna go like this so I know in the video when we're starting. Do.
Wait, I thought we started already.
Do. No, this is all
Intro
warm
of
up.
redness and black.
4, 3, 2.
Wait, you already at the 2?
1. Fuck! Whoops! Fuck
What?
you!
Everyone, we're here.
All right, welcome everyone. This is the first episode of currently working title is the Author Portrait Podcast.
The Author Portrait Podcast.
The whole point here is to get to know your character as much as you know yourself. And we are going to tell you about ourselves. Alright, so I am Scotty. My pen name is SJ Moron. I am a writer who writes short stories, usually morally questionable, or in some way or other change or press the perspective that people have in society, as well as a Final Fantasy inspired novel that I'm working on, as well as currently starting a web novel called Stoner Girl Evolution. But I've been an author most of my life. I knew I wanted to be an author when I was very young. I've always had a creative mind, read lots of books and stuff like that. So, growing up, everyone's like, oh, you tell such good stories and stuff like that. So, people have always pressed me to be in the direction. I've just never really put my mind to it until, like, the last year or so. And that's when it's like, I've really come into my element, I'd say, as being a creative mind. But, aside from that, I am a unemployed / Walmart working individual with an electrician's degree that was for small spaces, but I have epilepsy, and I can't be in small spaces alone. So, yeah, that didn't really turn out so well. And then, you try to be a writer for a while, and they know what they say about writers. You're one step away from being homeless. So, yeah, pretty fucking much, right? You just never quite make it. But, I'm single. I got my whole life ahead of me. I'm 34. Prospects look forwards and upwards. That's what it's all about. But anyways, I have my first co-star here, who is Callie Koth the Cali Nevermore. And I'll hand it over to him to give his own introduction. Take it away, Callie.
Hello there, I am Callie, and well, my author name is Brandon Nabed. Wait, that's my real name. Okay, so, uh, so I discovered that I enjoy writing when my English teacher in like the 8th grade told the entire class to write a short story, and instead of writing one, I ended up writing 8. And the 8 stories. My teacher read all 8 stories, and she was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" And she just saw the potential in me. And then, well, after a few pieces of writing, like I feel like my stories are very slow. I have to transition to the other one now.
Just to let you know, Callie, we can edit, so don't worry about it. You can ramble all you want. We can just edit it out.
Okay. So my teacher, she read a poem that I wrote, and she was especially impressed by the poem. I feel like poetry is very much what influenced the way that I write growing up. So it shows in my writing. If you read any piece of my writing, like just one little paragraph, you will see the poeticness in there. And then so I like to write very dark stuff because that's just what comes out of me, you know. I've also been described as very whimsical for some, like, it's like, I guess like Alice in Wonderland, like darkly whimsical. That's how I like to describe myself. Wait, I should look at the camera. No. So, what else do I have to say about my life, right? So I should say something about my life. So I always felt like, because I was like, I grew up in a neighborhood where like nobody really expected anyone to become anything, that I had to prove everyone around me wrong, that I had to prove everyone wrong. And that kind of drove me to just try my absolute best to impress everyone around me. And I just, that's a big part of my personality. I'm very loud, very very extra. Yeah, this is brought to you by my therapist. What else? This is my therapy session. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna cut that part out. Okay. What else? What else? I think. Oh, also another thing that happened to me growing up. So basically, I had like, I'm not sure if I should include this part, but growing up, I guess I was like very cute and handsome. So I had multiple people just trying to date me for some reason. And I guess I said the reason, being very cute growing up, and it's just, it's very hard living this life, it's very difficult being this handsome, I'm done. I am done. Okay.
You sure you don't want to say anything about, like, your life?
My life? Okay, so what else? I like sports. I like soccer. Soccer, very fun. Kick the ball. Get kicked in the ball sometimes because I'm kind of annoying. Let's see. What else? I like exercise. Okay.
I mean, I was talking more like personality-wise, like your humor, your, the direction you're trying to go.
The direction as a writer or as a person?
As a person.
Oh, as a person. Okay, the direction I'm trying to go in as a person. I have no idea what that means. I feel like I should explore that more, just to be able to like just find my way through life, not just through this podcast, but just through life in general. Um, because I'm a very lost individual. You know, I'm like one of the lost boys, basically. If you watched, I don't know culture, I don't know what that movie is or whatever it is.
Peter Pan.
So basically, Peter Pan. I'm one of the lost boys. Yeah, I can fly.
Make a
Watch me fly
reference to
away.
something you don't even know. Absolutely love it. That is the epitome of Cali personality. I love it. That's so good.
Yeah, totally.
First thing that popped into my head, it's the only thing I know. That's okay. I'll say it anyways. No filter, let's go.
Let's go. What else? Wait. There's a pretty lady over there. You know, you can't see her, but she's on the wall right now.
I have one on my roof.
On your roof?
Yep.
You have a pretty lady on your roof?
I have a
August?
pretty lady on my
Do you
roof.
feed her every day? Do you
No.
feed her every day? Do you?
Whoa.
do you make sure
we
she's
can't
well
talk
bathed?
about that on here.
Oh, okay. You make sure she's clean and fed and, you know.
Yep.
I'm so
Presentable.
sorry.
I mean, you can't hide it.
Presentable.
It's on the roof, right? You can't really hide that. Everyone's gonna look up eventually. You can
I
hide
feel like
it
everyone's
for
gonna think
a
I
while.
do.
You do what?
She's been a lot. Wait. Like I keep doing this with my nose. Everyone's gonna think I do, you know, the thing.
You mean the?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could definitely see it. It is a thing. You gotta be more. Yeah, I mean, you've got the white powder there with the Korean team.
This could be crack. We don't know. This could be what.
This is the whole
what's making
reason
my money.
the person who sold it to him changed it with crack.
No, this could be exactly that. You know.
All right.
We don't know.
So, your early life, Callie, your education.
Really, life?
Yeah.
My-
So let's
okay.
look at your, since you said your teacher was your inspiration. Like, what did your peers think about your life?
My life.
Yeah.
Uh,
What was your life like in high school? Like, you know, your
In high
your
school?
general existence. What was it like in high school?
I always felt like I had something. I had to like prove that I was like very. Let me think for a bit. We're gonna cut the part where I think. We're gonna cut this part. Okay.
Well, I can tell you. Okay, I'll start then. So,
Okay.
didn't have many friends. I had like one friend, and I was like the annoying kid. I was the fucking annoying piece of shit kid that you know, you don't want to be around him. But you know, the good guy buddy was my friend, so you know, we befriended, and we were like super creative together. He drew, and I did like, you know, creative stories. So it's like I'd like come up with stuff for him to draw and stuff like that. We made a pretty good team in that aspect, you know. He was a like taller dude. I'm super short, so he'd always get the two-handed sword, and then I would get the dual wielding, and yeah, we would fight each other with swords, and
cool.
it would be a good old time. That's
Good
basically how
old
we
time.
developed our friendship. It was like fighting, but not really, you know. My problem was my ass is retarded, and looking at how we were as friends and looking at other people, I was way too, like, instantly your friend. Like, I was too comfortable, too fast with people, you know what I mean? And I didn't understand this until, like, I was, like, 25. That, like, that was the thing that, like, turned people off from, like, interacting with me. Is just, like, they felt like I was just, like, too comfortable, too fast, said too much stuff, too wild shit before they even got to know me, you know? Because I have, like, no filter. So until I was like 25, I really had a problem with this. And a couple of people, like, they'd be, hang out with me, whatever. But high school was like, no one liked me. And I was literally the kid that would get kicked out of the fucking class. And then in like grade 9, I found video. As soon as I found video, I found all the other kids that were like me. And I knew it wasn't just me. It was because I'm a creative, like, pressing mind. I want to know what you're thinking. I want to drill your mind. I want to exchange ideas. I want to brainstorm. But other people don't like deep thought like that. They just want to talk about the weather, talk about TV shows. Not in depth, but, just like very shallowly talk about, It's like, I'd be like, oh, you watch this show? And then I start going in about the character, and they're like, yeah, I don't pay attention that much. I just kind of watch it in the background. And I'm just like... So finding other creative people in the video class was definitely something that amped me up in grade 9. Grade 8 was really rough, because I went to a different school than my friend, and moving from elementary school to high school, we don't have middle school in Canada, or at least not at the schools I went to, not back then. I'm fucking old. But yeah, he went to a Christian school somewhere else, and I never, like, we just stopped being friends after like halfway through grade 8. I just stopped calling him. We stopped hanging out. It's just one of those things, you fall out. One of the other friends that was part of our group moved away. So the group kind of just at that point was like broken, right? We'd all moved on with our lives. We had had a great 3 years of elementary school, but now it was the big boy game, right? And I guess grade 8 was my transitional trying to figure that out. And until I met everyone in the video class in grade 9, it was a real struggle. Even though, like my brother and my sister were like, well, why don't you do like something creative? And I was always like, well, I want to focus more on something academic. And I was just like going against my nature, trying to push myself into like a new category, right? And then all through high school and everything, it was fantastic up until the end of high school. But we'll leave that on a cliffhanger for that story, and I'll let you take over for your early life for high school with that as like a premise of a story to weave about your experiences.
So, well, I relate to what you said very much. Like I was the one who like, oh geez, my brain just erased absolutely everything. Wait one sec. So basically, I was very annoying to everyone else because I was I was the one who would like I wanted to just know everyone very deeply, I guess, and I just didn't get that from anyone. Like they just wanted to know like the very like the shallow end of everything, you know. And that it annoyed me very much that like I couldn't just pick their brains and they wouldn't reciprocate, stuff like that. What else? So for the first 2 years of high school, I was very depressed. Uh, but I really didn't care about my grades, so I just I let that slip a little bit, and I would I would I would skip class. I wouldn't do any of the work, and I mean I still got pretty. Did I say my grades were bad? Because I still got pretty much a C in like every class, so I guess it's not that bad. But on the like third year of high school, someone like gave me a little speech, and I was like, hey, why don't I just try a little bit harder on, why don't because I'm planning on going to college at some point, and I want to be someone. So I decided let's try harder. Let's try to bring our grades up back to like a B or something. And actually no, I'm pretty sure I tried my absolute best in like the third year, and then I was just like everyone somehow started knowing me as like the smart kid, and I was like, wait, I'm smart? okay, I'm smart. Okay, I'm the smart one. That's my identity now. I guess. Um, so I was pretty much good in like every class, and then once I reached college, um, well, I got pretty sick in college. I got sick with like I thought it was a type of OCD, but I think it was one of my therapists who told me, "Oh, you might have OCD," but then later on we realized, no, it's not. It's not OCD. It's more like something else. Symptoms of OCD and stuff. And so the first thing that I got into in college was like, um, what was it? Liberal arts English, and what I wanted to do was just graduate college and then go graduate community college and then go the medical field because I wanted to like be able to make medicine. And I know that's like completely off course from what I actually wanted to do, like be a writer. Like I mean, not what I wanted to do, but more like what I should have done. What I wanted to do was make medicine for people to like improve medicine for people who are having trouble with with the medication that's out now because I had so much trouble with finding medicine that's right for me because being schizophrenic and bipolar, yeah, I had so much trouble like recovering from my disorder and just like being able to function. Like I guess the biggest issue for me was balancing the social aspect and the intellectual aspects of my life and being able to just do both at the same time. That was huge for me. Like um but like if I focused on the social aspect, I was friends with everyone. Everyone loved me and like I was just very popular, but if I focused on but I couldn't focus on the grade aspect. But if I focused on the grade aspect, I was like top of the class. I was an honor roll. I was so good, but I had no friends. Um, yeah, that's pretty much how it went. What else? Should I keep talking?
If you're done, you're good, and move on to the next one.
Okay, okay.
It was
am I-
kind of
am-
one of the reasons why I wanted to do this off stream was that I didn't have all the fucking chimes in the background from when someone sent a message. I don't know how to turn that off.
Ah,
But then I was thinking, well, I mean, then I guess it kind of shows that it's an interactive thing, and then people could come in and interact with the podcast.
oh,
So, see, that's how I was thinking something. When I think something that's bad, I'm like, okay, well, that happened, and that's a thing, and it's something we're dealing with now. How do I turn it into a positive perspective, right? Like, the main reason why I didn't want to stream or do the podcast live while I was streaming is now, like, the biggest reason why I want to do the podcast live. Because I'm like, oh, people know that they could come in and interact, which means that brings more people to the stream. Oh, this is all connecting together. It was meant to be.
yeah.
No, but I totally agree with that. So it's like, and I was gonna say, like, you've been struggling with like schizophrenia like your entire life, right?
Yeah.
See, whereas like I've only been, I mean, for me it was like I had night terrors that I didn't even know about. My parents didn't tell, like, this never came up in real conversation until I was like 13 or 14, which leads into a whole other fucked up story about possible origins of these night terrors. But yeah, I used to have like night terrors. I used to like sleepwalk, and basically I'd like scream on the ground, and my parents would say basically it sounded like I was being tortured and I couldn't be woken up. I was like 5 or 6. And then when I was 19, after I crushed my foot when I worked at the mill, another story all on its own, of course. Then I started having seizures. And that's when I got diagnosed with epilepsy. And we were wondering if, because like there were like maybe 4 or 5 times between like 8 and 18 when I may have had a minor seizure. But we had like a minor gas leak in our house where there was like more like carbon monoxide than there's supposed to be, but it wasn't enough to set off like the detector. It was just over a period of time until we realized that everyone in the house kept getting like head rushes every time like we'd stand up out of a chair or like we'd get out of bed or something like that. And it was because like there was just a higher gas count of carbon dioxide, so when you stood up it would like change the amount of oxygen in the air, so we'd all get head rushes. And I fell out of the shower a couple of times, and like I'd fallen on my bed a couple of times, and I'd always chalked it up to like that. And then when I started having my seizures, I was like, oh, maybe that was like onset like more than it appeared. But I always have this problem of like synchronicity. All these coincidences lining up to the point that I miss whatever the main cause is, right? Like you think the main cause, but it's actually just a symptom of something else.
Yeah.
And then everything kind of changes and folds around that. And then having my epilepsy and stuff and starting smoking weed, smoking tobacco, everything like that, that was like 8.5, 9 years. And then... No, it was less than that. It was like 5.5 years. It was like 19 to like 24. And then 24 to like 28, didn't have a seizure. 4 years, clean seizures. Then... started having them again when I was like 28, 29. And then 31, stopped having them. No, wait, 32 I stopped having them. I'm 34 now. And it's been 2.5 years since I had my last... That's a great name, Blessed. The Loser Chronicles. Dude, we should totally... Dude, no, we have to call the podcast The Loser Chronicles.
Okay.
Yes! Blessed, you're amazing. I love it. We have to. Okay, we have to redo the intro at the end, Callie. Right after we do the outro, we'll redo the intro.
Yeah, I agree.
And we'll introduce it as The Lost Chronicles. The Loser Chronicles, I love it.
I'm such a loser.
It's so true, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
It'll be true until it's not. And when it's not, it'll be ironic. Right?
Oh, okay. See, that's you. The optimism. The optimism is working on me. You've got the sober. You're the one with the sober tongue. I'm just over here being like, nah. Everything is dark and depressing.
Yeah.
The lady on
I
the lady on my
so
wall
much
is just
of this.
painting.
Oh. Sorry, keep going, Callie. I didn't mean to interrupt. That's why I'm like, again, I'm like, I don't want to read the chat, because then, like, I'm interrupting you when you're talking. I don't want to interrupting myself. I don't want to interrupt
it's
someone
okay.
else. But then everyone's just always expectant of me to read the chat. So it's like...
This is your head right now. I'm just... Wait, what? What just happened? Wait.
Nothing.
Wait,
Oh,
I
you
heard
turned a
some-
light on. I identify with so much of this. It's from pain and love I birthed to the name. Indeed, blessed. Forged from the fires of the pits
What?
of
What?
despair. The Loser Chronicles.
The Loser Chronicles. I should... Wait,
So, okay,
have no
so
idea
I
what I'm
talked about
saying.
my experience now, and now I'm, like, seizure-free. And I will say one thing. So there's something very, very specific about my seizures. And this will lead back into, like, the night terrors and everything like that. It's a recurring dream. And it only happens, like, I've only had the seizures coming out of sleep. And it's like... I'm on a ship, and it's like old school, 1800s ship, like Industrial Revolution ship, like not a modern ship, right? Like a sail ship, but like a fucking cruiser sail ship, like a fucking pirate ship idea, right? and the ship's going down, and I'm like on this raft with this kid, and it looks like Kaiba's younger brother from Yu-Gi-Oh! And I get this like sick feeling in my stomach like I'm gonna throw up. Then I get a head rush, and then I go have a shower, and I have a fucking seizure. But it's like, I remember this dream so fucking vividly. Like, it's like, I feel like this is me dying in a past life or some fucked up shit like that. And it just causes so much, like, trauma in my brain that it causes me to have a seizure. And the way that I have the seizures, they're called grand mal seizures, and I go into a dissociative state where I don't know what's going on, and I basically am, like, staring at the wall, or I'm just, like, sitting there doing nothing, and, like, I won't respond to anything, and then I seize for, like, 45 minutes. Like, hardcore. And then I have another dissociative state for, like, 40 minutes, and then I come back. And then I don't remember any of it except the, like, waking up, having the feeling, knowing I'm gonna have a seizure, and then forgetting everything until I wake up. Jesus, yeah. I know, right? It's an experience. It's a fucking experience. That's for sure, right? But it is what it is. My cousin died from seizures. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I never know if it's going to be the last one, if I'm not going to wake up from this one. If I'm just not going to, if I just wake up tomorrow and I wake up dead. You never fucking know. Live life to the fullest. Do what you got to do now. Don't take that as a fuck your life up. Take that as a do what you need to do now. Don't procrastinate. And that's funny because like it opposes my entire personality because I'm a lazy piece of shit, fucking procrastinative, like never get anything done unless people yell at me to do it kind of person. But I always have the perspective of I should be doing this, I should be doing that. So I try to portray that to other people because I know I need that push from other people. So I'm like, if I need that push from other people, there's probably other people out there that could use that push from me. So I'll be the catalyst to start a chain reaction of people pushing each other to be better, essentially. Hey, Blessed!
Right. Muff is blocked by auto.
Painless! Hey,
I
Muffin
didn't
and
see it.
stuff. Scotty! Muffin is blocked by Automod.
Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't. Scotty doesn't. Scotty doesn't know.
True.
What? Blessed wants to say something.
Scotty! Scotty! What's up, Blessed? Painless? I wouldn't call
Who's
it
on the call?
painless
It's me,
because,
Callie.
like, okay. Imagine dry heaving. Hey, Tyler Mayhem, how's it going? Imagine dry heaving over the toilet, feeling like you're going to heave your stomach out of your mouth. And you've got, like, cramps, and it fucking hurts like shit. And it's I can't describe it. It's just a weird feeling that you have. Like, you know something is off. You know something's about to happen. You know you're fucked. It's almost like a high feeling. Like a disassociative, like, stepping back where you're like, oh shit. Shit's about to get real. Why do you procrastinate? Hey, thank you. Hey, Thai guy. Play, autocorrect fucked up. I play every day, stream every day, sometimes twice. Nice. Alright, Callie. So I said my experience, right? So that'll lead into yours. So then you go, what's your experience with having, schizophrenia and, like, having to, like... well, first of all, let's just talk about having it, and then we'll talk about, like, trying to solve it and reasons why we think it happens and what, coping mechanisms and stuff like that.
My schizophrenic.
Unless you don't want to talk about it. If it's something you don't want to talk about, that's completely comfortable. I just totally don't mind talking about my seizures and stuff like that. So if you're not comfortable talking about something, just skip.
So there is like I'm not sure if these are like actual like because my schizophrenia just kind of it was mostly just the mood swings that okay, there was mood swings, distractibility, not being able to stay with one thing for too long. There was uh, there was like uh, there was like imagining things that I know weren't there, but like I didn't actually see them. I just like imagined them. Like I knew they weren't actually real. It's just like it scared me that it was so vivid and like so in front of my face that I got scared. See, that's just my imagination. Like I feel like things are they're so like clear. It's like a type of I'm not sure what it's like. Is it like Fantasia or something? I'm not sure.
Aphantasia,
Um,
where you're unable to basically imagine things in your head, and some forms of that are things that you imagine in your head, you imagine visually. Like, you can't imagine things in your head, you can only imagine things with your eyes. So if you try to imagine something, it literally creates hallucinations. There's several different
oh,
forms of aphantasia.
I was wondering if there's like an opposite to that, like so vivid that it's. Oh
Yeah,
wait,
that's
I know what it is.
that's basically the that's basically the other form of it, where it's so vivid it's not in your head, it's literally in your vision. So you can create your own nightmares with your imagination. And it's like one of the scariest things I've ever heard described. If you think back to when you were a kid and when you had nightmares of uh like darkness, right? And like seeing things in the darkness. Like I remember this one time sleeping at my grandparents, and there's this uh it's like a coat stand with a hat on it, and it looked like this guy standing in the corner, like this really tall demon staring at me. Now imagine having the imagination to the point where that becomes visually real to you. That's like the opposite level of the high levels of aphantasia, where it's either you cannot imagine anything, or it's so vivid it's literally perceived in your vision. Where I'm kind of an in-between, where I can vision it. It's almost like I have like a second screen in my head, where that's what's in my head, and it doesn't fuck with like anything here, but I can have a full imagining of it. Like I could play the entirety of the Lord of the Rings in the back of my mind in a side function, right? And it's like as it's almost superimposed over my vision, but it's separate.
Yeah, that's what mine is more like. But when I was a kid, it was much worse. I saw like my mother's head floating in the bathroom, and I saw like a man, like a man in a blue shirt and like white hair, like just jumping out from under the bed to grab me, and then I just crawled into my bed and tried to sleep. But that didn't happen like for years after that. So I realized that the only thing that makes me really hallucinate is just like stress. If I experience a large amount of stress, then I will hallucinate. Um, but I learned over time how to I learned how to calm myself down over time, and just how to deal with like the things that happen to. Yeah, because I feel like, yeah, one thing that bothers me a lot is that I feel like my family wasn't really there for me, so I feel like I just. So when I was like growing up, I always told myself I have to take care of myself. I have to be able to deal with these things, but I never learned like the adult thing, the things that adults are supposed to do, because I was always like dealing with my disorder instead of dealing with the things that like adults are supposed to do, and I feel like that's like that's why I never like learned how to do, yeah, that stuff. Um, and what else? Hmm.
I guess one thing I'll add to that is, because you were just talking about it there, is like how does your family work with this? I turned the TTS off, Muffin, so people couldn't TTS during this. Sorry. This is why I wanted to record the podcast off stream. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. Cali is what it is, you know?
Yeah, I got like nervous.
That's why I'm not reading the chat or anything. Sorry, guys. This is the podcast, and yeah. Okay. So, like, how does your family deal with that? Like, how do you feel like dealing with your family and stuff? Does that make it better or does it make it worse? Like, do you feel like you're putting pressure on your family that this is like something that
My family,
a burden?
I think
a
what
burden.
my family
That's the word I'm
does
looking
is
for.
just a burden.
Like, do you feel it's a burden on them?
They didn't really. Well, at one point they actually told the doctors that I didn't have a disorder at all, and then I was messed up for 2 weeks and couldn't sleep at all. And I was just dealing with like,
That's
I was just
horrible.
like dealing, yeah, like I was dealing with my disorder for 2 weeks. Um, I had no idea how I didn't go crazy, which is exactly what my therapist told me. He was like my psychiatrist told me, how did you not go insane during those 2 weeks? He was surprised that I
It's because you have a
made
strong
it out
mind.
alive.
You have a strong mind.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, uh, so for those 2 weeks, all I saw was like everything I tried to imagine just like suddenly appeared with their. They just didn't have eyes, and they were bleeding from their eye sockets. Um, I couldn't really imagine anything like I used to anymore. And then like after those 2 weeks, and I could finally sleep like without like um, when I could sleep without feeling like I was awake the whole time. I didn't really get any night terrors like I did a few times. Um, I didn't get any of that. I just got like I was awake, but I wanted desperately to be able to sleep, but just the medication just wasn't there to help me. And after those 2 weeks, I fell asleep for 14 hours straight, and when I woke up, I felt like I was dead for some reason. Like I felt like my body was telling me that I was dead, and uh, but I was so happy after all of that was over. Like that was like the happiest I was in a very long time, because um hmm, like I yeah, because that hospital visit was just terrible. And I was able to get help, the kind of help that I wanted to get from like doctors who actually knew what was going on and like understood me, and like and then like my psychiatrist, the he was great. He yelled at the doctor who took my pills away, um, and that made me smile. So um, like
That's beautiful. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I hate dealing with like doctors and shit. Like, okay, you want to know my story, guys? So I think one of the main contributing factors to my seizures was smoking tobacco and the excessive amount of tobacco that I was smoking. And the first thing I asked is, hey, is excessive tobacco cause seizures? And they're like, no. Yes, it does. So if I had known that from the beginning, and that's when I stopped smoking tobacco, and I haven't had a seizure since I stopped smoking tobacco. But there's a lot of different factors. The tobacco's main factor is sweats. It makes me sweat. And I have really bad night sweats, and what happens at night is I will curl up with like 1,000 different blankets because I'm cold, but I'm actually hot, and then I'll overheat my body, and then I'll go have a shower that's super hot because I'm cold, which overheats me more, and then I have a seizure. So it's just like all of these compounding, plus staying up for 27 hours playing old school RuneScape.
Oh.
So like just there were just so many factors adding up, and I'd like tell my doctor, oh, these are the things, and he's like, oh, no, it's not that, no, it's not that, you just have like a thyroid problem or something like that. I stopped staying up 24 hours. I stopped having night sweats because I moved out of BC, which has a high humidity rate. Now I'm in Alberta, which is low humidity. I stopped smoking tobacco. I haven't had a seizure in 3 years. I don't get night sweats anymore. So when they say don't self-diagnose, maybe sometimes take a second look. Like, don't just go out of your way to self-diagnose, but at least take stock of your fucking situation and say, well, what are the causing factors? Like, if I didn't have a doctor, I would have just stopped tobacco, and I probably wouldn't have had seizures for like 8 years. And we're talking like smoking like half a cigarette to a full cigarette in a bowl every 20 minutes. Like smoking like an insane amount of fucking tobacco and weed. So it's just like, at some point your brain just can't take that, right? And back in the day, it was also drinking too. So, you know, a lot of life things all coming together to tell my brain that it was fucked.
I think like the only like I mean there are a lot of things that I can thank my family for, but like the only thing that I wish they helped me with was just like learn how to be an adult. I mean I guess I'll figure that out like over, you know, I'll figure that out. But the other thing that I can thank my family for is just like not letting me do things that are harmful to me. Like
Not eating and not sleeping.
yeah, stuff like that. Like they took care of me, you know. But
Yeah.
I just wish I learned things. I wish I
See,
learned
I
more
feel
from
like
them.
I think a great way to say it is like I feel the same way, but it's like I feel like they babysat me, they didn't raise me. Does that make sense? Like they took care of me, but they didn't teach me how to be a man. They didn't teach me how to be an adult. I'm 34, I've never done my own taxes. My dad does my taxes. What happens when my dad dies? I'm gonna have to learn how to do my fucking taxes when I'm like 55 or 60. Hopefully. Cross my fingers. Right? It's like, they don't hold me to any accountability or any standard. They say, oh, you have seizures, you're epileptic, okay, do whatever you want. And I'm like, wait, what? So, there's never any pressure to do anything. So my life has been stagnation. So I kind of have to take the boots. And I'm terrible at like, I'm good at motivating, but I'm terrible at doing things. I'll motivate myself to do something, and then like I'll halfway through get doing it, and then I'll jump to something else. Or I'll just, you know, it'll fade out. That's why I have like so many projects on the line at the same time, and I'm working on everything at the same time, and I just keep coming up with new stuff. I have this huge list of ideas and stuff, especially short stories, like fucking 100 different fucking premises for different short stories that's going to take me forever to write, and by the time I have more, that's why I'm like, I should be the idea guy and just get a bunch of ghost writers to write all my fucking ideas.
A sensation seeking.
But as far as family goes, for the idea of support and stuff, yeah, it feels more like being babysat than it feels like being raised.
Yeah. What else? I was, so with the motivation and like, I was extremely driven growing up. Like I wanted, like, so there was this one moment I was by myself sitting at the cafeteria, and I had a few friends like who sat with me, and well, I'm not sure if this is a good detail to add, but across from me there were like these twins who said hello to me every so often. They were very pretty. Yeah. So I was in the cafeteria, and I was like I would, after a while of just being the funny one, the funny popular one. I just got tired of it, and I over time, everyone at that table left me, and I was just alone at that table, and I put my head down, and I started thinking, like I started thinking about what I wanted from myself, and I just thought, I want to be the greatest writer who has ever lived. That's what I want to be. I don't want, I don't, I don't want to waste my life. You know, that's what I. That's the thing that I decided when I was like 13 and like sitting at that table and just all alone crying. Yeah. What does the greatest mean to you, Kai? I guess like I just admiration. Yeah, admiration. Like being someone that can like I feel like what I seek is admiration. Yeah.
Get tips from these writers. Stephen King. What's another like horror type? He's the only like horror author I know. What's another horror author? List a bunch of horror authors, and then down there it says Brandon Novato. That's what it is, right? Novato.
What? Wait, where am I? Wait, am I on a list now? Whoa.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's like, is that your version of greatest? Like if you like someone's talking about, let's say, horror and dark fantasy and stuff like that, and you're on a list that, let's say, Stephen King is also on, and it's like these great writers take tips from these like world building aspects of these great writers.
Yeah,
and your name would be on that list. Because to me, that's greatest. Like, if my name is beside Tolkien, George R.R. Martin, fucking those kinds of like greats, like Brandon Sanderson, that's greatest to me.
Yeah, you two are describing exactly what is happening. Like, blessed here, and like you are, yeah. So a big thing that I realized recently was pride. Pride is something that I never allowed myself to feel because, what was that word? Because I felt like pride was the end. Like, pride meant that I'm finished with my journey and I'm never going to improve. Like, once I got here, once I get to this point and I'm proud of myself, this is when I just can't progress and I can't like become the best anymore. So now I have to learn that pride is actually a good motivator for you to help you continue and just keep progressing instead of being the opposite.
I think of that like think of it like if you're walking forwards in your journey, right? Pride is you turning around and looking back at like what you've accomplished. The problem is getting lost in that and never turning back around again to continue your journey. So you have to look back and say, I am proud of how far I've come. I'm proud of the accomplishments that I have. Maybe not so much these ones. This path wasn't that great, but in general these ones are. And then turn back around and continue your journey instead of just fixating on, like you said, it's the end of the road. I've done everything. I'm proud of what I've done now. I'm just gonna stop. No, it's proud of what I've done. Now let's do more. I want to be at a point, like I think about it. I want to be at the point where the things that I have looked back on in pride in the past, I now look back on with almost disgust because they're so bad compared to what I'm doing now. But I can respect that at the time I was proud of them because that was the skill level I was at, right? It's like being proud of completing a quest at level 30. Well, if you're level 30 and you completed a level 30 quest, well, that's something to be proud about. If you're level 100 and you completed a level 30 quest, that's not exactly something to be proud about.
But
if you're level 2 and you completed a level 30 quest, damn, that's something to be proud about. Well, it's how
it
you
was
view
my
pride, Blessed. It's how
yeah.
you view it. That's the most important thing. Is people put it into too much of a wide category that people think that you can't look back and be appreciative and accepting and loving of your own work, right? That it's because it's something I created. I'm not allowed to be proud of it, right? And but basically in this context, proud just means I like it enough that I want to present it to other people. But anyways, we're getting a little bit off track here. Again, another reason why I didn't want to do this live, because I wanted this to be very structured, not random, right? But Blessed gets way into nuances on the word, so I'm just going to say, Blessed, you're getting way too nuanced on the words and the definitions. You need to take a step back, and you need to pay attention to how the words are used, not what the word is. Does that make sense? Like, the thesaurus is a thing for a reason. Different words mean the same thing with different nuances, right? But anyways, we're getting completely sidetracked. So, next question here. So, Callie, looking at your life now and looking back, what would you say was the moment that you were like, my creativity is something that other people seem to adore? Like, what was the moment when you realized that, like, you know, basically, like, every time you tell someone about your story, they're like jaw dropped about your creativity, or you talk about your creative process or something like that, or just your imagination in general, and everyone's just like, how do you have such an amazing imagination, or something like that? Like, do you have a definitive moment in your life where you're just like, you know what? Holy crap, maybe I should go along with this.
I'm not sure. I think it just like it wasn't like a river crashing into like something. It wasn't like a crashing river. It was more like something like a flowing stream. It just kind of like gradually hit me. So I didn't have like a eureka moment. I just had a like I'm enjoying this right now. I'm gonna keep letting this happen.
You lack
Hello?
appreciation for the importance of using the perfect word for what you mean. It's tremendously profound. The problem is, Blessed, people don't know what words mean. That's the problem. You gotta step back and understand socially that people don't understand the direct meaning of words. People use words with feeling. People don't use words with definition. If you ask me any definition of a word, I wouldn't be able to tell you what the definition is. Like, my definition of the word is not what the dictionary definition is, right? Like, let's do an exercise right now, Blessed. Can you define accountability? Can you define accountability, Callie?
It's well, in what context? I guess like accountability for like I guess no, I'm not. No, I can't. I feel like my
To
I
me,
feel like I have two different
accountability...
ways of saying it.
willingness to take responsibility for yourself. But it's more than that, Blessed, because accountability can be imposed by other people, such as you're accountable to the law only because the law is upheld, right? You don't have, like, you break. So then let's look up what the actual definition of it is. And I'll prove to you that even you who say using the perfect word don't have a clear definition for even a simple word like accountability. The quality or state of being accountable, especially an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility for one's actions. So that is the definition by Webster's. An obligation or willingness to accept responsibility for one's actions. So, then I will ask you this, Blessed. If it's a willingness, how can I hold you accountable? If you're not willing to be... That's like saying, oh, I'm not willing to go to jail, so I'm not willing to be held accountable. And I'm not accepting. I don't accept accountability for my actions. What do you do then? And that's what I'm trying to say is where the idea of the for one's actions and willingness should not be in the definition of the word. Because by definition, the word should be a third party. Right? So now you're saying the dictionary is wrong. No, what I'm trying to prove, Blessed, is that people don't use the definition from the dictionary. So then, what would you call putting someone in jail? If that's not holding them accountable for their actions, what word would you use for that? And what I'm trying to prove here is that we as humans don't use the dictionary definition as the foundation for the words that we use. We use a social definition, and that's the reason why Urban Dictionary exists. A person in jail is unaccountable for themselves. But what did the people do in order to put that person in jail? That's what I'm saying. Like, what was the action that the person took to put that person in jail? Is that not a third party holding them accountable? And Callie, again, this is the main reason why I don't want to do this live.
Yeah.
But you see why? And it's like, I don't want to ignore chat while I'm streaming. So, like, that's why I wanted to make this a complete separate thing from streaming, so we didn't have this problem. But, I mean, we could probably call that for the first episode if you want. Or we could just keep going. Because we cut everything out, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I just feel like we're kind of...
yeah. Maybe it could be like the first part of the first episode, and then like the second
part one, and then we could have a... So we'll do this, Callie. This is perfect marketing. We do the part one, and then we have the part two, and at the beginning of the part two, we say, yeah, the topic kind of digressed into something that we couldn't talk about here, so if you want to go check that out, we have the uncut version on the Patreon, if you want to go subscribe to the Patreon. It's only $4 a month. So if you want to get the uncut version of the podcast, head on over to the Patreon. Boom, there you go.
Totally.
Marketing 101. You have to find every opportunity to market what you can.
I didn't think this would be like so serious. I thought we would be like making jokes and stuff, but like That's why I got nervous. I was like, am I gonna be funny enough for this?
No, it's supposed to be getting to know us, and the funny part just comes with it when we're telling stories and stuff. Like, I wanted this kind of be like a story time about our lives, right? Where we could tell stories about how we became the people that we are, what our influences were, right? And stuff like that. And the first episode is just like getting to know us, a backstory of who we are, where we came from, where we're at right now, and where we want to go. Like a summary of the idea of our careers.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I understand now. I'm much more comfortable with this now.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back to Blessed on this, and I'm going to say, because he said, you speak a lot about nuance and subtlety, but you missed it. This is also supposed to be about learning the process. Be creative in your adaptability. Okay, so I'm going to ask you again, Blessed, what is the word that you would use for the person who put the criminal in jail? What is the system that put the criminal in jail doing?
The law. Is it just?
The person was held accountable, but the person is not an accountable person. You're oscillating between the person being defined. No, you are, Blessed. There are two people. Or two systems. Well, one person in one system, essentially. There's the criminal, who is not accountable, because he did not accept the law. So what would the word be used that the system did to put that criminal in jail? It should be one word. What is that one word that you would say that the system did to the criminal? That's all I'm asking. Because I don't know. You could say justice, but justice isn't an action. Accountable. So, then I come back. If your answer is, Blessed, that they're accountable, then we have to go back to the definition of accountability. Accountable. By definition, it is a state of action, accepting responsibility. So, like, Callie, do you see what I'm trying to do here?
I'm a little slow.
Okay. So, I said that people in social situations in general don't use the true definition of words. We use implied social definitions.
Yeah.
And Blessed said, no, that's not true.
I do agree with like the social definition thing.
Yeah. So then I said, okay, if you don't think that's true, give me a thing. And then I tried to show him that the definition of the word in the dictionary that he defined it is not the way that we use the word. Right? Because if a person who goes to jail who is not accepting of accountability, how can you say that accountability is accepting responsibility if it's a system that's accepting responsibility for it? I'm talking about personal sovereignty. But how can if accountability is only portrayed to a single person definitionally, how can a system hold somebody accountable to anything? Thus, why would anyone listen to any system? And that's the logic that my brain goes through, where I'm like, okay, there's something wrong here. Because this doesn't line up with what reality actually is. So by being alive, they accept responsibility. But it's... accountability, by definition, is a conclusion you have to come to. It's not something you can force on someone else. It's an obligation or a willingness. An obligation is not a command, which would mean if you were obligated by law to take accountability of yourself, if you broke the law, you would be obligated to go to jail. But obligation does not equal enforcement. Define obligation. Obligation is a self-imposed coming to conclusion of an action through a third party. So you look at a situation and you go, this is what I should do because that's what the expectation of this person is. So you are upholding yourself to an expectation. So let's see what the definition of obligation is. Something that one must do because of prior agreement. So if you're obligated for something, you've agreed to something. So could you extrapolate that to say you've agreed to the law by existing, which is willingness? Exactly. But if, like, someone who breaks the law says, I don't agree with these laws, so I'm going to break the laws, so I have no obligation to follow any justice system. So that's a clash of obligation from the system and the person. But nothing in there states that it's forced. It specifically is only self-enforced. It's someone must do because of prior agreement. You agreed to it, so you have to do it. Duty, responsibility, or commitment that obligates a particular course of action. But you don't, you know, it's not like your heart's going to stop if you don't. There's always a system that's going to, again, I'm going to use the word, hold you accountable, and you're going to be obligated, but there are people, third parties, i.e. the police and the justice system, that are going to take your life into their hands because of an agreement that you did not necessarily agree to because you were born in this place, right? So, again, it's an example of what is the social aspect of the definition of the word, and how does the word integrate into the current use of language. And that's why language moves and flows and changes definitions. So all I'm trying to say, Blessed, is that words are not always what they seem. That is why people use the wrong word, misinterpretations, and that's why expecting someone to always use the perfect word in the perfect situation is an absolute, like, it's just kind of ridiculous to expect of someone, right?
Should we use this as part of the like a second section?
No, this is all the shit you pay for on Patreon, and then you complain, cancel your fucking subscription. Like, what the fuck is this shit? I thought they were talking about something interesting. Nuance and semantics. Semantics is how someone interprets something. Nuance is the situation and all of the context and information that allows you to understand the exact thing that's trying to be portrayed. Right? But then look at the definition of nuance and the definition of semantics. Semantics is splitting hairs, Whereas nuance is like creating braids. So my misalignments of semantics. I figured out my problem. I don't think it's necessarily a problem. It's just, you know, we're just having a discussion about it. There's no right or wrong answer at the end of the day. It's just at the end of the day, what's your opinion? Why did you come to that conclusion? Why do you think that way? And then talk about it. That's why I think talking about things is very, very important. Because there's no reason, unless it's like you're talking about things that are but the problem is, Blessed, we're humans, and humans do not communicate very well. Humans are a mess of communication. We are terrible at communicating.
Yeah,
And
that's why those
especially
telephone
in
things-
text versus, like, speaking, right? Yes, Blessed, we are talking and understanding, but I mean, like, communicating on a level where you can completely understand my perspective, I can completely understand your perspective, and we can find an absolute middle ground between the two perspectives. That's not how humans work. That's the what we wish it was, but that's not the reality of the situation. And again, you have to take stock of what's the reality of what you've experienced in your life and interactions with people socially versus what is an expectation you have of those social interactions. And then you have to say, well, my social expectations may not be another person's social expectations, so I have to take into account how do I present myself in a way that doesn't upend that person's expectations. I feel you argue way out of being wrong. I'm going to pin it down. See, and I feel like I'm not, like, arguing. I am just simply stating my point of view. And then I ask for your point of view with a simple question of some kind. I will research rhetoric, argument, logic, and biases. Okay, but what I'm trying to say, Blessed, is that having an understanding of that, even on a psychological level, the difference between having because again, I think you're using the wrong word. There is a difference between an argument and a discussion. In a discussion, both points of view are viewed. In an argument, only one side is viewed. Because in an argument, you are trying to win your opinion. In a discussion, you are presenting your ideas, and then you are discussing the idea and talking about it. But I'm not trying to change your opinion, Blessed. I'm only trying to state my opinion. And I don't think you're trying to change my opinion, you're just trying to state your position. And your position is that the problem is that you are stating something that is factually, experimentally, provably a fact. That people use social definitions.
I've been sitting here.
Callie, if you need to go up and like stretch and take a walk and stuff, it's all good, man. Go do what you gotta do, bro. Alright, Blessed's gonna define, I'm gonna take a toke. This is the good thing, Callie, is that's why I wanted to give us lots of time for this. So we could, you know, section it out and do our own thing with it. Not feel obligated and pressured. A discussion in which disagreement is expressed. A debate. But my thing is, if I was debating you, like, cause like, See, the problem here, Blessed, is I'm not debating you. I'm presenting facts. Right? Like, there's a difference between you saying how people use words and how people do use words. You can say people should use definitions of the word all you want, but the reality is a different picture. And you need to take the picture of reality over what you think should be. Right? And that's all I was saying. Is that factually, reality speaks differently. So it's like, I'm not arguing with you. I'm presenting reality facts to basically upend what you believe. But it's not because I disagree with what you're saying. It's because what you're saying isn't factually true. And I can prove that it's not factually true. So I think, like, in that case, it's like an educational discussion of, this is why I believe this, but this is what reality actually says about it. And I don't think that's a debate or an argument. I think that is simply a discussion. You are discussing a fact about the world that is an observation that can be proven through any social interaction that anyone ever has, right? Because of the way that language and communication works. Which comes back to me saying that humans are terrible at communication on a fundamental level. We are terrible at communication because it is an argument. Hello, good evening, kind sir. How do you do? Welcome, Queen. We are in the we're entering into the second section of the podcast. We finished the introduction. Is that a Snickers bar? Oh no, it's my favorite. Is that Blueberry? Wait. Is that Blueberry?
Yeah, how did you know? What's up? What the fuck? How did you know it's Blueberry?
Because I love Blueberry Nutri-Grain bars. And I'm like,
We just put this in the podcast, I think.
Absolutely. This should be a segment in there. 100%.
You just looked at it and it was like, I detect Blueberry.
Instantly knew. So you being you, exactly. Okay, Queen. Can you can answer this for us? Would you call it an argument if someone presents a thought that's easily factually provable, like disprovable? Like, if I was like, you know what, I just think that gravity doesn't exist, and then I walk over to you and I push you over and you fall to the ground, and I say, well, then what knocked you over if it wasn't gravity? I don't think that's an argument. I think that's simply a presentation of factual information in order to, more like a discussion to present something, saying, oh, okay, you don't understand how the world works. Let me educate you on how the world works. And Blessed said that people should use the dictionary definition of words, and I said, yeah, but people don't. They use a social connotation that kind of morphs around words, and that's why people are bad at communicating. And then he said no, and I was like, whoa. And then we went through an entire exercise proving that people use social definitions of words through the word accountability. But
I feel like we're different types of smart.
Oh, yeah, no, and there's different types of intelligence, different types of IQ, different types of creativity, right? And none of them are less than others, they're just different, right? It's like, I'm white, you're not white, Callie. That doesn't make us different, but it makes us different, right? It's not substantial, but it still works. But we both love Blueberry Nutri-Grain bars. So much so I want to go downstairs and grab one, but
Wait. You have to. Okay.
I have to. Okay, I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab more
Wait,
water, and I'm gonna go grab a Nutri-Grain bar. I'll be right back.
Wait, I don't even know what expound means. Like extrapolate. I don't know. Like say extra stuff. Unpack. Okay. Well, I already unpacked it. I took the Nutri-Grain bar and took it out of the little packet that it was in. Yeah. You see, I'm so good at this stuff. And I thought I was terrible at it. I also have milk. I spilled some facts over here. Scrambled, just like the eggs I just made. Actually. Ah. These. Oh, these, my head. Ah. One second. Gotta finish my milk.
I think depending on how it is presented matters on context because the determines people's reactions. I would say in a perfect world things should be a certain way or people should do this, but we don't live in a perfect world, sadly, so you can't hold everyone to such a high expectation because no one is perfect. Yeah. We try to be, and that's where it's like I'm the same way, Blessed, where I get lost in what should be versus what is. So a lot lately in me has been trying to, like, so I know, no, don't apologize, Blessed, it's okay. You don't have to feel that way. It's just, that's why we have the discussion about it, right? That's why I think people who don't want to have discussions about things are the bad guys. Because the people that don't want to have a discussion about it, there's a reason why they don't want to have a discussion about it. And that's the reason why Reddit's a fucking echo chamber, because they just ban anyone they don't agree with, that disagrees with them. I'm here to... I literally want to create a community that's against me in a way, if you know what I mean. They challenge me. They, like I say, if I don't give an example, call me out, because if I say something and I don't give an example, I'm bullshitting. Because every time I know what I'm talking about, I will give an example. So if I don't know what I'm talking about, I won't give an example. And then if you ask me, I'll be like, fuck no, I was just making this up. And then we can do research, and then we can find out, and that's another piece of knowledge that I know. I think that's the mentality you should have towards it. Right? It shouldn't be a, no, you can't expose that I don't know this. No one knows fucking everything. Accept it. Know that you don't know it. Try to learn it. You have to let go of that, Blessed, and accept that you'll be wrong sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I get so frustrated when I'm wrong, and like I said, I have a fucking temper. But I know I have to control myself, and I'm not a fucking, you know, despite how much I like to joke around, like, seriously, I want to be a functional member of society, let's say. So, you know, I don't go with my impulses. It's the first decision is always emotional. The second decision is like it's like logic but not thought through, and then the third one is the critical thinking, rationale, How do I get here? What do I do? How do I do this? So it's like when I look back on when I made a decision and did an action, I say, well, which one of these three decisions was it based on? Emotional, logical, or critical thinking? You don't know everything, and you'll never know everything. Humans are still getting history wrong. Everything we know literally could be wrong. Good move, Callie. No meth, though. Deeply grateful, Rachel. I'm glad you're here, Blessed. I'm glad I can be an inspiring, improving member of your life. Oh, I can smell it. No, it's so good. I can smell it so well. I can taste it. Mm. 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 Fuck. That's some good shit. Right there, Callie. Mm.
Huh?
It smells so strong I can taste it.
Smell what?
Mm. My dip.
Wait, what?
Mm. Mm. That's some good stuff.
Oh, this medication is like so hard to take.
Mm.
I just realized I didn't look at the label, so I just kind of went on looks.
Mm.
And it's my brother's medication is in there. What? Wait, we should continue the podcast.
Okay.
Actually, wait, give me a second for this medication to like dissolve in my mouth.
We got an ad break coming up here soon, so.
Let's go! Okay, it dissolved. Kind of. It's gone now. I could delay the edit. Oh. Wait, who this? Someone, who's this? Huh.
Who's what now?
Someone arrived. They appear to be a fan of, oh, she appears to be a fan of, Gachiakuta.
And where is
And
this?
she comes from Oh, on Discord.
Ah.
She's a friend of mine that bought a few books of mine.
Ooh. I'd buy your book,
I
Callie.
don't know. But you did. Oh
Exactly.
my god, I'm getting sleepy.
Don't pass
Why
out
is
on me now,
the
bro.
camera is not working?
What do you mean?
Camera said it stopped working.
I can see you.
No, yours.
Oh, that's because I'm not using it. It said that the entire time. I'm just on OBS. So
Oh, my body. I
on my
went
TV
running.
screen, I'm beside you, so because we gotta edit this later when we're done, right?
Yeah,
So
I
I'll show you
understand.
I'll show you while we're editing it.
Okay. I don't even know if I have like this color. Okay, this color is. It's okay, right?
Yeah, it's good.
I don't know. Like, cause never taught how to. I
Tie a
guess
tie.
I never learned how to tie a tie.
Neither have I.
Oh,
This leads back into,
like I go to
our
work.
parents teaching us to be men, our fathers teaching us to be men.
Like I go to work and they tell me I have to wear a suit and tie. I like a dress shirt and a tie, and like everyone else has to do it for me, and I'm like, um,
You want me to wear it? You do it. I know how to tie a tie. Like, if I tried like 4 times, I'd probably get it. It's like, around, over, and then like through. Or you can go like around, and you can kind of go around as many times as you want. Like, usually, like, maybe 2 or 3 times, depending. I have a small neck, so I usually have a small tie. But yeah, then you do, like, so it's like 1, 2, and then you do around, down, up through here, and then underneath what you put the over top of. Like, I understand the principle and the idea behind the knot itself. But not for tying other kind of ties, if you know what I mean.
oh, if I try to imagine tying a tie, this like the mummy from Courage the Cowardly Dog, like
Oh, yeah.
return the slab. That guy shows up in my head, and he's like, if I try to imagine something, he shows up.
That's fucking amazing.
That's how wild my imagination is.
Well, I mean, I can... Like, there is an aspect of it that you can see through your writing, right? That
Yeah.
creativity and that, like, abstractness. Whereas mine mainly just comes from my inability to take what's in my mind and put it on paper, or just get it out of my mind.
I just had a lot of practice with it.
And the grand ideas I have are like, I don't know where they come from. Fuck it, they're just in my head.
Like,
But
it's
I'm
like
good
the
at
process
taking
of
things and
creating.
twisting them and making them my own.
I get afraid that I won't be able to create the same thing that I created before. It's like I read my writing and then I'm like, how did I write this? And then I'm like, I try, like a few days later I'm like, I want to write this something like this again, and I don't have the confidence to think I will be able to write something like before again.
Mm-hmm.
I will be able to do this, but I don't believe that. I think your voice cut out.
No, I'm taking a toke.
Okay. Queen knows how to tie a tie. Oh, I am so. I'm in so much pain.
Okay. So, Part 2.
Part 2. Will the coughs be in part 2?
Of course. Alright, welcome back after that break. We are back. So, in this section, we'll be talking more personally about, like, our current lives and where we're at right now. So, starting with that, Callie, you are a big proponent of exercise.
Yeah. Well, the reason, okay, so the way it started was, um, I had a huge crush on this girl, and well, I had a feeling that she liked me too. I mean, actually, you know what? It was obvious, and the whole class also knew that she liked me because she made it so obvious. And then I just decided, I just decided to work out because I thought she would like that. Um, so I just started doing like 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups every day, and it's like I didn't even know One Punch Man was a thing back then. I don't think it was a thing back then. So yeah, I was the first One Punch Man, guys. Um, uh, I was One Punch Man before One Punch Man even was a thing, and I did it because of love. So
How'd that
um,
work out for you at the end there?
um, well, she gave me a kiss. That's pretty much.
You
Uh,
ladies' man, you. Ooh.
and then like at the end of the year, I feel like at the end of well, okay, so the school year ended, and then like the next year, um, I was popular again. That was the segment of school where I was popular again, and then she wanted to talk to me, but I was way too shy. Like I was always shy with her, but wait, we're talking about exercise right now. Okay. What's my motivation for exercise right now? I just want to feel better. So it went from wanting to look good for people to wanting to feel better for myself.
Ah, okay. I see where you're going with this. Personal growth journey of understanding that you're more important than other people and you should be doing things for yourself, not for other people. So how has
Yeah, I
that
think.
lesson leaked into your life?
Uh,
Like, did that change your writing at all when your writing approach? Like, do you think about that in your writing, like, or have you always written for yourself?
um, I growing up, I always told myself I should. I I think that some like a flaw that I had was just I would tell myself I should write only for my audience. I don't care about myself. That's something that I also that I just drilled into myself uh, as a writer. And I like over time I realized like I enjoy this. I enjoy doing this. Why am I depriving myself of this thing that I enjoy so much? I mean, I'm not depriving myself of the thing. I'm depriving myself of the joy. And doing it because I just love seeing people like their faces light up when they read something that I write. Um, so over time, I just started to feel really empty. Um, but I guess like I so another thing that I learned was just I I don't like writing doesn't have to be perfect the first time. And I'm not sure exactly how those two things coincide with each other, but I just learned those things at once. I learned that I should enjoy the process because I enjoy it, and like writing doesn't have to be perfect the first time.
So it's like,
So I can edit, yeah.
no, keep
Hmm?
going.
Oh, like I can edit what I write. Like I can make it better later, you know. Uh, yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I would say, yeah, the understanding of looking back at yourself and saying, I need to do this for myself instead of for other people, even if it's only like on the side. Like if you're doing it as like a career, right? If you're like a, you know, you're stuck in a certain genre or something like that because those are the only ones that sell or something like that, right? Where you're confined and you feel like you've lost the joy of that genre and you want to move to something else, but you don't know if your audience will follow you to it. So there's this
Yeah.
clash between you of should you follow your dreams and do what you want to do, or should you follow the money and keep doing what you're doing, or is there a way I can
Yeah.
find an in between where I can do kind of both of them, right? Like if I am I above water enough that I can sacrifice a little bit of time with the main selling product and work on a side project that is a high risk, high reward type of scenario.
I So I think that what I just yeah, like that is the middle ground. Just finding like enjoying the writing and then editing, like enjoying the writing in the moment and then seeing that other people like might not like be able to understand what the writing is trying to say and then editing it later for the audience.
Yeah, but it should start with you, right? It starts with
Yeah.
you, and then it should end with the audience, where it's like, these are things that I like to do. So you do the rough draft for yourself, and then you say, okay, well, these are the things that I like about it, but these are the things that may not resonate. So we change this for this, and you've found this nice area where you don't feel like you're confined by the audience in such a way, because normally, like, the reason you're seeking that audience from the first, like the reason why you found that audience in the first place is because that's where your writing generally leaned, which would be dark fantasy, right? And then it becomes this, like, for instance, the difference between Into the Nightmare and Butterflies with Vertigo. Into the Nightmare feels a lot more dark, whereas Butterflies with Vertigo feels like it has those dark aspects to it, but the characters themselves and the interactions aren't dark. Like they have great interactions and like loving, like, you know, personalized interactions between the characters, and you really show that well. But the story itself, with how the characters die, how the world ends, and how even the world started with the calamity and everything like that, is like, it just gives this eerie feeling about how the story is that contrasts with how the characters perceive the world that they're in now, right? Like, most of them think it's a better world for them because they were children when it happened, right?
Oh yeah.
Whereas if you look at, like, the parents, like, for instance, like Todd's dad, right? He literally killed himself because he didn't want to live in that world.
Oh yeah. Like he didn't want to be. He didn't enjoy. He didn't. Uh, he saw what life was as a snake,
Yeah.
and he just couldn't see himself that way. He couldn't. He got so scared of just not having legs, I guess. Uh,
I like it in the transitional where it feels like his brain is just too set in his human body because he'd been human for so long. But children are more malleable because they haven't been that way for that long, right? That's kind of the feeling I got from it.
I feel like you understand my story better than I do.
Well, that's a good thing, right? That means that your subconscious is writing things that resonates with readers, even if you're not 100% sure why you're writing it. So that's another reason why you shouldn't get rid of things that you don't really truly understand as a writer, because this is where I get the idea of your ideas are not your own, your ideas are just coming from the universe.
Yeah, I read
So
a,
you're just
like,
interpreting
there
some
was-
other thoughts in some other dimension, in some other reality. That's how I
Yeah.
perceive my creativity, as influence from other worlds.
I did read this. It was this book about creativity and like where it comes from, and like how you shouldn't like force it. You should just let it arrive, like some sort of like magical thing that just that
Pops.
like has its own like will or something.
That's why I like talking about my work, because the more I talk about it and I bring it into reality, the more I'm like, oh yeah, I could do this. Oh yeah, I could do this. Where I just sat there in my head, I'd be stumped at everything. But if I say it out loud, I'm like, oh, well, now that I've said it out loud, now that I'm thinking about it, if I just did this and this, that solves all my problems. And that's kind of how my creative process goes with like certain things. And I like to use the real world to influence everything that I write. To have that grounded aspect that people can latch onto and say, ah, I see what you did there kind of idea, right?
For some reason, while I write, it's like I I don't expect everything to come together, but it just does.
Yep. You
It's
find
like,
a
it's
way.
like some
No matter what the equation is, you find a way. No matter how many numbers and letters you have to add and brackets, it all winds up adding up to 4 somehow.
uh, like it like it's somewhere in the back of my mind that this happened here, and then like and then like I just create something out of that. It just appears on paper, and then I read it later, and oh, that's why I put that there. Wait, or like other people see that way. That's why he put that there.
All right. So, do you think exercising has an effect on like your stability and like your push for yourself? Like does it help with your writing to have something that is a structure in your life that you can pull from? Be like, is it your reward after like your exercise? Like how do you view your exercise routine? How does it fit into the rest of your daily life?
So for a while, I actually let it just. I just kind of let it
Like
get
you
in
said,
the
you
way.
one punch manned it and you just kind of went hard.
Uh, I it kind of like took over. But then my peer specialist, the person that works for me with like mental health stuff, um, they they told me to like use habit stacking as like a way of motivating myself to do well, not everything that's on my list of things to do, but what I can do is I can say like I want to write this amount of words, and after I write that amount, I can do this exercise.
Okay.
And that's very motivating for some reason. I
Whatever
start
works
writing,
for
and then
you,
it's like,
right?
yeah, it really helps. So it's the like I it just pushes me to start, and then I get so excited while I'm writing. I just feel that like I just imagine myself doing like 100 sit-ups.
Nice. I love the way that your perspective towards it is, where it's like, it's not that the writing is the reward, it's that the exercise is the reward for writing. So the exercise
Yeah,
then
yeah,
becomes the motivation that you write. It's
yeah.
kind of like,
That's,
for instance, with me, with streaming, right? I started streaming to hold myself accountable to writing because I was just being a lazy bitch, and I just wasn't writing. I wasn't improving my skills. I wasn't reading. I just wasn't doing anything. So I'm like, and I'm bad at holding myself accountable. But I'm like, if I start streaming, then there's like a third party essence that's holding me accountable to do this. And my stream revolves around doing this, then it's kind of like 2 birds with 1 stone. Even 3 birds if it's like, oh, well, now it's like vlogs and catalogs of like my progression as a writer, all of, putting everything down on paper as far as my ideas go. Like, how does my creative process work? Because when I say something and it comes out of my mouth, I fucking forget it. So half the time I don't remember why I did something, and then I'll change it, and I'll be like, that's why I changed it, because of this and this. And it's like, it makes it really hard sometimes to not have an outline and not to draw from that outline when I have an idea, because I always like to do the ending first for something. But having, like, streaming be that structure in my life is pretty fucking amazing, considering how much if you go back last year and look at everything from last year leading up to now, the short stories we've written, like I said, I've written 10 short stories in 10 years. I've written like 40 short stories in a year now. And that's all because I started streaming to hold myself accountable, because I needed a structure in my life that would push me to be the writer that I know I can be if I put my mind to it. But my lazy ass procrastinative self wouldn't just let me say, oh, it's my day off, I'm gonna write. No, it's my day off, I'm gonna play video games. No, it's my day off, I'm gonna watch a TV show. No, it's my day off, I'm just gonna fucking sleep. And now I look at pretty much everything in my life from a different perspective, in the fact of, I look at it as, how can this be an experience for me to improve my writing? It's like, how can this social interaction with this person improve my dialogue? How can today's events ground daily, like, routines for characters? How can I use the people around me to influence building characters that have these consistent aspects to them, right? And keep them grounded in my mind by relating them to these people. And just having that mentality towards it. When I'm watching a TV show and I'm studying I feel like I'm back in school watching a show while I'm in school, taking notes on the dialogue, the scene structure, story arcs, with, the entire idea, what the stories and the themes are, and how I can change that into a medium of writing to make the story my own in my own way without, basically plagiarizing it. And then I wind up with, like, combining a bunch of shows together, like the Ghost Mentor is like Beetlejuice meets The Sixth Sense, and, like, the Chiral Clones came from a video about why life is right-handed and not left-handed, and I'm left-handed, so it's super intriguing to me to know that I'm out of the norm even when it comes to the folds of our DNA and, like, protein and amino acids in the world. I am so fucking unique that everything in the world is right-handed, except for some reason some entities are left-handed. Even though that doesn't, and it's like my mind can extrapolate that right-handedness to myself. A lot of people can't get those steps to get, well, why does your left-handedness have anything to do with your DNA being folding in a certain direction? It's like, it's an associative state of mind when you put those two things together, right? It's how I think about things. I don't think about things flatly. I think about things rounded in every way, and how they correlate to other things and why things are. And then I say, why can I write a story where literally the government takes left-handedness out of the DNA so there's no left-handed people anymore? Which also shows Oh, go. You go.
Oh, I feel like that's how, like, creating things work. Like we create connections.
Everything is a connection in your brain, and left-handed people draw from a different distinction of like you don't necessarily have to be left-handed, but just like left-brained people, right, have a different prospect of creativity, and the way their brain makes connections is just different than other people, right? You just see the world in a different way. So when somebody would latch on to the connection of like DNA folding and what hand is your dominant hand, most people could never make that correlation. Even though it's like right-handed and left-handed, it's like, well, yeah, it's right-handed and left-handed, but we're only calling it right-handed for this reason. And I'm like, well, you don't need to worry about the definition of the word or how the word is. It's how it's used and the understanding of that word, right? And that's how I love to use that in my writing as well, to portray this kind of off-the-wall idea and attach it to something that's super abstract and esoteric and doesn't really make too much sense. And it doesn't have that much identity, but if you look at it deep enough, you can say, well, what kind of society is it that they genetically removed left-handed people from the strings so everybody would be kind of the same? Like, that's some eugenics level control from a government, right? So you're thinking of very, like, it just sets in your mind, whether you're thinking about it or not, it just sets in your mind that this is a very dystopian type government.
I'm trying to think of how I come up with, like, I almost feel like the way you described yours was a lot more organized. But mine, it's almost like it's just I just take a bunch of different stuff and like make it sound cool.
I
I don't
agree.
know.
And somehow it works and fits. And that's a different style of creativity, right?
Yeah.
And like
Like at first, Be the Music or like Student Body Sonata. At first, that was What Not to Tell a Skeleton. That story was titled, yeah, that, and it was about Stella, uh, trying to find Osric a lover because he was so narcissistic. He was like, he was, he was so unable to just find love that he needed his daughter to like do it for him. And then
that's
it just turned
interesting.
into
I like that.
something.
I like that. So leading back to the first question about bodybuilding and working out and exercising and stuff like that. So you said you started off doing it because you wanted to impress a woman. So I've heard multiple women tell me that you have a wonderful voice, and they have told me they don't know how you're so seductive.
Wait. Okay.
And
Wait.
I just needed to bring this up and say, like, the
Okay,
fact
okay,
that you're like
okay.
working out and now you're doing it for yourself, like, I feel like that's kind of your personality coming out in that, is like you're doing things for yourself, but the way that other people perceive them, whether positive or negative, is like how you would normally assume, right? Oh, he's bodybuilding because he's a narcissist, right? So I think about it in this way of like, I don't think, like, thinking about this, I don't think that you're purposefully going out of your way to be seductive. I think you just come across in that way because that's how your personality is. You like to get to know people, you want to be, like, close to people and intimate, and you're very goofy, and you make people, like, you're very good at breaking the ice and making people feel comfortable. And along with, like, your looks and your voice, it's just it creates this very heavy, I'm gonna say it, Riz aura.
Well, like I feel like it's mostly just like focus on yourself, and then like just good things will follow. And like, well, when I talk to people, I don't think. I don't think very much. I think it's mostly like when I was nervous, I was very in my head and just like what do I say next? What do I do? And I was very in this like protect myself mode. But now that I've grown as a person, it's like, oh, how do I like how how exactly do I like bring this sense of joy from this person? How do I make them laugh? How do I? I'm gonna figure this person out. I'm gonna figure them out, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna like, um, yeah. I feel like just getting people to talk. It's like it got easier after a while.
Well, the more people you talk to, the more comfortable you get with conversation, right? It's always been one of my biggest problems is like actually going out and being social and talking to people and stuff like that. And talking through text is not the same as like actually talking to someone, right? Same as like talking like this isn't the same as like talking to someone in front of you, right? There's a different vibe to it. There's a different understanding to it. There's like a whole other aspect of like talking to someone in person versus even over like a video chat or something like that, right?
Yeah, and like the way that I got better, like the reason I got better was just like the hospital visits. Like, um, um, I got sent to the hospital so many times, and I just every time I went, like it was I just kept making friends. I'm not sure if it's because of me or if it's just people are friendly. I don't know.
I don't know. Seems to be you because, you know, I mean, people are kind of friendly, but in that setting, like, I go to hospital a lot too because of my epilepsy, but, you know, it is what it is. So it's like, I try to avoid people, though.
Oh,
Yeah, I just fucking
Uh,
try to avoid people as much as possible. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to do anything. I just want to sit there and just... Nope.
I think that's how I appear to my family, but it's only because of like the language barrier. Like how do I communicate with people that don't speak the language that I am accustomed to?
Hmm. Because you were saying, like, you speak Spanish, but it's more like a second language.
Yeah, and then yeah. Ah, my back. Wait, just let me do like a stretch.
You're a stretch. I'm gonna take a toke. Oh, I have to grind tomorrow.
Oh. Mm. Wait. There was like 2 ads. So
We're in the middle
that
of
much time
ads.
passed.
We still have a minute left.
Hmm.
All right, so we have one more question and one more conversation to go through for you. And then, do you just want to call it there, or do you want to keep going? Because we could talk about me too, but it's up to you.
Uh, I'm. Huh. Wow, I have like a million thoughts going through my head now. See the part of me that like gets nervous and pushes people away is like, and then like I wanna like, hmm.
Why do you want
Actually,
to
yeah,
push
let's
people
keep
away?
going.
Because the reason I want to push people away is because, I don't. It's very arrogant to say this, but I don't think other people are worthy of me.
Oh. My reason is like I get scared.
Oh. I'm just like,
yeah, I get scared
I
of,
get
like,
annoyed because I try to talk about the things I want to talk about, and then everyone's just like, that's way above my head. Let's talk about the weather. And I'm like, fuck
oh, I
off.
hate that.
Get out of here.
I hate
I
like.
hate generic small talk. I want a conversation. And then I bring
You
up a
see one of the
topic, and then
channels?
people get mad, and I'm like,
One of the channels that I have on my Discord is what is small talk. That's like my like disregarding. I don't like small talk. It's annoying, and it's one of the reasons I just avoided people in those 2 first years of high school. But then I started. Well, I started focusing more on my grades and more on just making sure that I made it out of high school.
yeah, understandable. So, you, speaking about your voice, right? Because people say that your voice is amazing. I will agree. It's peak. You have been expressing a want in voice acting.
Yeah.
So where are you leading with that? Like, what's your goal? What's your experience? And you know, what do you want to do with it?
So growing up, at first I hated my voice because I was bullied for it. Because I sounded very high pitched. Yeah, I had a very high pitched voice growing up.
Same here. I'm still
And then,
called
like,
ma'am on the phone.
oh yeah, I get that too. And then and then and then for some reason, yeah, I guess puberty gave me this voice. And I don't know. I think that I consciously changed my voice a little bit. Like I consciously just like started speaking a different way. So that's where some of the control went, like awry or like happened, I guess.
I slow
So
down
I
my
can just like
speech because I talk way too fast for people. That's my thing. So I have to consciously make sure that I'm not spamming my speech.
I think oh yeah, speed was my thing too. Like I was like very fast, very high pitched. And then I still feel like I sound nervous whenever I speak because whenever I record something and show it to people, they're like, "Oh, you have to sound a bit more confident." So I just so
Present
something
confidence. Seduce me.
I, oh so something that I learned was I think that what happens is that there's this sort of like when you're speaking there can't be like this dissonance between what you're saying and how you say it. They have to be, they have to match. And okay, so let's say like you want to speak with authority, so you have to like use a voice that like like projects authority, not just speaking and not just saying words that
Mm-hmm.
tell people to do a certain thing. You have to project that authority. You have to like, there can't be the dissonance of like a nervous voice, but words that say things that tell someone to do something. That's what I learned.
Tone of voice is a very imposing thing, for sure.
Yeah.
We're very prone to different like extremes when it comes to that, like as a reaction, you know? Like you react extremely to that aggressive pitch, and you also react extremely to like the like a calming pitch, you know? Like the opposite.
I've been told I should do like meditation like videos, but I don't know.
ASMR sleep videos
Oh, it's similar.
where I
Yeah.
make sounds that aren't words until you fall asleep. Ooga zoobadoo,
I just have no
wega
idea how to do it though.
zeeboobadoo, geejeebee-ba.
I'm not sure where to start with ASMR.
Do you have one of those roller things for like lint rollers?
No.
You should get a
So
lint roller, put the mic next to like your shoulder, and like roll on it, and then flex, and then roll on it, and then unflex, and like the different sounds of your body when you're flexed and when you're unflexed. And then you can
like
show
providing
off your
ASMR.
muscles, and you gotta have your shirt off. You gotta have your shirt off, and you gotta show your muscles. So it's like a
I
2-in-1.
feel-
And
I
then
would
you're
feel
gonna create
too
a new
much
meta
like
where there's
that.
gonna be a bunch of chicks that are gonna be rubbing fucking lint rollers all over their bodies and be like, where the fuck did this
Yeah.
trend come from? And nobody's gonna know but us.
So, hmm.
So voice acting.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna
Oh,
like?
well.
What do you want to do with that?
Oh,
Like, are you planning on taking that in any direction? Or are you just wanting to do that with your own books?
I was mostly planning to do it with my books, but I feel like I guess it's like I feel like the better I get, like it's just gonna naturally turn into like I'm just gonna be like an actual for other people, like a narrator for other people. It's just gonna naturally go that way.
Yeah. That was my hopes, right? Eventually you just kind of, at some point in time, it's like, well, I'm just now a technical voice actor because, like, I just do voiceovers and stuff like that, even for my own stuff, but it's like, you get good enough at it through practice, right? So it's like, same with, like, me reading out loud on the stream about stories and stuff like that. Again, it's like, most of the things that I do have, like, 4, 5, 6 layers of, like, this is the reason why I'm doing it, right? And I pick the thing that has, like, the deepest and most amount of layers that I can work with, like the most amount of multipliers. It's like finding gear with the highest amount of modifiers on it. And I'm like, okay, well, that's the one that I want, right? This one only has 2 modifiers. It's like, well, those would be good modifiers. Well, in real life, like, there's no such real thing as a bad modifier. It's your perspective
body
that
is
basically
correct.
creates them, right? So it's
I-
like the winners win mentality. If you have that perspective, everything will just like work its way out, right? In some
My
form or
body's
another.
starting to disagree with me.
Sorry, what?
My body's starting to disagree with me. I mean, like my mind too is like starting to like work against me. I need to like. Uh,
You need to finish up here, is what you're saying?
yeah.
All right. Well, that was the first episode of The Loser Chronicles. That's us talking about ourselves because, no one really wants to know the author behind the work. But hey, if you do, we're here, right? So,
I do
again,
feel like
I'm
people-
Intoxication. Also, my pen name is SJ Moron. And my guest today is, take it away,
Callie. Callie, yeah. Brandon Navedo.
pen name Brandon Navedo. He is Quoth the Cali Nevermore.
Yeah.
All right,
But I
guys.
changed my name a lot.
Thank you very much for tuning in. Thanks for coming by, and we'll hope to do this again. Hope to get other stars on here. Maybe we'll get Cali back on, depending upon what happens. But yeah, I think that was a pretty good first episode. So hey, we will see you when we see you. And remember, this was all a story that happened to a friend of mine.
Wait.
So,
Wait a sec.
Take it easy,
Wait a
guys.
sec. What is this? What's happening? Are we done now?
Yeah,
Is it over?
yeah.
Oh,
But we got to do the intro again.
wait. What? Oh, yeah, okay. Wait. We got.
But
We gotta
it's
do it. Ah.
literally it's just me saying the intro.
Okay, it's just you.
Uh, welcome. This is the new podcast, episode 1, The Loser Chronicles. Now I just like kind of splice that in with, instead of whatever the fuck I said. Intoxication. Pen name S.J. Moron. And welcome to the show. Alright. So, for editing, Callie, what's the plan?
You've done a lot of editing, right?
Yes, I do a lot of editing. But I want you there while I edit.
Okay.
So I'm like...
Yeah, okay. So, like, maybe, like, just get on Discord and, like, screen share.
Okay, when do you want to do that?
Like, okay, so one of the reasons that I didn't, like, wanna, okay, so there were actually two, but,
Can we go back to the
I was
overlay?
streaming today. Like, I was streaming today, and I didn't, like, want to do it, like, after
Makes sense.
after you finished. I can't
Okay.
even mute myself. Like, for some reason, this button isn't working. So I'm just like, I'm being perceived in ways. Because I want to fart right now.
Oh my god. It is what it is, man. Just let it rip.
My freaking body hates me.
I think that was a very, very successful episode 1, guys. So, you're just gonna stay on Discord, Callie?
Yes, I'm lonely, and it helps me sleep when people are in a call with me.
So you're just gonna stay in the call.
Yeah, and get Queen in here.
Queen, are you out there? Calling Queen.
No, wait.
Calling
Wait.
Queen. Calling Blessed. Calling anyone out there. Is anyone out there? Callie needs you to join the call. We all need to get in the call.
I'm still here.
Where'd you go, Callie? You turned your camera off.
I'm still here.
But your camera's off.
I don't want to be on camera while I'm sleeping. Why? What's so funny, huh?
Huh?
See, yeah, you lie down and then suddenly I'm so loopy. See, this is just so sleepy.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, Callie.
No,
I'm
I
not
don't
holding
wanna
against
do
you.
anything.
It's
Hold
all
everything
good.
against me. Hold all of it.
Well, I'll hold all of
I'm
it
not
against
holding
you?
it.
Okay, I'll hold all of it against you.
Hold of them. Bloopers. These are bloopers now.
This is for the Patreon members.
The bloopers. Yeah. Oh my god. My body. You know how, like, when you. Oh my god.
Yeah, I absolutely 100% know exactly what you're saying.
You know, like, how when you exercise and then, like
No, I don't exercise, Callie.
Fuck, man, you should exercise more. This feeling is. It's like when you stretch, like the good stretches. It's like your body just releases these things. I think they're called endorphins, or like, um, that's what it's called in science. You know,
Yeah.
it's when them.
Well, it's good. It's good to know, Callie. Very good to know.
It's very good to know me because I'm charismatic and have
Yes,
an amazing.
I need to follow you. So what we need to do, Callie, is
Dark.
we need to go on like an adventure together through like Twitch streams. Me following you around and make it like a pun where it's like I'm chasing you.
Okay,
And you're
I like
jumping
things.
from like stream to try and get away from me. I'm
See,
like a
you get
rabid
personality
fan.
to me when like I'm just like allowing you to believe that you are in an advantage against me, when really I'm just eating up your chess pieces one by one, and like I'm just setting you up for like, oh my god, I'm so high. Okay, I was eating up your
That's
chess pieces.
exactly what I would have expected from you, Callie.
Yeah, yeah.
100%. If someone was to say what would you expect of Callie, I would say he's gonna somehow stab me in the back in some way, shape, or form. I
Ah,
know it.
shit! My
He's
belly.
too good of a person.
What's
Something's
my
wrong here.
belly? Wait, I'm a good person. Holy crap!
That's what I
I'm a,
mean, but you're too good of a person. Only you're like that real person. You're like real good. You're an angel, Callie. Why do you think your voice is so
Why?
beautiful?
Bleh.
Can make anyone
I'm
fall
gonna
to
make
their
my voice.
knees.
I'm gonna make my voice as ugly as possible now. Well, yeah, I hate that.
You can't make your voice more
Yeah,
ugly
I
than
make
mine.
everything be like,
Mine's the most ugly
Where,
voice.
wherever you go, I see 5 viewers there. Everyone, speak up before I tweak up or something.
I'm
Speak
not
up.
sure, Callie. I think you're hallucinating because I don't see
Oh
anyone out
shit.
there.
You see, that's something you don't tell a schizophrenic. Don't tell them they're hallucinating, because they'll believe it and then they'll actually start hallucinating.
Oh
No,
shit. It's like a hypochondriac. Don't tell them there's a bug on their skin. They're gonna go fucking insane.
yeah, yeah.
What's that rash on your arm? Is your arm a little
Holy
red
shit.
there, bro? Oh
Yeah.
fuck. You started it now, man. There's no coming back from
Started
that.
it now. Art thou feeling it now? Art thou feeling the rash now, Mr. Krabs? That's why you're all red, Mr. Krabs. It's not because you're a crab, it's because you have a rash.
Damn. Mr. Krabs gets around, his rash is everywhere.
And sometimes even his eyes get a rash, because, pink eye.
Yeah. Ew.
Yeah, that's like
He
the
does
worst
some
stuff.
things we just don't talk about.
Yeah,
He is
totally.
the crab of crabs.
Even his crabs have crabs? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Whose crabs have crabs. And he is a crab. So, he's someone else's crab. So it's like, that's
Wait.
3 layers of crabs.
Can we just include this in the podcast?
We could do this as bloopers. This entire call, we could do this entire call. And we could do like, I could do like little cuts and bloopers and stuff like that. And then that's the stuff that we could sell on Patreon, and that'll bring people to the stream because they'll be like, this is what happens when you're here, right? It's a marketing tool.
Wait, are you still recording?
No, well, I mean, I'm still streaming, so technically I'm still recording. But we could just have audio
no.
files. We could just have
You're
audio
using
files.
me for content. You're using me for content. I can't believe you.
I use everyone and everything for content. If
Really?
you don't, and you're a content creator, start doing it. Learn
Okay.
from me, Callie.
Sorry. I should definitely start. Oh, jeez, my button.
You know who I learn from? I learn from the best. I try to learn from
You
Asmon.
learned from.
It's a little off
Oh,
my pay
I know
grade,
that.
but I try to learn from him. Because he's always talking about, hey, if you're small and you're trying to do things, do these things. And I'm like, yes, okay. That's what I need to do.
Oh.
Like he said, don't start streaming, start doing YouTube. And I was like, well, I'm going to do the stream to get the YouTube and then have the separate YouTube, and then that can draw everything back. Because I'm not doing anything, which I should have been doing. That's why we have the ShortStories, which is separate. And then we're going to make an entirely new channel completely dedicated to just like the political view, the theoretical stories, and that's going to be the one that's going to be like the Mr. Ballin of stories.
Holy shit! What's that noise?
You just hit something. That didn't come from me. That came from you.
Oh no! Like there's like rats or something.
You're a rat.
I have no idea. I'm such a rat. You know.
I want your PNG to be that rat from Redwall.
Oh. I'm just waiting for her to finish. I don't want to rush her.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I hope it, like, I hope in the back of my mind that she has the same inspiration. And she's like, oh, the rat from Redwall, because she knows Redwall. Even though, you know, the chances of that are, like, so fucking low. But it's like having the purple cape and the eye patch. Even if you could just add that afterwards, the purple cape and the eye patch.
What is it, like Canadian, American, or whatever?
It's
Like, she's from
American.
Brazil, or like she's from Brazil.
I mean, the books are really, really widespread, but very old. Like 1980s, 1970s old. But they were one of the first, like, mainstream books that was, like, you know, animals.
Oh, cool. I want to say hi to some
Because
people.
they're basically inside, like, this plastic, like, castle kind of thing. Or wooden castle. And that's, like, what they've infested. And it's, like, it's mice versus rats. With other animals. Like badgers, mink, foxes. It's a good series. I should rewatch Redwall. I am that is.
I wish to go now. I'm gonna do stuff. I remember when I used to just wake up at 2 a.m. and then exercise and then meditate and then just do all this stuff that was good for me. And now I'm like, no, I don't care. I'm just. Actually, wait, I still exercise. I still do a bunch of stuff, but I don't meditate. I don't. I mean, I don't have money for food. Um. Let's see, what else? What can we do better, Callie? What can we do better, Callie? I don't know. It talks, what can I do better? Wait, what? What just happened?
You know what you can do better, Callie?
Oh, okay. Oh! Oh, wait, I didn't take all my meds.
I thought you did.
I only took the ones for the tics I get, and then the anxiety.
You don't take them all at once?
Oh, because some of them make me really sleepy. And I don't want to sleep.
But now you want to sleep, or you're now tired to the point where it doesn't matter? You're going to sleep either way, so you might as well take them?
1 sec, I'm kind of far away.
You're far away from my dick!
Yeah.
Well, I guess in the meantime, a bookshelf overflowing with leather-bound tomes dominated one wall, and a thick, soft-looking carpet covered the floor where 2 more cats were curled in slumber. I counted 4 other positioned around the room like silent, furry sentinels, each wearing a stony expression that mirrored their masters. I didn't mind their presence, but their inferior floof was a simple fact of life. My own floof was clearly the pinnacle of Vulpine achievement. Greetings were exchanged. The formalities were brief. Well, hopefully you are ready for your initiation, Inquisitor Julia, Leonardo began. Julia gave a firm nod. Well, I'm certain you are excited about this. I must warn you still. The path of power is seldom an easy one, he continued, his voice adopting a more solemn tone. Many see the awakening of one's inner soul world as the achievement of a chosen one, a blessing granted by only to a small percentage of people. I have never considered it a blessing. It is a burden. The world we navigate is a dangerous one. The shadows that lash out from the darker corners we fight are vicious and insidious. I warned you of this when you first applied to join our ranks, and I warn you again now, not to seed doubt, but to ensure your mind is truly steeled for what is to come. Julia took a deep, steadying breath. I am acutely aware of the dangers this world holds, Captain. I know the kind of people you fight against. I know what my parents were. The evil and corrupt deeds they committed. The way they had me brainwashed for so long. Until I broke free. I decided then that I wanted to help rid the world of that very stain. So yes, long before any of this, long before I ever stared death in the face, my resolve was forged. I'm ready to pick the sun aspect and begin my cultivation journey. Leonardo offered a small, approving smile. I know you are. He then turned to a reinforced suitcase resting on the corner of his desk and tapped a specific sequence on its metallic surface. I shall go now. Are you leaving the call now, Callie?
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't want to leave you hanging there.
I'm making food. Whoa.
Okay, I'm leaving the call.
Okay, bye.
Ads. These are big ads. Them's a big, real big. I'ma say hi to Hellish. Say hi to him for me, Callie. Tell him we did our first podcast. Ask him if he wants to be a guest on the next podcast. Boom. There you go. Leonardo offered a small, approving smile. I know you are. He then turned to a reinforced suitcase, resting on the corner of his desk, and tapped a specific sequence on its metallic surface. The lock snapped open with a series of sharp clicks, and the lid lifted to reveal the contents. Inside, cradled in dark velvet, was a beating heart forged from solid simmering gold. Beside it, suspended in a glass jar, sealed with intricate metalwork, 2 eyes with blazing gold irises stared out. Julia's eyes widened in awe. These are your initiation organs. The eyes of the dawn owl and the heart of the ash lion. He closed the suitcase with a click. Organ integration is never a simple task, which is why Inquisitor Agnes will guide you through the process. It may take up to a week. Remember, these organs retain a sense of self. They are imprinted with the essence of the monsters they were taken from. Their will remains. Your task is to suppress that alien consciousness with your own unwavering will, to force them to submit and become a part of you. The moment they sense weakness, they will try to dominate yours. That is how aspiring cultivators mutate into grotesque parodies of their chosen path before their journey truly ever begins. He fixed her with a stern look. Well, I've sensed the exceptional density of mana within your soul world. For someone your age, do not let that breed cockiness. Respect the process. Julia accepted the suitcase and with a nod. Then she glanced down at me. I believe Inquisitor Agnes mentioned that Clover would be sponsored by the church? Leonardo chuckled. That is true. However, we have a unique predicament. We do not yet know what aspect the little fox intends to cultivate. You've attested to her high intelligence. Can you communicate with her effectively? Julia nodded again, confident. Then your first duty is to educate her on the different aspects. While I would be personally pleased to recommend the sun aspect, the choice is not mine to make. Each aspect offers an entirely different suit of abilities and dictates a different path of power. It is a profound decision. Not all who serve as Sun Inquisitors, for instance, actually cultivate the Sun aspect. Our ranks are a mixed bag. Currently, our repository has organs available for 3 primary aspects: the Sun, the Moon, and the Chain. Leonardo's gaze was level. So inform her, explain the nature of each path, and then let the little fox herself choose which road she wished to follow. Chapter 11. Knowledge is power, also heavy. Julia's face was knitted in fierce concentration, maybe a little too fierce, judging by the fine sheen of sweat on her brow and the deep creases forming around her eyes. It was clear the task demanded everything she had. We stood in a strange hybrid space, part alchemy lab, part archive. The air itself smelled of old parchment and sharp ozonic potions. The only occupants were Julia, myself, and Inquisitor Agnes, who stood with her palm pressed firmly against Julia's back. Yes, that's it. Don't lose focus now, Agnes instructed in a steady voice. Hold on to that first sensation. It's the exhalation of authority, no doubt. Just push your mana steadily into the heart. The heart in question lay before Julia, pulsating with a dull metallic gold. Her fingers hovered just above it, and from them poured a turbulent, hazy energy that shimmered around the organ. That had to be her mana. Correct. And since my chatty trait wasn't altering me by any alerting me to any active spells, she wasn't casting anything right now, just this raw, quiet expulsion of pure energy from her fingertips. Correct again. I gave a silent nod as my attention was fixed on the process. It was fascinating, and I have a particular fondness for fascinating things. Where Julia's mana made contact, the heart's golden hue was slowly, very slowly, being overtaken by a faint azure blue. The progress was painfully incremental. I kept watching, noting that only after roughly 5% of the organ had changed color did Inquisitor Agnes finally tell her to stop. Julia was utterly drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging to her as she slumped back into her chair, fully spent. That was, she rasped, so much harder than I imagined. Agnes chuckled softly, which is why the captain gave you a week. Work at it, and remember, this is just the first of 2 organs. You must assimilate to become a proper sun cultivator. She gave an approving nod. You're fortunate to have such a deep well of mana to draw from. You should see how the average person manages this. They require mana potions just to meet the basic threshold, and those don't come cheap. You might think one could just expend their mana and wait for their soul world to replenish itself naturally. That it would only take more time, but it's never that simple. She gestured toward the heart, and I saw it. The faint azure sections were already receding, slowly bleeding back into gold. The organ resists your influence. It fights back. That's why you can't work in fits and starts. If you leave it too long, you'll be starting over completely. Julia nodded weakly. I knew the theory, the intricacies, but I didn't expect actual cultivation to feel so dormant. Her expression then shadowed, and a deep sadness settled in. Back in that sanctum, my mother had me forcibly take these exotic organs and graft them into people. We were called surgeons. We had advanced knowledge of anatomy, and I always believed that knowledge could be used for something better, and yet her hands trembled as she stared down at them. I just wish... She couldn't finish, but Agnes's hand was already on her shoulder. You know why you're here, don't you? Even when your mind starts spiraling down that evil well of misery. Into that well of misery. Convicted of your own damnation. Agnes's hand flared, silver flames racing across Julia in a blink. Julia didn't so much as flinch as her eyes still distant and focused. The Lord's flames burn those they deem evil and irredeemable, Agnes said evenly. What you did in the past was how you were raised, but the moment you truly saw the face of your own actions, you rebelled. That's not the work of a heart gone rotten. That's the act of someone who was misled, lied to, and betrayed. So, purge those thoughts again, Inquisitor Julia. Her blue eyes sharpened. Your life is now a clean slate, and that self-doubt you're nurturing will eat you alive if you let it. The silver flames died away as Agnes withdrew her hand, resting it gently atop Julia's head. Don't mistake me for heartless. We all have a story. Every Inquisitor in these halls wasn't indoctrinated from birth. Each one was a person whose normal life was ripped apart by forces of the dark things far beyond their grasp. They swore an oath to never let innocents witness such a terrible fate again. That is what sets us apart from those who simply break. Her voice softened just slightly. You, Julia, you never broke. And that is what makes you one of us. Julia closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and nodded. I'm sorry for bringing it up again. Feeling better now. A faint smile. Yes, should we start again? Agnes reached for a bronze box, flipping it open and producing a small vial. Replenish your mana reserves if you feel yourself running low. I doubt I'll need it anytime soon. I've still got more than half my mana left. Alright then, Agnes conceded with a nod. Let's go through this one more time. This will be the last time I guide you so directly. Just enough for you to understand the process instinctively. Agreed? Julia nodded again, eyes closing as her focus returned. I hopped down from the table, figuring this would take a while. Agnes was occupied. Julia was locked in concentration. Looked like the perfect window for some exploring. My gaze drifted to the shelves. Bottles of alchemical liquids sat neatly between rows of books, like an armory of oddly colored potions. I wondered which one was the most slippery. Don't pause for me. I cannot scan the contents of sealed vials. Perhaps if we find any manuals detailing their brewing, I can. However, read the labels on them. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Didn't you just say you could read any language? Yes, and this is the same script you saw on the books on Julia's shelf earlier. My gaze snapped toward the shelves of books. I glanced back at Agnes and Julia. They were definitely going to be busy for a while. Which book do you think would be the most beneficial? I don't really want to comb through all of them. There are titles on every spine. See if anything sounds immediately useful. True, Callie. Let's go! Most of these look like alchemical recipes. A few charm-making manuals and some hymn books for something called a solar decon. I'm guessing that has to do with their ability. Quite the mixed bag. I kept moving along the shelves, taking in as many titles as I could, hoping something worthwhile would pop up. Oh, there. That one looks like a record of the sun aspect and the abilities it grants. Grab it and flip through as fast as you can. It was high up, well out of easy reach for someone my size. No problem. I leapt through the open space at the end of the shelf, landed silently on the top, and clamped my jaws around the cover of the massive book. A quick tug and it was free. My size didn't really advertise my strength, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. Easy. How fast are we talking, I asked. As fast as you can. One fleeting glimpse of each page is enough. I set the book upright, bracing upon its edge, and began flipping through page after page. My little paws didn't exactly make the job graceful, but it got done. When the final page slid back into place, I carefully set the book down flat on the shelf. That'll do. Not as comprehensive as I'd hoped. Seems they only have records up to Tier 3. These are handwritten notes from a Solar Deacon. That's Tier 3 titles. Tier 1 is Solar Mage, Tier 2 is Dawnbearer. Nevertheless, it is valuable data. Well, at least we'd gained something. Knowledge was power, after all. And given that the sun's power seemed to consider me an entity of some, concern, it was prudent to understand the tools of those who wielded it. Which was funny, considering I was quite literally under their noses right now. And they thought I was some kind of sun-blessed demon. I was more than happy to perpetrate their delusion. A good prank requires commitment. Now I had a framework for their capabilities. At least up to the highest tier I'd yet encountered. Tier 3, Fist of the Rose Shepherd. And now this Solar Deacon. Could you give me a general overview of what this aspect actually does? Starting out, they can summon holy fire to purge corruption and heal the pure. Their bodies strengthen and they can imbue weapons with solar energy for extra damage against anyone deemed evil or vile. At higher tiers, they gain more elaborate skills, buffs, or for allies, and generally become more dangerous to anything the sun detects as unworthy. The book also contains anecdotal accounts of these abilities in use, along with theoretical assumptions that were later corrected. The format resembles a personal journal, later a note annotated by a more experienced practitioner. I nodded and kept browsing. A few spines later, Trickery flagged another find, this one on the moon aspect. It was shelved low, convenient. I dragged it onto the floor and we got to work, repeating the process page after page, each getting a quick snapshot from my eyes with Trickery sifted through the contents. The moon aspect has a more nuanced and esoteric path compared to the straightforward nature of the sun. Its foundation is the concept of a tether and the mysticism of rituals and subtle magics. Cultivators do not gain the same raw physical strength as sun cultivators. Instead, their focus is on expanding their mana reserves significantly. Even at Tier 0, starting as Moon Shaman, they can perform ritualistic magics and a handful of spells. Primary offensive ability allows them to project beams of mana to distort targets. Including a variety of effects based on the caster's intent, such as putting them to sleep, including agitation or frenzy, or even causing tummy aches or diarrhea. How delightfully petty. The main emphasis here, however, is on the rituals they can perform. While the names of several rituals are listed, I lack the specific details on their functions. There may be another book here that elaborates on those. Also, another thing, this text only details Tiers 1 and 2. There is no information on what a Tier 3 Moon Aspect cultivator might be capable of. Well, something was decidedly better than nothing. At least now I had the foundational idea to make an educated choice. I slid the Moon Aspect book back, filing away the mental notes. A little more wandering brought me to my third find, Chain Aspect. No clue what I'd get from this one, but Trickery picked it up quickly. The books on the subject were sparsely placed on the upper shelves, which at least made for easier climbing for a fox of my stature. Repeating the same efficient process, I was done with it soon enough. Alright, first tier is called Chainbinder. Name fits. They can manifest mana into invisible chains, at least invisible to normal eyes. These can restrict movement and enforce simple rules on whoever's caught in them. Stuff like you can't lie, you can't cross this line. Restrictive, huh? They can also form simple contracts, not unbreakable, but breaking one becomes a sharp backlash. And they can set up a territory, an anchored zone, where their chains are stronger. That's all this book had, apart from journal entries describing encounters with a Tier 1 Chainbinder, and a few incidents likely involving one. This is only Tier 1, so I doubt they possess any recorded knowledge on the higher tiers of this aspect. At least not here. I didn't have time to ask for specifics. A general idea would have to suffice for now. At least now I had a decent idea of what to expect from each aspect. Honestly, all three sounded fine, but one thing stood out. These journals were clearly written by a human user with a human user in mind, and I, inconveniently, was a small fox. Not sure how we'll pull off ritual work or spell weaving with paws. That's when I spotted it. A strange book tucked on the shelf, bound in an ugly black cover, looking far older than anything else. The text was so faded it might as well have been visible. Can you read it? Not really, but be gentle if you want to look. I nodded and leapt up. It was also high enough that I had to climb onto the shelf itself. I had just reached the top when a voice called out across the chamber. Clover? Ah, great. Julia is already done. It's not time for hide and seek. We've got important work to do. Come out like a good girl. I harumphed. I humphed internally. Hide and seek, please. I was on a noble pursuit of knowledge today. Thank you very much. A proper, intelligent fox on scholarly business. Still, I tucked myself a little deeper on the top of the shelf, grinning as Julia's footsteps drew near. And like fate wanted to help me, there was a hefty book sitting right under my paws. She didn't finish. The moment she came into view, I hurled the tome at her. It hit her shoulder instead of her head. Damn, missed. But she still jumped and yelped and ouch, ouch, ouchie, which was a moral victory. Agnes strolled up next and my paw closed on another heavy volume. I lobbed it at the unsuspecting Inquisitor, only for her to snatch it out of the air with a blurred movement, not even glancing up. Then she did look up, wearing a smug little smile. I threw another book. She caught that one too. Alright, I had a new challenge now. One smug Inquisitor needed pranking hard. Hard enough to wipe that grin off her face. Well, I like the voice of the fox. It's definitely like it has that foxy vibe to it where it's like it's a little fucking shit disturber, but it's fucking not malicious. Does that make sense? Alright, so now we move on to Chapter 1 of Cat Girl Isekai Gone Wrong. Chapter 1, the obligatory reincarnation fairy is more muscular than expected. Alright, nice chapter title. When I died, I expected there to be less fire. Some might think flames being my painful end was symbolic of what awaited me in certain Abrahamic religions based on my pornographic choices. But I'd always thought that was unfair. Alas, I digress and am really trying not to think of the real issue at hand, fire and its intimate relationship with my body. Then, between one painful second and eternity, it was over. The agony dissipated, even if its memory lingered, as I slowly realized I was not, in fact, on fire. I blinked. I was definitely not where I was a moment ago. For one, there was much less burning apartment building and many more golden flowers. In fact, there were flowers as far as the horizon, covering the hills like a radiant blanket of sunlight. "You done screaming then?" a gruff voice asked. I looked around, whipping back and forth dumbly before I spotted the speaker. My mind briefly short-circuited as I stared. It was a man. However, this man was the most ripped being I'd ever fucking seen. His muscles had muscles that won awards in powerlifting competitions. Even his neck looked as if he was consumed by raw muscle mass long ago. He made the gym bros I'd know in life look like rank amateurs at best. He was shirtless, wore biker jeans, had close-cut red hair, and possessed a gold nose ring. He was also about 6 inches tall, hovering in the air, and had the prettiest set of rainbow dragonfly wings I'd ever seen on his back. 1,000 questions and thoughts popped into my mind. One, the stupid one, came out first. Naturally, you're a fairy, I oozed eloquence. Figured that out for yourself, did ya? He folded his arms and looked uniquely unimpressed. But you are, I said. I wanted to crawl in a hole and die. I see the supernatural creature for the first time in my life, and I blurt the obvious twice. Be very careful to include the R in Stoner Girl Evolution, because I just found Stone Girl Evolution, though it's in parenthesis. Damn. Well, that's the competition, right? Who has the R? Who needs the R? I'm the R. How's it going, Sean? How are you today? Okay, clearly you're out of fucking sorts. So, question. Human. You know what's happened, or do I need to give the talk? This question took me aback as my brain had been pondering fairies and my own stupidity. But then I had a sudden existential crisis as the previous few minutes rushed back to me, the pain of searing flames, the sudden cut-off when agony turned to numbness as nerves shriveled and died. Yet the single worst part of it that amounted to more revulsion than anything I've ever experienced was the realization that the acrid scent of burnt meat wafting around was me. I'm dead, aren't I stated. The words, said so softly, nonetheless carried an enormous weight that made me slump. If there had been a chair, I'd have fallen into it. Wait, scratch that. I was on the ground. At least it landed on my knees. You know, all right, the fairy said, sounding sympathetic. Happens to us all. Happened to you sooner than most. Spent some time staring at the flowers beneath me, processing that I was dead. So, what happened? I remember fire. Did you write another chapter of Treehouse? Isekai. Sean. Fairy shrugged, the obvious. Ran into a burning building, tried to save someone, got trapped, your shirt caught fire, then your hair, you stumbled, then a falling beam brained you. Couldn't slump anymore, but hearing the words so nonchalantly confirming what I remembered sucked what energy I had left right out of me. Did I asked, small voice. Voice small. Did I save anyone? No, not really. Your heart was in the right place, but everyone was out already. The screaming you heard was an ancient Furby going ballistic. Really? I spoke. I pretended it wasn't a squeak or that my voice broke for the first time in years. Yup, Furbies kill way more people than you'd expect, malicious bastard, Mr. Muscles said. Don't you mean accidentally caused deaths, I asked. I had to Nope, his words were resolute and final. I had nothing I could say to that. I simply stared at him, the ground and the sky and the flowers, for a long minute before I came to a conclusion. This sucks. Mr. Muscles nodded. I didn't say anything else, but honestly, what was there to say? I died for nothing. A part of me was pissed, albeit I wasn't sure at whom I was angry. The Uber for canceling on me, meaning I had to walk home and stumbled on the burning building. Me for running into the apartment like the hero I wasn't. The owner of that demented Furby who made me think someone was still in there. Mr. Muscles here for being a bit blunt. Eventually, I recovered enough to speak. Recovery was a strong word for the mental state I was in, but I'd always coped with inane questions. So, gotta ask, wasn't expecting a fairy, I said. At this, Mr. Muscles shrugged, his oiled biceps flexing, and caught the light. And remind me once again that the most fucking ripped being I'd ever seen was a 6-inch tall fairy. My goddess was tied up, dealing with some overeager soul reaper with my truck. And I vowed a favor, so I'm taking care of some of her work. It's mostly a pain in the ass, but at least you're not like the other half dozen I've dealt with. Part of me really wanted to ask, but I didn't. Humans were weird. You could have had people try to swat him, pet him, gush over him, or prostration him. Proposition him. Add in how goddamned muscular he was, and I was sure this fairy had gotten weird reactions. Another thought occurred to me, and I didn't bother holding back. Have something against shirts, I asked. They restrain my power, Mr. Muscles said. He flexed, muscles rippling as the sun suddenly glinted off his oiled and tanned skin perfectly to show off. Every last bird in the nearby hills burst into song that sounded disturbingly like Latin, while the gold flowers around spontaneously bloomed and shined, as if graced with the sun's dazzling power. Except it wasn't this fucking fairy's pecs. Damn, I'm good, he said, letting his entire chest ripple. I once again had had absolutely no coherent way to respond to that. So I didn't. So, my afterlife, I asked, voice wavering as I changed the subject from whatever that was. Sorta, see, your karma was meh. Not bad, not too good either. Probably good for some sort of... Probably good for some sort of purgatory and long-ass period of self-reflection before the next step. But you did go out selfishly with no thought of personal gain. You tried, and even if it was pointless, it pushed your karma past a tipping point. Congratulations, you earned a reward. The Schwarzenegger fairy said, you can go on to the afterlife or reincarnate. Your choice. So I wasn't ignoring you. I had to make a run to the potty. Had a weird night. Went to sleep around 3 a.m. Woke up at 6 a.m. Couldn't sleep anymore. Damn, that sucks, Sean. No worries. I don't expect anything out of you. You don't have to listen to me. Don't worry. It's all good. I actually wrote 2 chapters yesterday on Treehouse Ice Guy. Nice. Hell yeah. I came up with a lot more ideas for Stoner Girl evolution. So we have the reason why the character is the way it is. So, there was an accident. So even though I probably won't write one today, it's still an average of 1 chapter per day. Nice. So what do you think about this? So the church, so there's the theological church, religious country, and the technological country. The 2 leaders are like best friends, but the countries hate each other and they're at war. But they can't stop the war because they can't make their people's minds, but they're still the leaders. And if they stopped the war, it wouldn't matter because they'd still be at war. So they could have the military at war, or they could have their civilians at war. And they decided it's probably better if they have both their militaries at war than both their civilians at war. Because that would just cause the military to come in, and then it would be military and civilian. So the best way is just to have military. That's what they've come to for this war. So it's kind of a facade for show. But at the same time, you know, I forget, have you decided on an isekai or just somehow an evolution system in the original world? No, it's an isekai. And this is how they get isekai'd. So there's a bet between the two leaders, about God, whether God exists. So they use technology and magic combined to create a device that pulls consciousness from other dimensions. And they use corpses as vessels for the people that they bring over. So, and they kind of like, you know, and they're trying to like basically prove that God exists or doesn't exist. And what happens is when the character, when they take their puff, they die because they choke on the seed. Oh, is smoking weed part of the religious ceremony and that's why things go bonkers for the main character? No, weed doesn't exist in this world. So the main character dies in their own world, and it's like a double effect. They get pulled into the new world as a corpse, but the consciousness of the goddess that was in that world is pulled into the main character's body. And that revives her. So she's kind of like basically a walking corpse that the goddess is keeping alive. But she's also isekai'd via this machine. So the goddess knows what's going on, but doesn't want to tell the main character. And the goddess at the end of the day is like the main evil enemy. Yeah, that's what I mean. If the original world had a religion that includes smoking weed and ceremonies, then when the M character takes their turn, that's when things happen. No, it's just a random event where it's like, here, smoke this. Parents passed me a joint. I smoked the joint. Then the world fell away and I woke up with a seed in my mouth. Fucking spit out the seed. Next thing I know, there's 3 voices in my head. Mine, some woman's voice, and what sounds like a machine. Like, shitty AI. Like some 1990s level, like, PA system crackling. But I can hear it clearly, which is super weird. Oh, okay, it would have been one way to do it, though. Yeah. Weed is just a random thing, and then because weed didn't exist in this world, magic infused into weed to give weed special powers. And you can cast magic through weed without casting magic. Like, without being able to cast magic. So it's basically like casting magic without using mana. And different weeds with different plants give you different spells. And I imagine something like this. Imagine, like, a fight between stoners. Like, if you gave 2 stoners swords, got them super fucking high, and said go fight each other. And that's kind of how I want the fights to look with magic, where it's like, you take a fat puff, and you're like, ooh, that's good stuff. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Okay. Ah, shit, I didn't cast the spell while I was breathing. Fireball! I literally imagine it like that. And it's like, ah, shit, I forgot to aim. Fireball! Fuck, I said it too late. What was I doing again? The other character's like doing the same thing. It's like, lightning bolt. Lightning bolt! Not me! Fuck, I forgot to pick a target. Oh my god. Which is literally like the most ridiculous fight scenes between stoners. I don't know if that's how I'll do it, but I like imagine it in my head like that. Like it's just so ridiculous. It's like the... Oh yeah, I also spotted Fox Boy Isekai, so finally somebody got around to the reverse. Yeah, but how popular is it compared to Fox Girl? That's the question, Sean. How close? But I think, like, my idea, my presentation, my writing, and my marketing, I think I can outdo all of these isekai stories. Lil Bossy Tree, where? Welcome, Lil Bossy, how are you? On Royal Road. It's been a while, Mossy. Have you written anything? It's good? Well, that's good to hear. We are doing research, market research on isekai stories, so we can write the most competitive and compelling isekai story ever written. Stoner Girl Evolution. And the evolution is the more you use your powers, the more you turn into the plant that you've used the powers of. So you don't want to use these powers because you're going to eventually turn into a plant. Haven't checked it yet. I crashed shortly after shopping this morning. You never know. I mean, this Fox Girl one, I'd say, out of all of them, was the best. But we just started this Cat Girl Isekai new one. This one just came out. The idea of a drug dealer getting isekai'd and their ability is to create special drugs sounds funny. In this case, the weed pandemic in the world is actually one of the main problems. It's infesting the entire world. I was going to say popularity is a crapshoot no matter what, but writing content quality matters to me. Yeah, Sean, exactly, right? If I can combine them all together, it'll be the next pop-off fucking fiction, right? It'll be fucking amazing. Thoroughly looking forward to it. But yeah, definitely that's an interesting idea, Moss. It's like they're a chemist, right? And they're isekai'd so they can make like meth. It's like Breaking Bad isekai. And the character died. They died in like a meth lab explosion or something like that. But the materials that they're working with in the new world are like way less volatile. So they can make like way more potent drugs, but they just keep pushing it. Pushing like the purity to such a level that like, you know, you have to walk a tightrope between being good quality and a genuine story versus parodying and poking fun at the other stories who are just cloning other people's work. Honestly, I see surprisingly few isekais where a group of people get reincarnated that isn't for the purpose of shitting on the main character or being a love interest for the main character. Well, mine is because people get reincarnated inside of corpses, one of the side characters is like a really, really famous person who died within like the last 3 days, and he just got isekai'd. He escaped from like the laboratory or whatever he was being held in, and he meets the character, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And the character's like, "What?" And he's like, "Wait, you don't know who I am?" And he's like, "No." And it's like, "Wait, are you from a different world?" And the character's like, "Wait, are you from a different world?" And then he explains that, like, he's apparently super famous. He points at, like, a billboard, and it's like, "Oh, shit, that's you!" It's like, yeah, it's like... And they're treating him like Jesus. Like, it's like, you know, the second coming of Jesus. And this secondary character basically has to hide from everything with the main character. Because the whole point is that random people are being pulled into dead bodies. But something has gone wrong with it along the way. And there's been, like, these small accidents, and most of the characters that are, like, the main characters, like the protagonist party, are all byproducts of these accidents. And it was all, at the end of the day, orchestrated by the goddess herself. And she's the actual evil one who prepared all of this to actually happen. And then you have to fight her at the end. And the end of the story is, because the more you use your powers, the more you turn into the plant of those powers. And the most powerful plants are trees. So, like, oak trees, maples, and palms are, like, the most powerful spells. So, in order to defeat the goddess, she basically goes over the level of it and it turns herself into a tree. And then, like, centuries go by and it's, like, forbidden to go near the tree. But eventually someone comes by and, like, eats the fruit of her tree. And then it's, like, they hear the voice in their mind of, like, the goddess cackling. And it's, like, now the goddess has escaped into this person's body. And it's, like, recycling the story. And then it ends, like, with the goddess cackling. Now that's a nice title. We fix things, including ourselves. What do you guys think about that? As my closing of the story loop. I like that ending. A literal, never-ending story. One chapter closes with the implied start of the next. Exactly. Exactly, Sean. And it's an ending that readers can carry on with their stories. I love those kinds of endings where it's not finite. It compels you to believe that that world was either in the future or in the past, somewhere in existence, right? That's what I try to convey the most. The words rocked me. I dismissed the first almost immediately. The way he spoke of the afterlife made it seem final. It was little more than a gut feeling, but I wasn't ready for somewhere was at the end of that road. I wasn't ready for whatever was at the end of that road. I don't know why I couldn't read that sentence. It allows you to make a sequel that will also stand alone. Only the goddess herself persists between stories. The mortals will change it. Always change. Very true, Sean. If people want a sequel and it does really well, it's very true. And I could even bring the character back as, like, you know, the mentor character that they go back to, and then have that character, like, maybe they killed the tree. Like, maybe the main thing is trying to save the tree itself, and at the end the character dies. Could also do a prequel in which a mortal becomes the goddess and slowly goes insane, which is why she seems evil. Yep, there's a lot you could do with it, Sean. I love it. It was a little more than a gut feeling, but I wasn't ready for whatever was at the end of that road. I'd rather try my hand at this whole being alive thing. At least it would be somewhat more familiar. Are there any limitations here? Nah, not really. Infinite realities to toss you at. Can't throw you back into your own world and won't make you into a walking god or anything. But I could adjust you well enough. So what'll it be? Born rich and famous, world full of love and lust. Want to be a hero? How about cat girls? I said. It was never really a question. There was a pause. Gonna have to elaborate on that, son, Mr. Muscles said. I had to shut up. I simply had to close my mouth and change the subject. Perhaps tea making or coffee. Immortality would destroy the sanity of a mortal mind. Even living a couple millennia would probably be enough of a strain. True, Sean. I opened my mouth. I want to reincarnate a place where there's beautiful, bodacious, lovable cat girls, tall cat girls, short cat girls, busty cat girls, thick cat girls, smart cat girls, nerdy cat girls, fierce cat girls, weird cat girls. I want them all. I want there to be cat girls as far as the eye can see. All cat girls all the time. God damn it. There was a pause. This is a fetish thing, isn't it? Mr. Muscles asked. I couldn't meet his eyes. He sighed. Sure, this is what you want? Yes, why? Is there a problem with it? I asked, concerned. No, just thinking, well, not my place to say, but what the heck, can work with this, might even do some good? He said, also, son, you really should work on your wording. Maybe next time, eh? Alarm bells went off in my head. I would have to choose my next question. Well, what would be your thing? I blurted out, focusing on the exact wrong thing. I needed to work on impulse control. So he's asking to go to the world of Everyone's a Cat Girl. Giant women, he said simply. Before I could comment, he slapped his hands together in a surprisingly loud slam. Well, you made your choice. Don't say I didn't warn you, he said. He then did something that made me wonder if I made a mistake. He smirked. Then I realized more accurately remembered I was dealing with a fairy. I remembered from the Fae. The rippling muscles that distracted me, but this was still a fucking fairy handling my reincarnation. Wait! I tried to say. I failed as a nearby sunflower grew 1,000 times its normal size, head split in half with squirming teeth, and ate me. All went dark before my world exploded in radiance. To describe what happened was quite impossible, as I didn't have the vocabulary. Hell, I could barely conceptualize what was occurring to me as I experienced it. I tasted sound and heard the rainbow, while also running backwards, doing a backstroke in non-Newtonian pudding. It was like I'd managed to end up in someone else's drug-induced memory, as nothing was clearly mine, and yet paradoxically it was all familiar. I thought I saw my dad punching a leprechaun, but I was not certain. So my senses felt like half-melted butter pecan ice cream. So the correct wording would be, I want to be sent as a man to a world where cat-type demi-humans are a natural thing that has existed for ages before my arrival. There you go, Sean. You've thought about this. Gradually, the radiance receded, the feeling of ice cream dissipated, and all I could experience was darkness and soft warmth. Tried to open my eyes, but my eyes didn't want to respond. I tried raising an arm, but besides a faint wiggle, I couldn't even move. And on top of that, everything felt wrong. Even thinking was off. Like one time I'd gotten drunk on a high school friend's stolen six-pack. Every thought, every attempt at action was slowed, sluggish, and I still couldn't see. I tried calling out into the darkness. I managed some warbling that sounded off to me, but I couldn't figure out why. It sounded off to me, but I couldn't figure out why. Everything was just so wrong. Eventually, I thought back to Mr. Muscles and how I got here, and thought this might be one of those game worlds. I'd never found that genre too interesting, but maybe. System? I thought, with some trepidation. Nothing happened. Status? I tried to no response. Inventory? I asked. Nothing. Stat, skills, map, world. Shot off these phrases with some urgency, hoping for a response to tell me what was even happening. Nothing worked. I tried so many things, phrases, meanings, requests, and more. I even tried in what limited Spanish I knew. Finally, with all options exhausted, I tried a simple but fundamental help. Silence was my only answer. I was alone with my sluggish thoughts, unable to even tell what state my body was in. It felt weird and off, yet I couldn't even look at it. My eyes just wouldn't obey, and the world remained dark. Left with my thoughts, I was forced to think. Something hot and heavy slammed into the back from above. I have naturally, though. My specific wishes include not only a world of demi-humans based on Earth animals or natural, but to have my vehicle summoning ability as I designed it, my functional female character summoning ability as I designed it, and my sex suite as I designed it. That would give me the best chance for a perfect life. Nice. That's, pretty dope. What could go wrong? What if you were to summon a female demi-human character that was designed like a sex suite? I'm just imagining it now. The entire interior of it would definitely be a bondage cage with like all the tools and everything in it. You could have like the wheels connected with something, so you could have like you tied up across the bottom of the axis like a rack. Headlights are obviously the eyes. You could definitely have, you know, you got the exhaust pipe, right? We got other things. First vehicle summon a Danube class runabout from Star Trek. Then my first fictional female character would be Ro Lauren from Star Trek. We take the runabout to a distant from the world so we can then summon the Sovereign class Enterprise. Well, what do you need if you have a holodeck? If you have a holodeck, what else is there? A maelstrom of pain raced down my back as I fell. I screamed desperately. I flailed, scratched at the floorboards. My sex suite isn't a place, it's a suit of sex-related abilities. Oh. Isn't suite with an E and suit without an E? I don't know, I'm retarded. Don't ask me. And anything to keep moving and away from the fires. The realization I couldn't feel my legs anymore just made my panic worse as it exploded like a gibbery animal? Then my body went oddly cold. For the briefest moment as I felt the flames move from the building to my own skin, I shuddered. I had died. With the fairy and the surreal nature of my situation, I didn't have to think, but here, now, the realization was washed over me like an inevitable tide. It was over. I hadn't even finished my second year of college. I wouldn't be able to show my dad my degree. My little cousins would never see their uncle-turned-favorite babysitter again. I'd never draw that cyberpunk comic I'd always talked about. I'd never find someone to love me and be loved in turn. My friends I'd promised to keep up with, to keep the good times going, would continue without me. Everyone would continue, just without me. The only thing left for me in that world was my charred corpse and the funeral. I was 20 years old when I died. I shuddered as regret washed over me like a wave of rain. I barely lived. I cried. That, at least, I could do right now. That I could do right. I let the pain out in tears and sobs. The pains of a lost world, lost friends, lost family, lost potential, a lost lifetime. Let out in tears. Eventually, unknown but strangely warm words pierced through the cage of my own sobs. Nabi Bartha Adin Big. I couldn't move. I couldn't see, but I could certainly hear. The words were soothing, feminine, and washed over me like a wave of gentle rain. I didn't know what they meant, but they definitely did something. I felt my fears, the panic and sadness gripping me, not disappear, but fade in prominence, as a sense of safety and comfort overtook them. I tried to see, to listen, to hold the song, listen to the whole song, but I was suddenly exhausted. Consciousness slipped from me, and I was beyond grateful as I fell asleep for the first time in a new world. Nice. All right. To never be impotent, to never be chafed, to never be hypersensitive, to be able to take a woman's virginity with no pain, and my seed women have their skeleton properly aligned and fully restored. Women are cured of all disease and mutation. Women stop aging at their species equivalent to a human woman's 25 years of age, and will de-age to that point if already past it. Their skeletons will reduce in weight by half while becoming indestructible. They will be immune to all poisons, venoms, and curses. Nice. Will recover from any non-fatal injury in under a minute, in absolute control of fertility, never to impregnate anyone unless I want to, but to be certain of impregnation regardless of species barriers or supposed infertility. Alright. Ready? Let's take a tote. Get this show on the road. Wake me up when the ads are done. That would be the majority of my sex suit. Naturally, all the health benefits apply to me also. And we die when our brains get too old. Can you guess why I specified 25 years of age? Because that's when we're in our prime. There was such a thing. 25 is the last year of man's sexual prime, and the first year of woman's sexual prime. Both males and females are in their prime at 25. Nice. Well, you can leave that sapling with me. I'll tend to it when I have time. The man who I was informed was the head gardener stated with a huff. I looked at him. I just need to know where it's going to be planted. I'm fully educated on horticulture. I even have fertilizers and rooting hormone in my pack to ensure the best chance of this little guy to survive. Glowered at me. It's just when we are the horniest. Now you listen here, I'm the head gardener here. I interrupted him. I don't care what you think you are, this tree is under my care, and it's a rare specimen on top of that. In addition, unlike you, who are only an employee, I am soon to be family. So I already outrank you in all aspects. Throw your arrogance into the compost pile. Having a cock doesn't make you special. A title doesn't mean you know everything there is to know. Or that you are the only one capable of performing a task. If you don't have time immediately, then I'll tend to it now. No more arguments. Show me where the planet now. His shocked face was priceless. However, he remained silent. Instead, one of his assistants stepped in and guided me to what she deemed the perfect location. To not only suit the tree, but also the anesthetic of the manor. Aesthetic of the manor. I dug a hole twice as large as the dirt plug the sapling came with, removed the burlap, dusted the whole root ball with rooting hormone, liberally added fertilizers, then mounted the soil around the trunk. Watering everything in well, and compressing the soil just slightly. You must excuse Ronaldo, he's used to being the expert on anything garden related. And being a man, he's already challenged at every turn. Then here you come, another man knowing as much, if not more than he does. Now there's the added fact that you will be family. He feels threatened. I nodded. That's all well and good, but quite frankly, he's being an idiot. I'm not taking his job. I'm planting a single tree so it has the least amount of time not being planted. Then I have my own house and a large swath of woodland to tend. I don't have time to come here for every gardening issue. So his reaction to my wanting to plant the sapling myself was the only thing putting his job at risk. Alright, this guy is all set. Nothing else I can improve its survival or reduce the shock time. Maybe the tree ants have something they can do. But that's out of my knowledge base. She nodded at me. I'll talk with him. Hopefully he can see reason. Because you are correct. His own actions are his biggest worry. I believe the mistress wishes you to dine with them for luncheon. Shall I guide you? Please, after you. I bowed slightly, causing her to chuckle. Also, is there somewhere I can wash my hands and face at least? I'm not exactly dressed for this environment. But situations are what they are, and I need to at least be clean. Yes, sir. I'll see what's as I'll see you're as presentable as possible before we enter the manor itself. With my hands and face freshly cleaned, I discovered that a maid had brought what she thought I would like wearing. It was a dress of sorts. No, that's not happening. I wear trousers and non-frilly shirts. That isn't happening. She was stunned. I would have to find something that would suit my needs, and still look somewhat presentable. Shortly, I was dressed in what she stated were women's clothes, and the cut of the trousers were certainly feminine, but at least it was only mildly uncomfortable in the fit. I was then grudgingly allowed to use a comb rather than a man's brush to fix my hair to something I felt comfortable with. I flat out laughed when she brought makeup for me, ignoring the makeup entirely. I entered the dining hall, to the startled gaze of 5 women, and the amused but, from what I could tell, loving gaze of Marta. How's your injury feeling, Marta? I have more pain pills in my pack if you need them. She smiled at that. Thank you very much for the concern, but our healer has finished healing the wound entirely. She was quite happy with what you did. She said your aid made healing the wound much easier. It was properly clean, and that substance you applied seemed to aid in the natural growth of skin, so it took less mana to finish the healing. And she didn't need to purify it at all. I looked mildly surprised. Well, I suppose when magic is a natural explanation for my arrival here, and I should have expected you'd have some magical means of speeding up healing. Magic wasn't a thing where I came from, so that's not going to be my first thought for a plan of action. At least not for some time. I'll need to learn the common sense of this world as time goes on. I do hope you'll all assist me in that endeavor. I bowed, causing an amused giggle from Marta, and looked at astonishment of 4 of the 5 women. Marta's mother seemed to simply accept I was going to be a tad odd, but in an acceptable way. Do sit down, son, and allow me to introduce myself in full. My name is Vanessa, matriarch of the House of Sperana. You know my 5th daughter, Marta, already, my eldest daughter, Elisa, my 2nd daughter, Tarise, my 3rd daughter, Vera, my last and 4th daughter, Carrie. I can see that my first 4 daughters are confused that I called you son. Perhaps you might explain the tradition in full to their benefit. I bowed slightly from my seated position. Indeed, mother, my name in full is James Frederick Walton. In my homeland, there are many faiths, and the one I follow is a tradition of marriage, typically between one man and one woman. However, in a distinct past, a man might have many wives. When a man marries a woman, they are bound for life, and the families of both accept the partner as their own child. Hence, as they intend to marry as your youngest sister, that would make you all my sister-in-law, and your mother and my mother-in-law. From your perspective, I would be your brother-in-law and your mother's son-in-law. We will both wear rings as proof of our bond. They will be a matching pair, and since I'm allowed other wives, I assume at some point my future wives will get complimentary rings that show that they are intertwined with us. So then, brother, does that mean that Marta doesn't have to pay to be bred? Elisa asked the question, but I could tell all 4 of Marta's sisters wanted to know the answer. True, Callie, welcome back. Depends. This is Sean's story, chapter 3. Or is it chapter 4? I don't know. Depends on how you look at it. On one hand, the sex itself is free and freely given. 2. On the other hand, children aren't inexpensive. I also don't know how taxes are going to be applied to my house. It came with me, but it's now in the nation's land, so I assume some sort of property tax exists. So keeping that paid is both our responsibility and in that respect, you could say sex is the single most expensive thing ever. It was estimated back in my country that a single child costs around $10,000 to raise. Should be 3, yes, and you didn't skip this time. Okay. To put that in perspective, the standard hourly wage was only $15 per hour, last I checked. Their eyes widened slightly, but then they smiled. Well put, son. Children aren't cheap to raise. So for others, needing to pay just to try to get one is unfair. I know you didn't request any payment for that sapling, but between Ronaldo's rudeness and your initiative in planting the sapling yourself, I will provide you with sufficient funding to get started. 6 gold worth in total. However, as gold isn't easy to spend in the local markets, I shall convert that to 10,000 coppers and 500 silvers. That is less than the sapling is worth. However, the land you're on now is under my jurisdiction, and hence it is through me that property taxes are to be paid. Hence, those taxes are already paid for the next 10 years. This should allow both of you to establish yourselves well before needing to pay again. Mother, we also have parts from a Dreadfang to sell in The Alchemist. Do you have any suggestions as to who would be best? Vanessa smiled. Wonderful. I'm expecting a top-tier alchemist to attend me later this evening. If you wish, I shall purchase those parts as a standard market value, and apply that to your taxes as well. This will raise your prepaid property taxes to 20 years. How does that sound? My lady, if that is acceptable to you, then I fully agree. Keeping my house is top priority to me. Not only for my own comfort, but because the technology used is more advanced in some ways than what you have here. I will need to make a larger water reservoir for my water system. I'm surprised my well pump is still working properly, because it could have had a different height from the water table, but it seems like my well is properly placed and at the correct depth for where my house was relocated to. That shouldn't be too difficult for me, though I will need a smithy to help with the binding ring to hold the wooden pieces together. I'm glad I bought extra tabs so I could expand if I needed to do so. I'll have to be careful in attaching the larger reservoir to the lodgepole pines, but it won't be too difficult. Then my water system will be able to serve a family of 20 or more. Hope a tree ant won't stir when I make the modifications. Marta giggled a little. You're rambling a bit. The more talking you do, the less warmth and flavor will remain in the food. Perhaps we should eat now, and Mother can handle the rest for us. I chuckled, and we all tended to our meals. Treehouse attachment bolts. It's a real thing. Sold by Nelson Treehouse and Supply. Nice. All right. It has come to that time. That oh so beautiful time. Where I'm starving and I need to get food. So we're gonna put on, I'm gonna see, hold on, is group nomination out? No. By the way, you complained about a little conflict there has been, but remember that everything that has happened in the story happened in the first day. I know, but adding that tiny little bit of conflict with the gardener, that's enough. Just something as small as that, Sean. And I mean, technically you did also fight a Dreadwolf. But I just meant more like character conflict, right? Instead of just infinite accepting. And the gardener's like, "Arr," and I'm like, yes, someone who just doesn't instantly accept the main character and just was like, alright, yep, do what you want. So you gotta kind of put him in his place. He's like, alright, fuck, jeez. Calm down, buddy guy. Just thinking what I'm gonna make for food. I'm just gonna make some nachos or something. But we can watch a Ballin video, guys. I think I know what's happening for the major conflict too. I don't want to spoil it, but when you see the hint, I'd appreciate ideas how to continue with the behind the scenes of that main conflict. Sounds good, Sean. Today's story, guys. I'll be right back. And then we can watch a Ballin! More research, because I gotta watch more Mr. Ballin and copy his ways, imitate his ways, learn his ways. For my storytelling. What do you think of this? It's mentioned in the start of Chapter 1. He already has stacked firewood. That would be Douglas fir. Fir wood burns for a medium time at a medium heat, so it's always the choice for firewood. And it doesn't poison food or cause issues from inhaling small amounts. What if the tree ant can create seeds for any tree that it takes smoke from, so when James starts making soap on his outdoor brazier, the tree ant realizes there's a new tree type they can create and spread. Huh. That's definitely an interesting idea. Motherfucking mosquito in here. I'm gonna get him. He ain't getting me. They always get in when I open the fucking door. Where is he? Where is he? He's over there. There he is. I see him. Can I get to him though? I see him. Fuck. I don't see a body. Fuck. God damn it. I know he's gonna get my fucking feet. He's gonna get my fucking feet. How did he get over there? He's gonna torment me. He's gonna fucking torment me. Whatever. Let's start the ballin'.
Story has a very surprising ending.
Ooh.
And I do sort of tip off what actually happens, early-ish on in the story.
So can you catch
But
it?
I'd be very surprised if people actually picked up on it and put it together before I reveal what actually happened. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a nice fresh bowl of oatmeal. Except, don't use milk, use glue. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
Scanning for mosquitoes. None
Early
found.
on the evening of June 12, 2012, a 25-year-old woman named Noemi Belanger opened up the door to her hotel room on Phi Phi Island, which is a major tourist destination in Thailand. Once the door was unlocked, Noemi pushed it open and she held it for her little sister, 20-year-old Audrey, who came in wheeling all their suitcases. Noemi and Audrey were both from Quebec, Canada, and they were also both college students, and they were on this big month-long vacation to celebrate the end of the school year. They had been in Vietnam for the past 3 weeks, and today they had arrived in Thailand, and their plan was to stay here for a bit before finally heading back to Quebec. But for right now, Noemi in particular was feeling really exhausted. I mean, there was a lot of travel getting here today, and the past 3 weeks had been loads of travel, and Noemi was kind of hitting a wall. And so as soon as she got into the room, all she really wanted to do was just flop down on the bed and just lay there for a little while. But she had also become a fairly experienced traveler by this point, and she knew before she did that, she just wanted to make sure that, the bed was cleanly, make sure there were no bed bugs or, unclean sheets or something. And so she went over and pulled the sheets back and checked, and the sheets were pristine. It was beautiful. The room felt super nice. And so she just flopped down on the bed and just enjoyed the air conditioning. And at the same time that she was doing this, Audrey, who very likely was also feeling all the, the symptoms of travel over so many weeks. I mean, she likely was very, very tired. But she, instead of laying down, went right into the bathroom and started getting ready for the night. And Noemi sort of understood why. So while the girls were in Vietnam, they had met these two really nice guys who were from Brazil, and they had kind of hit it off, and they had left today to go to Thailand, and wouldn't you know it, it turned out those guys, their itinerary included them coming to Thailand today. And so it was kind of like this revelation at the end of their time in Vietnam that they would not have to say goodbye basically forever, but instead, the good times could keep on rolling in Thailand. And so the plan was that night they would meet up with these two guys, these Brazilian guys, out on the beach and basically party with them and just have a fun night. Now, Noemi was looking forward to this night out with these two guys, but she also had a little bit of apprehension about it. I mean, these guys were perfectly nice, and she and her sister had spent time with them in Vietnam, and really things had been fine. But, Noemi felt like Audrey was a little bit more naive and sort of like easier to be taken advantage of than she was. I mean, she was younger than her by 5 years, and also when the sisters had gone on this trip, their parents had been really apprehensive about, two young women traveling alone together all over the world. I mean, they were sort of vulnerable. And so the way Noemi had sort of played it to her parents is, don't worry, I'm the big sister. I'll keep my eye on Audrey. She'll be fine. And Audrey kind of played the
Rat
role of
girl
younger sister.
evolution.
Like, yep, I'll do what my big sister says. And so Noemi sort of felt like she had a responsibility to keep Audrey safe. And so she was feeling a bit apprehensive about whatever they were going to do that night with these guys. It just sort of seemed like things were sort of moving quickly with these two guys, They should have maybe just stopped in Vietnam, but they're here, and so who knows what was going to happen. And so Noemi, as she's laying there and Audrey's getting ready, Noemi decides to just give her parents a call. Because one of the things Noemi had been doing over the past several weeks they'd been on this big vacation is sort of constantly updating her parents to assuage their concerns that anything was wrong, with their two kids. Noemi wanted her parents to see that she was doing everything she could, to keep her and her sister safe. And so she pulled out her phone and she was about to call her parents when suddenly Audrey appeared from the bathroom and said, "Stop." And she told her, like, "Hey, remember, it's evening for us, but back home in Canada, it's the middle of the night, so you're going to be waking them up, and they're going to have loads of questions, like, why are you calling in the middle of the night? And probably you're going to have to tell them about, how we're going out tonight with these two guys, and they're going to worry. Like, don't do that. Spare them. We will talk to them tomorrow. They don't need to know what we're doing tonight. Everything is fine." And Noemi was thinking, you know what? She's right. This is a bad time to call. Noemi actually forgot, the time change was so significant. And she also, wasn't sure what she would say to her parents about, going out with these two guys, because it would raise some red flags. And so Noemi put her phone down and decided, you know what? Tonight's going to be just fine. I just got to let things go. And so she actually climbed off the bed and she joined her sister in the bathroom and began also getting ready for their big night out. A little bit later, Noemi and Audrey left their hotel room and they headed out to the beach. And sure enough, there, right outside of a beachfront bar, were the two Brazilian guys they were meeting up with that night. And as the two girls approached, they saw that each of these guys were holding these big buckets. They almost looked like, a toy that a child would use on the sand, to fill it up and make a sandcastle with, like a big, beach bucket. And, the girls, as they're walking over, they're wondering what these buckets were for, and they thought it was maybe like some joke these guys were going to play, or they didn't know what. But as they got closer, they realized that these buckets these guys were holding were filled to the brim with ice and liquid. There was some sort of drink in these buckets. And so the girls walked up to them and they said hello, and very quickly the conversation turned to these big drinks they were holding. And Noemi and Audrey were like, "What are those?" And the guys told them, "These are like these amazing cocktails that you can only get in this part of the world." The girls asked, well, what is it? What's inside of the drink? What makes it so special?
Whoa,
And the
nice
guys
to
kinda
meet
looked at each other
you.
and laughed, and they're like,
Amanda Panda
just try it.
Sensei,
It's really
welcome,
good.
welcome,
It'll
how's
make
it
you feel
going?
great. Now, Noemi, being the sort of more responsible one, did
We're
not
watching some
immediately
Mr. Ballin
drink
while I
either of these
eat.
drinks. Instead, she sort of paused and thought about it. But
Hope you're doing well, I'm
Audrey, on
okay.
the other
Hell
hand,
yeah.
was totally sold. She reached forward, grabbed one of the
Are
buckets.
you a
and
writer?
just
Are
began
you a
chugging
reader?
this drink. And so Noemi's looking at her like, come on, like, you can't just jump into this. We don't know what this stuff is. But, after a couple of chugs, Audrey lowered the bucket and looked at her sister, and she just grinned, and she handed it back to her guy. And then she told Noemi, like, "These taste great. This is awesome. Like, you got to try it. Loosen up." And so at this point, Noemi, she's considering the situation. They were in Vietnam with these guys, and these guys were out partying with them. They were
I read
drinking
about
with
these
them,
days,
and,
mostly a
they
teacher.
seemed perfectly
Do some
trustworthy,
writing though.
and
Nice.
They were clearly drinking from these buckets. And
What's the main
it didn't
genre
seem
you work with? I do
nefarious.
short
And
stories
also, Noemi
mainly.
looked around the beach and suddenly realized that basically everybody had these big buckets. You know, this was not just these two guys. Everybody's drinking this thing. And so Noemi's thinking, okay, well, if they think it's okay and it's sort of normal, you know, in this part of the world, then it's got to be okay. And so she reached forward, grabbed the other bucket from the other guy, and took a big sip. Several hours later, well after the sun had gone down, Audrey and Noemi.
There's a lot of
had a
fantasy
great time
varying
with their
genres.
friends.
Oh, cool! I love it.
Still near this
We're
beachfront
starting
bar,
a
they're actually
story
dancing
called
right outside of it.
Stoner
There's now
Girl
this DJ
Evolution.
blaring some music, and there were all these people. And actually, the sisters had sort of broken up and were sort of doing their own thing with their respective guy.
It was our
sort of
first like
nearing up each
long
other,
form
kinda keep tabs on
episodic
each other.
type thing.
And they were just having a great time.
Instead of
Yeah,
just
by this
individual
point, they
short
had
stories.
Jumped in the ocean and gone swimming. They had eaten a ton of local food. And Noemi had lost count of how many of these big bucket drinks they had all consumed together. But they were really just having a blast. I mean, Noemi's vision was a bit blurry, and she was kind of stumbling, and she'd look over at Audrey, and she was kind of in the same state, you know, as were the two guys they were with. I mean, they're buzzed. They're having a great time. And so the two girls and their guys are just out there dancing, doing their thing. It's about 1 a.m. at this point. And Noemi's guy says to her, hey, do you want to head back to the hotel room together? And Noemi's like, yeah, let's go back. But hold on, I want to talk to my sister first. And so Noemi kind of stumbles her way over to Audrey, who's in the middle of this big dance routine with her guy. And she stops Audrey and she whips around, and Audrey's all smiles too. And Noemi's like, hey, do you want to go back to the hotel room? We're going back now. Do you want to come? And Audrey's like, no, I want to stay here. I'm having too much fun. This is awesome. We're just going to keep on dancing. You guys should stay too. But Noemi was like, no, I gotta go. You know, we're gonna go back. So you sure you want to stay? And Audrey was like, yeah, we'll stay. We'll see you at the hotel soon. Now, typically, Noemi and her sister really rarely separated, especially when they were out drinking and partying, you know, because of all the inherent risks of being alone at night, potentially intoxicated. And so, you know, this was kind of a rare thing for her to break away from her sister and separate. But it just seemed like
Definitely having.
safe.
I'm having a bit of difficulty
These guys
following
they
what the
were
speaker
with
is
really
saying.
Seemed like stand-up guys, and again,
Is it
there
not
was
loud
something
enough?
fast here, and Noemi didn't really want to stop her from having a good time, and so ultimately she did say bye to her sister and said she'd see her soon. Noemi turned, and with her guy, she headed back to the hotel, and Audrey kept on dancing with her guy in front of the beach bar. Hey guys, just want to remind you that year-round we have.
No, it's just that I joined in the
amazing
middle of
Mr.
whatever
Ball
narrative
merch
he's got
available
going
all
on.
the time.
Oh,
It does
I
not
see.
sell out. It's called Ballin' Basics. You can get it.
They're
at
just out partying with a
shopmr.com.
bunch of dudes, and
These
I'm
are
guessing they're
different
gonna
than
get
the
killed.
drops we do periodically. Ballin' Basics, again, available 24/7.
Because that's usually how the stories end.
T-shirt, our flannel blanket, all the stickers we have. There's a bunch of cool stuff, and it's available right now at shopmrballin.com. All year,
Mr.
you can
Ballin's
get
like
this
one of the
stuff. It's
biggest
great
storytellers
stuff.
on
So if you're a
YouTube,
fan
so
of
we,
strange, dark, and mysterious, you don't
we
gotta
use
wait
him as an
for these
example of what to
seasonal
do.
drops. You can go right now and get anything you want at shopmrballin.com. Year round, it's available. Ballin' Basics, check it out. 3 days later, on the evening of June 15th, a member of the housekeeping staff at the hotel.
I might
where
not be in the
Noemi and Audrey
headspace to
were
hear
staying,
about gory death
walked up
scenes
to
at
the
the moment.
girls' room, and they knocked. And like it had been,
Most of the
past
time
few
they just
days,
disappear and
they
are
didn't
never
get a
seen
response,
again.
Because over the past couple of days, the housekeeping staff had not seen anybody come in or out of this room. And now it had gotten to the point where they really had to get in there to clean the room. And basically, if they didn't get a response, this staff member was going to have to unlock the
And
door
most of the
and
time
just
it's
go in.
also
And so
accidents.
one more time, they knocked on the
They're a
door.
freak
and
accident.
Called out, housekeeping, just in case somebody was in there. Again, there was silence. So the staff member put their card into the door, they unlocked it, they opened it up, and stepped inside. And seconds later, that staff member was literally running out of the hotel room, screaming for help.
Yep, no
At
worries.
9
It's all
p.m.
good,
that night,
Amanda.
A team of police officers,
Totally
led by
understandable.
Lieutenant Colonel Rat Somboon, arrived at the hotel room. Somboon was an experienced police officer, and he'd already been briefed on what was found inside the hotel room. So when he and his team walked inside and saw it for themselves, he wasn't shocked. When they got in there, they found two women inside. It was Noemi and Audrey Belanger. And both of them were lying in their respective beds, tucked up in their sheets, lying perfectly still, and each of them was completely surrounded by vomit. Somboon estimated that these two women had been dead for between 12 and 20 hours, and his first theory as to what might have killed them was alcohol poisoning. I mean, that would explain the vomit. This was also a big tourist destination, and clearly these people were tourists. And so maybe they were out partying and they died from alcohol poisoning. However, when Somboon looked more closely at the bodies, he noticed a confounding detail. There was all this dried blood on the girls' gums and also under their fingernails. And so that was not consistent with alcohol poisoning. And so Somboon thought, okay, well, maybe the reason they have blood in these parts of their body is because those are defensive injuries. Maybe somebody attacked these girls and that's how they've been killed. But after doing a cursory check around the hotel room, there was no sign of a struggle or any sort of break-in or anything like that. And so, if there had been some sort of lethal struggle in here, it certainly didn't show. And so Somboon and his team really didn't have any idea what had happened here. I mean, they had some ideas, but clearly they needed more information. Specifically, they needed to do an autopsy and a full
Realize
toxicology
Vanessa is a
report on
vis
both women.
countess
That would
and her
be the
territory is
only
close
way
to the
to really
coast, which would be
see
good
what
for
happened
James
here.
because he
But
can make
that would
salt,
take time.
but bad
So
when
while they
taking the
waited for those results to
major
come in,
conflict into account.
Somboon decided that what he would focus on instead is trying to figure out what these girls were doing in the hours before they died. Where were they? What did they eat? What did they drink? And who were they with? Over the next couple of days, Somboon and his team interviewed several of the hotel staff. And from those interviews, they learned that Audrey and Noemi were visiting Thailand from Canada. And on the first night they were here, the two women went out early in the evening, and then one of them came back with some guy, some unidentified man, at 1 a.m. They came back to the hotel. And then at 4 a.m., the other girl came back to the hotel, also with an unidentified man. And so there are Noemi and Audrey and these two unidentified men that are in the hotel room, presumably, from 4 a.m. until 6 a.m., when both of these unidentified men left the hotel room together, and the two girls were presumably left inside the hotel room. Lieutenant Somboon reviewed some security footage from the hotel, which confirmed this entire timeline was correct, which meant Somboon really needed to speak to these two unidentified men because they clearly were the last ones to see these girls alive. And so the police department put out an announcement about Noemi and Audrey's deaths, as well as a public call for help in identifying these two unidentified men. And shortly after making this announcement, the police learned that these two men were Brazilian, and unfortunately, they had already left Thailand on their way back to Brazil. And so obviously Brazil is outside of his jurisdiction, and so he had to appeal to Interpol, which is an international police organization, and appeal to them to find these two Brazilian men and interview them. About a week later, Somboon finally got a call from Interpol. They had found these two men, and they had interviewed them. And they told Somboon that when they informed these two guys that Noemi and Audrey had died, the two men seemed genuinely shocked. And then when they were asked, why were you so quickly on a flight out of Thailand back to Brazil? They said, no, there's nothing suspicious about it. We already had booked those tickets way in advance. We just got on the flight and left. There's nothing more to it. And so Interpol said they continued to press these guys and asked them, hey, you were the last ones who were with these girls before they died. Tell us about their condition. Tell us how you left them when you left the hotel at 6 a.m. And the two guys, they said, look, like they did seem like maybe they were already hungover or sort of sick from, partying the night before. They definitely did seem a little bit down, but they were basically fine. However, Interpol said it was fairly interesting that the two men did admit that following, their night out with Noemi and Audrey, the next 2 days, they were stuck in bed themselves, totally sick, vomiting, ill. They didn't know what from, but they said they were very, very sick following their encounter with these two girls. Somboon thanked the Interpol officer and then hung up. And even though Somboon couldn't help but feel still pretty suspicious of these two Brazilian guys, he now was thinking, okay, well, if they said they got really sick after, spending time with Noemi and Audrey, maybe what happened here is, all four of them got sick with something, some illness, and the guys survived it, and the girls didn't. And so Somboon began to think of, what type of illnesses could they have contracted? And the first thing that Somboon began to think about that could have been an illness that all four of these tourists could have contracted was food poisoning. Tourists come to Thailand and try the local food, and sometimes it makes them really, really sick. In particular, there were two types of food in Thailand that were sort of notorious for giving tourists just the worst food poisoning. One of them was a particular type of mushroom, and another was blowfish. And these two items, if your body reacted badly enough to them, it could be lethal. However, when Somboon got back the autopsy reports and the toxicology reports, he realized his theory about food poisoning was definitely wrong. So it would turn out those drinks that the girls had with the guys in those big buckets, they were unique to Thailand. Those are not drinks that are served really anywhere else in the world. And that's because those drinks are just not safe. And for whatever reason, it's sort of blossomed in Thailand and it's sort of an accepted thing. But when you hear the ingredients of what's in this drink, you'll understand why it's not like a sanctioned or more popular thing outside of this small part of the world. So there is no alcohol in these big buckets of liquid. Instead, it includes crushed up narcotics, it includes cough syrup and Coca-Cola, and in some cases, pesticide. In fact, specifically, DEET, which is the main ingredient in mosquito repellent. And wouldn't you know it, in the reports that Sambun got
They
back,
died from
we
DEET?
saw both of these girls clearly had ingested DEET, which again is a highly toxic chemical. However, despite learning this, even though this seemed to be clearly what happened here, this is a DEET poisoning case, Sambun's thinking to himself, how could this have happened? I mean, these drinks, which are called 4x100s, are pretty popular in Thailand, and people are not just turning up dead left and right. It's a dangerous drink, no doubt, but, people do not die with any regularity from drinking it. And so Sambun thought, what must have happened here is whoever mixed this particular batch of 4x100s must have accidentally included too much DEET. And so that would explain how, the two girls died from DEET poisoning, too much DEET in their drinks, and that very likely the guys as well consumed the same batch, which had tons of DEET in it, but, their bodies were able to withstand it, and they survived it, despite getting very, very sick.
Men
And so
strong!
9
I mean,
days
what?
after the two girls had died, their bodies were sent from Thailand back to Canada, along with the Thai police's official findings, that this was an accidental DEET poisoning. However, when Noemi and Audrey's remains arrived in Canada, they did not go straight to their family. Instead, they went to a leading coroner in Quebec whose name was René Roussel. So by this point, the girls' parents were obviously heartbroken, but more than that, they were furious. The way they found out about the deaths of their daughters was on the media. I mean, despite the fact that the police were immediately called when the girls were
They never
dead,
called the parents.
The Thai police did not get in touch with the family. They only got in touch after their investigation was done, and they're like, hey, by the way, your daughters are dead, and it was a DEET poisoning. It is what it is. Good luck. And so the parents felt like, are you kidding me? Like, you didn't loop us in at all? We're spending days trying to get in touch with our daughters, and you knew all along they were already dead? Like, so the parents have no faith, no trust in the Thai police, and then to find out, wait a minute, so they drank this drink that apparently is sold at this beach bar all the time, and oh yeah, it killed them, no big deal. What, there's no warnings at this beach bar about how dangerous this drink is? Shouldn't there be like a tourist warning or something? And also, it's kind of a lazy explanation that, well, the two guys they were with drank the same poison, but they didn't die just 'cause, and our daughters did. Like, that doesn't add up either. This whole thing feels like laziness, at best, or at worst, a cover-up. Maybe this looks really bad for Thailand that these tourists have died and it could have been prevented. And so the parents felt like, we can't just take their explanation at face value. Like, clearly, something is going on here. Something's wrong. And apparently, the Canadian government felt the same way as the parents. This case was all over the news. And they also
Canada?
felt like, wait a minute, guys. Like, we haven't looked closely
We don't get
enough
many
at what's
W's.
really going on here. And so it was actually the Canadian government who told René Roussel to go ahead and do another autopsy on these girls' remains. Let's really see if it was DEET that killed them, or maybe if it was something else. And when René checked Noemi and Audrey's bodies, she did discover there was DEET in their system. However, not nearly enough to kill them. So while it seemed plainly obvious that yes, they must have consumed those 4x100 drinks, that couldn't have been the thing that actually killed them. However, René didn't find any other poisonous substances in these girls' bodies. Like, there wasn't another explanation. It just showed there was DEET, but that was basically it. And so René, she's thinking, like, there's gotta be some explanation here. And so René really began to do some serious research into this whole case, and eventually she found something. And it horrified her, it horrified the family, it horrified the world. It would turn out, from René Roussel's additional research, Noemi and Audrey were far from the first tourists to die this way in Thailand. Between 2009 and 2015, at least 20 tourists have been found dead under very similar circumstances. Now, Renee believed that what must have happened here is all these people, including Noemi and Audrey, must have been poisoned, but the common denominator did not appear to be food or drink. It had to be something else that was poisoning them, something that was damaging blood vessels that would account for the blood under the fingernails and the gums, but also metabolized so quickly that after death, this particular poison could not be detected. And Renee figured out she was correct. So when Noemi and Audrey first arrived in Thailand, they went to their hotel room, and one of the first things that Noemi did is she pulled back her sheets to check for bed bugs. You know, she wanted to make sure her bed was clean before she laid down and relaxed. And when she looked, it appeared clean. And it was because the sheets were clean. They had actually just been treated for bed bugs, so there were no bed bugs. However, the way this hotel and other hotels, not just in Thailand, but in other parts of the world, the way they were treating for bed bugs was by spraying the sheets
Fumigation.
with pesticide, specifically phosphine gas, which is highly toxic to bed bugs, so it gets rid of the bed bugs,
Yup.
but it's also highly toxic to people. For reference, it is illegal to do this. You're not allowed to spray sheets with pesticide. And so based on all the evidence, it's believed that what actually happened to Noemi, Audrey, and the 2 Brazilian men they were with is that they climbed into those beds on the night they came back, and the men were in there with them for some time, and all 4 of them were being exposed to this phosphine gas. It was going in through their skin, they were breathing it in, and they likely had no idea. And so they're getting sicker and sicker. And then finally, the 2 men, they get up out of the beds and they leave at 6 a.m. They've now been, totally contaminated by this poison, but not enough to kill them. So they go home, and over the next couple of days, they get really sick from their exposure to this gas. But Audrey and Noemi, they didn't leave their bed. They stayed in those beds all night. And unfortunately, as they laid there, their bodies continued soaking in all of this poison, and their bodies just could not handle it. And so it eventually killed them. But despite learning this, and despite the fact that clearly something illegal was done here, you cannot spray your bed sheets in a hotel with pesticide to get rid of the bed bugs. It's incredibly hazardous. You can't do it. Despite that, to this day, no one has been held accountable for these
Sounds
poisons.
about right. What a joke the world is. What a timeline we live in, guys.
Thank you so much for watching.
Hell
Let me know what you
yeah,
thought of
what a
today's
day.
episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now.
True. Alright, that's another ballin' video down. Go give him a like, give him a view, give him a good old subscribbly doo. Neat. A horse-drawn wagon is slower speed-wise than a person on foot, but will travel faster than a person on foot due to not needing to rest as frequently. So a 4 to 6 hour walk will take roughly 2 hours on the wagon, despite traveling at the slower speed. Sounds about right. I could get behind that, Sean. Alright. Sean, I'm not sure. I think we might have watched this video before, but I didn't like it. It's not on my likes. So, I'm like, did I not click like on this? But either way, it is what it is. If we do a repeat episode, it's probably been 4 months since we watched it. So, it is what it is. Here we are. Notes on improving fight scenes. So there's a new thing that I want to, I'm just aghast that no one was held accountable. Not surprised, but furious. Yup. I bet you, to this day, Amanda, tourists probably still die from that. It's probably super, super fucking rare, but I bet it happens. It's like the same kind of shit like that happens in China. It's why tourism, people think the scariest and most dangerous part of tourism is, oh, I'm gonna get abducted or something. No, it's eating the wrong food, going to the wrong hotel, and would be like a good third one. Traffic accidents. Literally sleeping in the wrong bed. Yeah. I did this research because of the location of my store. I'm thinking they're 14 miles from the coast and they were able to travel in a straight line with no elevation changes or bogs in the way, so at least a 22-mile trip on the dirt road to reach the coast. Not bad at all. That's the world building way. Anyways, I want to do this new thing where I do like an intro thing. So it'd be like, that's far enough without being able to see the water. You wouldn't know you were that close. Ah. Trying to think of what to say. Welcome back to another React video. It's Book Fox again. This time, it's if you want to write fight scenes, try this. Improving your fight scenes. What do your fight scenes look like, and how do you improve your skills? Like, comment, subscribe. Let's get into this. And of course I do a cut there because I don't care. That's the intro. That's my intro. What do you guys think about my intro? Because like the biggest thing that I don't do is like calls to action and shit like that in my videos. I gotta be better. I gotta be better. It's a solid enough intro. Yeah. Hello, my name is Indigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. True, Sean. This reminds me of like Django Unchained, like walking into the fields with the Brittle brothers. So I didn't mean that despairingly. I was trying to be sincere. No, I totally understand, Amanda. I know, right? It's like the idea of good enough. It's the intro that is an intro. It's not long. It's not this, dragged out thing. It's just straight to the point, concise, gets the information across. Next time I'll remember to introduce myself. Be like, yo, it's Intoxication. What's up? We doing another one of these, boys? Bring it on. Increasing your skills at fighting. But not literally. Just writing fights. But does writing fighting make you a better fighter? I don't know. Let's ask the greats. Oh, I should turn TTS back on. I turned it off for when we were doing the podcast, so no one would interrupt the podcast like Smokey. And then Muffin comes in and tries to interrupt the podcast. That's why I told Callie I wanted to do it offline, but he was insistent. Writing, fighting, or fighting, writing, only you can decide. There you go. That's a refined one, Amanda. I love it. That's fucking great. Yoink, stealing that. Oh, okay, here's the ad. Having a martial artist tell you what moves they do as a fighter in your story might make a fierce combat scene. It's yours. We'll just wait for this ad to go out while we chill. Oh, much better. It's too silent without this. Actually, you know what we need to do? We need to take the special one. Callie posted this, and we need one. Yeah, I'm not seeing an ad yet. Well, okay, so this is what plays in Callie's chat when you do exclamation point Scotty, or anytime I enter the chat.
Hey! Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my band every Sunday. She tells him she's in church, but she doesn't go, so she's on her knees and Scotty doesn't know.
So you didn't know Intoxication Who Talks is Scotty backwards. My name's Scotty. This is the other one that I got him to do.
Do, new, new, new. Do, new, new. Do, new, new. New. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see the marching band.
Callie's fucking amazing. He's like, I'm gonna give, for the Patreon, if you go on to a certain level of the Patreon, you get your own specific emotes that you can design, and like commands inside the chat, as well as like your own intro, like kind of song clip created by Callie. It's gonna pop off and go so fucking hard. He is so creative when it comes to come up with ideas like that. I fucking love it. But without further ado, into the story we move. Let's get her done.
Have you ever read a terrible fight scene? Sometimes I don't care about the characters, so it feels meaningless. Some fight scenes go on.
Oh, it always does this. Wait, what is this, Sean?
On and on and on.
What is this? Oh.
Well, that's okay. I guess Mini-Me won't get any chocolate! You want down, Mini-Me? Use your words like a big boy clone. He's okay! Here's the chocolate. It's from Bruges. That's in Belgium. That's where Daddy's from. Yeah. Check out Mini-Me. Yeah. He's gone mental on account of the chocolate. It's like frickin' catnip for clothes. Your chair, Dr. Evil. Thank you. Whoa! Thanks. Skedaddle. Right. You know, when you have kids, I think you're gonna find that all kids are different, eh?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. For example, Mini-Me loves chocolate. Scotty don't.
What? I like chocolate fine. I just...
Scotty don't.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was very familiar. Hang on, let me do what I do. Would you stop?
How about an hour?
How about a what?
How about an hour?
What do you...
How about an hour?
I don't even...
How about an hour?
Honestly, isn't this...
How about you don't, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty do.
Dr. Evil, perhaps it's time that you finished unveiling your plan.
Yes, thank you, number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty do.
Oh, come on, you're such a lame ass.
Mini-Me aimait le chocolat. Yeah, well, oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Oh. Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so it... You know, this is causing me serious psychological harm.
I don't know. Who am I?
Fine. Well, you know what? I would love some chocolate.
Here you go.
Thank you. Perfect.
Feel Mini-Me. Come on, got me a Marlin. Yeah. You okay, Mini-Me? Yeah. Did I pull too hard? I don't want to hurt you.
Dr. Evil,
Yeah.
what does Goldmember's plan have to do with us?
Our early attempts at a tractor beam went through several preparations. Preparations
Tractor
equal
beam
to
every
a
time.
failure. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a working tractor beam, which we shall call Preparation H.
What? Why don't you just call it Operation Ass Cream, you ass?
I'm sorry, did you want some ice cream?
Yes, I'd love some chocolate ass cream.
Perhaps later.
Dr. Evil, I love your plan.
Yeah, eh?
Yeah, Air Doctor, it's a really good plan.
Yeah, I see what you're going for there, Sean. I see what you're going for there. Blocking Smokey's spam. Good old
The reader
Smokey.
stops caring. And some fight scenes focus on every single detail and start to get monotonous. If your book needs a fight scene, that's wonderful. Keep watching and I'll teach you the 8 tips on how to create a fantastic one. I'll start with the least important tips and then escalate up to the most important one.
True.
Number 8, create imbalances. Perfectly equal fights can be boring, but if you create asymmetries between your fights, that makes the reader question who's gonna win. Take a look at this fight in Game of Thrones. Here we have the Mountain versus Martell, Prince of Dorne. One is
a YouTube friendly numbered list. Yeah, Book Fox is really good, man. We watch like all of his videos. He's a professor, an editor, a writer, and yeah, we get like all of our tips from him. It's a good time, at least for now. We're running out of videos. We were using Hello Future Me before. We ran out of videos for him, so we switched over to Book Fox, more on the editing and literary side as opposed to the creative and world building side that Hello Future Me does.
very light, nimble, quick, while the other one is hefty, large, and powerful. You would think an asymmetry would make the reader think they know who's gonna win, but since underdog stories are so popular, they're gonna second guess that assumption. Here are some other asymmetries you can use. Expert versus newbie, young versus old, armed versus unarmed. You can even have a fight where it's...
That's a good list. The problem is he does the list so fast, I don't have time to like write down notes for it. Light and fast versus heavy and slow. Pro and noob. Old, armed, unarmed, 1 versus 100. Obviously talking about guts. 1 versus 100.
1 versus 100. Like in the Kill Bill scene where she's fighting the crazy 88s. Number 7, choose weapons. The first step in writing your fight scene is to choose original, unusual weapons. For instance, this is my Samoan war axe. I got it when I taught school in Samoa for a summer. It is heavy, and I could do some serious damage with it. A non-traditional weapon tells the reader volumes about the character. Just imagine...
I mean, we're all familiar with the law of conservation of ninjutsu. Yup.
the type of character who would wield this. Yes, a ton of fights involve characters with really natural weapons. Fists, knives, guns, but unusual weapons do make for more interesting fights. For instance...
the weapon styles in my book are... like, because the book is inspired by Final Fantasy, so it's like kind of a original Final Fantasy type idea with it, and the main weapons are like the main jobs, except relic weapons are like Monster Hunter weapons. So there's like the 14 different Monster Hunter weapons, and each one of those characters has like, it's like a technology combined with magic weapon. Because the ultimate gear in Endgame for the book is basically like, think of like Space Marines with magic. And they're in like full mech suits basically with like massive fucking weapons. This tip is kind of weird. Like an unusual weapon might be more difficult for a reader to envision. Well, I think in the idea of that is like, for instance, like, if you're going to have like a random enemy, there's a reason why there's not a hammer unit. There's a reason why there's not a mace unit. There's a reason why there's a lance unit. There's a reason why there's an archery unit. There's a reason why there's a like long sword versus like short sword, like infantry. So each weapon like has a specific thing, right? And if it's a weapon that you wouldn't, if you're trying to set up an army the most efficient way, and that weapon isn't a part of that, like, main setup that you'd think about, which would be, like, lances, swords, and bows. And then you can go into, like, the unusual thing of, like, dual-sided blades. You could do bows that also work as swords. So it's like you can take the non-original weapons and turn them into an original thing. I feel like that wasn't clearly established in the tip, but maybe I missed it. No, this is just me extrapolating.
In Kill Bill, Go-Go uses a very unusual weapon, a meteor hammer. Just by the weapon alone, we know she must be highly trained, that it does not look easy to master, and that she's very unpredictable. But to write effectively about this weapon, or really any weapon, you have to make sure you understand the weapon. A bad fight scene is where the author doesn't really understand the history, the style, and the moves of a particular weapon. It is also a good idea to use improvised weapons. In the Board Identity, Matt Damon finds a pin on a desk and stabs his opponent with it. The reader's gonna see the...
I love one of my favorite... I'll show you guys one of my favorite scenes, and it's the most powerful scene when it that shows the difference between experience. Let's see here. How can I word this? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this one. Feel like weird weapons and improvised weapons are practically the same tip. No, this isn't the scene. It's the scene where he's using the stick. And it's before this, and he's using the stick to show her that it doesn't matter what kind of weapon you're using, it's how you master the weapon. And even using, like, the legendary sword, he is such a master that he can literally fight against it with, like, a twig of a tree. Because he knows how to manipulate the blade. Was the transfer cop played by Jackie Chan? Transfer cop. Oh, I saw a clip in the Middle Ages where an American cop was laughing at the Asian transfer cop's claim to be able to use anything as a weapon. Asian cop proves his claim with a chalkboard eraser, and the American cop was soundly defeated in moments. Weird weapons are designed weapons that aren't typical, while an improvised weapon is a random item used as a weapon. See, Sean's good at doing understanding it. Feels like a stretch. I don't know.
the resourcefulness of your character when your character uses whatever is nearby to attack their opponent. Or in the Mission Impossible bathroom fight, we see a guy
Wasn't
rip
Jackie
a
Chan? I
pipe
don't know if
out
it
from a
was
sink and
just
use it as a
Starman
weapon. But
clip
remember
or
this,
from
you
a
don't
movie.
only have to use a single weapon. Look at how often they switch weapons in this iconic fight scene in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. They start with swords and machetes, move to a spear.
It's
shift to a
funny.
hook sword.
That is so funny that, of course, they mention Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon as soon as I use a clip fucking pre-watched, right? Holy shit.
Stars in there. They even get to a brass club. In that fight, changing weapons makes the fight seem like it's escalating and progressing. Number 6, shift momentum. Fights are about momentum. You should always have one character be winning and then shift and change the advantage. Just watch any of the Rocky movies and you can see this shift a half dozen times. Rocky's losing. Momentum change. Oh, Rocky's winning. It's best if you show that momentum shift through something the character actually does. In Princess Bride, the momentum shifts because one fighter switches from their left hand to their right hand.
That is literally what my main character does. My main character is like, he's like basically a tactician at the top, and he's like ordering all the guys around. But as soon as he enters the battlefield, he's a berserker, and he uses a two-handed sword. But he's ambidextrous, so he switches between a left-handed stance and a right-handed stance. So people don't understand what's happening when they're fighting him. They just, like, the angle that his blade is at causes, like, their, whatever the word is, their, like, reposts and stuff like that to angle in the wrong direction. So it throws their footing off because they're not used to it. And he just switches back and forth really quickly to throw people off, and then he just basically ends them because he's a berserker. So as soon as he enters the fray, it's like, oh shit, everything's over.
I am not left-handed. And then the momentum shifts back when the other fighter reveals they are actually right-handed.
I'm not left-handed either.
Here is a good rule of thumb. After every paragraph of your fight scene, the reader should be able to tell who is winning. And then in the next paragraph, shift the momentum to the other character. Momentum shifts keep the reader wondering, who's gonna win? They don't know, but they're gonna keep reading to find out. Number 5, progress the plot. Have you ever seen fake fights in a movie or read them in a book? These are fights that seem inserted just to get some action. They don't have a purpose. They're usually based on misunderstanding, and once that misunderstanding is cleared up,
there's no more problem.
Fights must impact your plot. If your character loses, X should happen. If your character wins, Y should happen. And part of plotting is understanding what your character wants from this fight. They don't just want to win, maybe they want to humiliate their opponent. They don't just want to win, they want to protect their daughter. They don't just want to win, they want to earn respect from their peers. And ask yourself, if this fight was taken out from my story, would my story still make sense? If your answer is yes, then just delete that fight. Here's an example of an essential fight. At the end of the first Matrix movie, we see Keanu Reeves playing Neo fight the agents with one hand behind his back. This is a huge plot-moving fight. Neo is now better than the machines. If we didn't have this fight, the movie literally wouldn't feel complete. Number 4, escalate wounds. A really bad way to have a fight scene and have characters, duke it out and then one wins. It's a much better idea to show little small injuries leading to greater and greater injuries until someone wins. Show one character getting nicked, and then another character getting nicked, then a much more serious injury, and then a debilitating injury. Just remember, wounds aren't only physical. Wounds also include someone who is temporarily...
One of my favorite things in a book is in the Hearthstone series, and there's like these water pirates, and they basically, like they're called like the silver something or other. But anyways, their way of like dueling is a combination of like bard song poetry and fighting. So it's like you don't only have to defeat your opponent, you have to humiliate them with words. And if you just defeat your opponent with physical attacks, but you don't like defeat like their spirit, then like the crowd basically doesn't consider that you've won, because you basically cheated the person of their like, you killed them with their humility, and you got to strip that from them. Is just a really cool idea of, and it made the fight super interesting because you know, they'd stop and circle each other while frickin' basically touching tips with their rapiers, trying to, like, debate each other over who's right in the situation. And then they'd, like, lunge in, and then it's like, well, I don't care if I'm right or wrong at the end of the day, as long as I can impose upon you some sort of, or impose upon the crowd the idea that I've defeated you. And it just kind of evolves from there.
Temporarily blinded, for instance by sand, something like dizziness or exhaustion. In the second John Wick, there's an absolutely fantastic fight scene where John Wick gets beat up in a lot of different ways before the end of the fight. It starts with him getting hit by a car, then he's
the best fighter says nothing until the poor fighter is finished.
He's strangled, and he's
your own
thrown
arrogance
through
is your downfall.
Number 3, add strategies and mistakes. If we have a sense of how your fighter approaches the fight and then how they change their strategy as the fight progresses, that's fantastic. It makes the reader feel like the fight's progressing, and we also get to see the psychology of your character. In the Jack Reacher books, he talks about his strategy of a cigarette punch. It's basically a trick. You offer a cigarette to the guy you're fighting, he opens his mouth just enough to put it in, and right at that moment, he gives him an uppercut, breaks his jaw, fight over. It's important to note that the explanation of this happens inside a fight in the book. He's describing a strategy of how he's trying to knock out this other guy. And in The Princess Bride, we get to hear the actual names of sword fighting strategies. Bonetti's defense.
You're using Bonetti's defense against me, huh? I thought it fitting, considering the rocky terrain.
Capoferra.
Naturally. You must expect me to attack with Capoferra.
Thibault.
But I find that Tybalt counts as our Capoferra. Don't you?
And Agrippa.
Unless the enemy has a study, he's Agrippa. Which I have.
A scene like this does 3 things. 1, it shows both men are expert swordsmen. 2, it shows the author knows the intricacies of sword fighting. 3, it makes the fight scene much more complex. Number 2,
yeah, it's like with the magic system in my book, because you have to have the imagination, because it's a combination. Just a little unimpressed by the list format. I know it's more algorithm friendly or whatever, but it's coming off as overly prescriptive. Well, this one's probably one of his earlier videos, because it's from a year ago, and he's only been doing this for like a year and a half. So, some of the videos are a little bit like this, because they're older videos. But, you know, it is what it is.
Second most important thing to write a good fight scene is to study written fight scenes. I know you've probably watched thousands of fight scenes on the screen, but how many have you read in books? What works on the screen doesn't often work.
Well, my favorite fight scene of all time in any book ever is in The Sword of Truth, in I think book 8, Chainfire. And it's an entire army made out of magic fighting another army, but one of the characters in the character perspective can't perceive and see magic, so all they see is like a one-sided battle where it's like an army just fighting nothing. And I've always thought that's such a fucking powerful image. Oh dear, that poor man has been paused most unflattering. We've had many a time to the point where we have a command you can redeem to freeze frame. Where I'll make like a ridiculous face on a freeze frame.
On the page.
To get, you know, to like make up for doing that for other people. Because I'm never paying attention when I press the pause button because I've already looked away.
Dune, which I think is one of the absolute best fight scenes ever written in a book. I'm going to break it down into 8 things we can learn from this fight scene. 1, Paul Atreides remembers the words of his mentor throughout. Idaho had warned him time and again, when in doubt of your service, bare feet are best. The words of his mentor create this ongoing motif that ties the whole fight.
This stream's motto is tangents and bold. Never expect a smooth exploration of a topic here. Never expect to end on the same topic that you started with 100% of the time.
We get access to his thoughts during the fight. I'm afraid, Paul told himself. Fear is the mind killer. 3, there's an early wound. Blood dripped from the injury for a moment, stopped. Paul wins an early victory by drawing first blood, and the momentum shifts to him. 4, there's not a ton of action. The fight is 5 pages long in Dune, but if you add up the actual parts that describe character movements, it's less than half a page. That means the fight is mostly about strategies, thoughts, dialogue, and what the spectators are thinking. 5, Jameis commits a mistake. He feels trapped, he feels too aggressive, and so he attacks, and that allows Paul to get the upper hand. 6, there is a trick and surprise at the ending. Jameis leave Ty, feinting and striking down with his right hand, but the hand was empty. The Chris knife had been shifted to his left hand. In the end, Paul wins, but I love how Paul's mother responds. Point 7, she has a counterintuitive response. Instead of congratulating her son when he wins, she says in this voice of scorn, "Well now, how does it feel to be a killer?" "Jeez, Mom, thanks a lot." But she does this because she doesn't want him to be prideful and start to get hungry to kill other people. It's actually great psychological manipulation. 8. This fight affects the plot. This fight is how Paul Atreides wins the respect of all the Fremen. This is also how Paul wins an original name,
Muad'Dib,
the little jumping mouse.
The little mouse that jumps. The little desert mouse. He shall name himself Muad'Dib.
Without this fight, the Fremen never would have accepted him. If you want to read the extended text of that fight and 11 others, just Google 11 fight scenes on BookBox. And lastly, here is the #1 rule when writing a fight scene. This is the biggest mistake when writing a fight scene. As an editor, I've seen this mistake so often. Beginning writers tend to write non-stop action. My writing teacher, Janet Fitch, used to call this type of writing Frankenstein writing, meaning it's just movement after movement, like Frankenstein lumbering onwards. Purely physical writing ends up getting boring. So what do you layer in around the actual fight? Good question. Here are 3 ideas. 1, add the thoughts of characters. Just like in that Dune fight scene, we should be hearing what they're thinking. 2, pause and add dialogue between characters. Now, I'm not saying to write a whole paragraph of dialogue. That would be boring. But to have a single short line.
Oh my god, we have a list within a list. Yeah, there's a lot of lists within lists. It is very much so structured. But then again, like I said, he's a professor. Like, this is what he does, right? So, it just makes it easy format to transform into notes.
A little snippet, a little argument, a little insult. That works very well. 3, describe the spectators, describe the environment. In a movie, this all takes place in the background. But in a book, you have to do the work of describing the physical environment. When authors write non-stop action in a novel, it means they're trying to replicate the experience of a movie. But books aren't movies.
Use the medium to your advantage.
Check out my video, Don't Let Movies Sabotage Your Writing. I hope that gives you some better ideas for what to do for fight scenes, and please subscribe. Have you ever read a
Suppose, though I would expect it more from a motivational speaker than a professor. I know, I'd say he's gaming the system because that's usually what it is, you know, following what the algorithm wants you to have, which is super annoying, but we've kind of proven over the last year that it doesn't really matter. We've tried all different kinds of content. And our newest one is commentary, social commentary. Turning that into a story and creating a hypothetical situation such as like, and then presenting it like Mr. Ballin. But in a hypothetical, this is not real, this is just what could happen. And of course using the god himself, Asmongold, as the point of interest for hot takes. So when Asmund says, well, no one's gonna like what I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna tell you anyways, and it's gonna come true. So just, clip it and come back to me in 5 years. And we're basically gonna create scenarios for those things to happen, create videos about them. Rat King himself, indeed. And what we're gonna do is use that as a means, because it's like, well, people don't like Asmund because, yeah, I guess whatever, people don't like people, and they can't look past people to ideas. So if we use these things that he's talking about as a means for placing ourselves in the public sphere of like the political commentary, and just have it as hypothetical, what if these situations happened, what would happen out of it, and just make a story out of it. And then start an entirely new YouTube channel just dedicated to, like, hypothetical political commentary. And try all the tips and tricks that I've gained over the last year of working with the ShortStories channel, and to see if we can get that channel to actually move in a way. Because my biggest problem I've found is that my channel it has too many genres that when someone sees someone, it's like, oh, I like fantasy, and they go in there and there's only one fantasy story. It's like, oh, well, shit. You go in there, there's only one sci-fi story. Well, shit. Everything else is like grounded moral dilemma debate stories. Like, or like parables, like don't chew gum while your mouth is frozen at the dentist, or you're gonna chew your tongue off. Or like the introspection of a serial killer, or like The Banquet that we just did, which is like being inserted into your own creations and having to know that you're creating your creations out of respect. You're not creating your creations out of shock factor. It's like, this is not a shock factor thing, this is a lore behind it, right? And the story we're talking about, of course, is a ritualistic self-cannibalism / full village cannibalism. Basically, every villager has to cut off a piece of the chieftain. I've gotten an ad. Shit! Fuck ads. Why did you say Asmonde? Why does everyone say Asmonde? It's Asmon Gold. Is a handsome, intelligent, talented, cunning, honest. It's the last one nobody likes. Change honest to beautiful, and you understand honest to beauty, and you understand the true meaning behind the word. I mean, if you look at it, it is kind of that way, right? You could say he is handsome, but he's not beautiful, right? Like, he's not fucking ugly. He just has a weird face structure, right? He doesn't isn't like he has pimples on his face. It's not like he has moles on his face. It's not like he's disfigured. I'm under the impression that Asmongold is transphobic and homophobic, and I'm not too interested in discussing him or fawning over him. Then I would say, Amanda, if you think that's true, then I'm going to bring up like one of the many fucking clips of Asmon saying that he supports, that he doesn't know why people say that, because he supports the trans movement. He supports trans people. He doesn't support children, but he supports trans. Let's see if I can find it. Clip of Asmon saying he supports trans / what's the other group? Gay people. Being phobic isn't a choice. A phobia is an irrational fear. Yeah, but we use the word wrong. Does this one have a clip?
To silence me from speaking out to prevent that from happening. I'm the only person that's advocating for gay rights here. I'm the most pro-trans and pro-LGBT person on the platform. And the reason why is because I'm the only person with the balls to call out the people that are the bad actors. Nobody else will call out the bad actors. And I also hold the line with saying that I think gay people should be married. I think adults should be able to transition. I don't care about this. I think the bathroom stuff is complex, but overall, I don't think it's a big deal. Nobody else is saying this shit.
Yup.
Nobody is saying this. And the reason why is because they're afraid.
Yep.
They're afraid of alienating their radicalized audiences that they've cultivated over the years, and that's the reason.
Hey, sluts, what's up, Blessed?
Do you think kids struggling should just have no resources and fend for themselves?
That's such a stupid question. So, Amanda, I'll ask you this, and this is a very honest question, if you haven't left already. Because I'm a femboy. And if you had come in tomorrow, we're doing a makeup stream tomorrow. So, I'm not trans, but I am bi. Blessed, change color. Nice software. Hey, sluts. I'm clapping you on with no hands. I'm clapping you on with no hands. So you're clapping your dick and your balls? Slapping your dick and your balls?
Have you ever read a terrible fight scene?
I was just about to leave. I will listen to your question. So, this is my stance on it. I don't know how, like, I mean, I don't know the nuances of Asmund's other than, you know, wait till you're an adult. So, if you're 14, let's say, and you know that you're trans, and we're just using this as a hypothetical, like, you know 100% you're of sound mind, you're, you know, you're all there, everything's good. What harm is there in you waiting 4 years for you to transition? Now, I know people will say, oh, it's better if you transition early, and we're getting to a point where that's almost not, like, the scale between the two is not as large as it used to be. Does that make sense? Yeah, no worries. And all I want to say is this is no worries. And this is we're only talking permanence. Like, if you're talking about taking a puberty blocker, oh, for fuck's sakes, this guy's back again. This guy makes a new account like every fucking day.
Hi, sweetie. The patron was just telling
But anyways.
me he's the Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying! Now it makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
True. And this is all within, like, we're not talking, like, puberty blockers or, like, being treated like you're trans. We are talking 100% medical, like, irreversible medical procedures. Waiting until you're 18. You ain't started pubes yet. Don't lie. Welcome, Smokey. How's it going, bro? I just like having these discussions because, like, I am an advocate for what is best for a person, right? Not people, a person. So these circumstances of everything definitely have their outliers. So there would be extreme cases, of course, but that happens with everything. But as a generalization, you know, you start with the generalization, and when you're like, okay, now we look at it and we say, does this generalization fall under the extreme? And if it does fall under the extreme, you can treat it with those nuances that you would in extreme case, right? Like, for instance, someone who's born XY genome, but the protein in your body that pushes your genitals out doesn't activate, so you're born with essentially what you think is a vagina, but it's not a real vagina. And taking, like, puberty pills will basically push it out, and it basically, like, feels like you're swapping gender. It's like there are medical cases of this being a thing. Okay, if we're talking about surgical, medical transition, and hormones, I am of the mind that it should be between the child and their doctor, and shouldn't be the prerogative of the government. Cis children are allowed to do the same treatments for different reasons. It's only trans children who are being prevented from getting medical treatment specifically because society as a whole is not seeing trans people as valid and worth protecting. Okay, so yeah, hormone therapy is different than surgery. Identifying as what you are is perfectly fine. Surgery, however, is a major step to take and should be well considered, though it's possible that even that it is required on a case-by-case basis, that the person in question would likely commit self-harm and then the surgery is appropriate. Now I poop. Bless is coming with me. My concern is the effects on society. I don't think there's too much. I think the effects on society, so hear me out with this. I think the effects on society come from the fact that on a societal level, whenever, now this is just my understanding of it, right? And this is just probably because it's cases that are pushed, like, by the media to press an agenda, right? So keep that in mind. But the idea that with the hormone therapy and everything like that, if you're going to do that at the age of 14, why not wait until 18? And when it comes to between the doctor and the parent, to me, I think it should be the same thing as, like, even if you have a doctor and a parent and a child, and they all agree that this kid is of sound mind, knows what they want, and they know the consequences of it, that underage person still cannot consent to getting, let's say, a tattoo. But, the same thing is not true about ear piercings or piercings. But generally, it's ear piercings for girls. And parents will get girls' ear piercings, like, at as early as 5 years old, right? So, to me, it's like you have to look at these tiny nuances of how our society looks at things and say, do we want a society that normalizes if you have some sort of body dysphoria to instantly believe that you are trans and there's no other prospect? And I'll use myself as this because I'm a very feminine person. I'm not trans, though. I just like dressing up as a woman. I like wearing makeup. But I know that I'm a man.
You are trans.
But that's very much a societal view. In another society, I could wear the same clothes and put on the makeup, and there wouldn't ever be a question of, am I a man or a woman? Right? To me, you're a tranny. Well, if you want to think that, Smokey, you can, but my tits are fake, bro. There's strap-ons, okay? That's what cross-dressing is to me. I mean, yeah, except usually they have surgically implanted breasts. That's usually the other difference. And some sort of, like, hormone therapy and some sort of other thing. But that's pretty much, like, yeah, I completely agree with you, Amanda. And there's also the factor of, there's the money factor that, due to political agenda, doctors are pushing this because they get money due to it, right? So between the parent, the doctor, and the child, there should be some sort of existing precedent set for the difference between, let's say, getting a tattoo and getting an ear piercing. And that's pretty much my stance on it. Transvestite existed long before anyone knew the term transsexual. Yes. I think the question is, why make them wait until they're 18 to receive medical treatment? I think that the child should have their wants and needs understood and met. I would say, Amanda, because if using me as a case study, if I was growing up now and I acted and talked and felt the way that I do, I would be considered trans, and I would think that, oh, hey, I'm trans. I need to go through all of these things. But what I'm saying is, I grew up in a world where they never pressed this, and I'm a femboy. So what I'm saying is, if I grew up now, I would be concerned that I would be pushed into being trans, getting hormones, transitioning, and then when I'm like 24 or 25, being like, man, this was a really bad idea. This is not actually me. But you could also say, well, if you're transitioning at 18, that'll still happen to you. And I do agree with you with that. And that's why we need to find just some law line in the sand where we can say, it's acceptable before this point, it's not acceptable after this point. And I think that's kind of the biggest problem, is whether it's 12, 14, 16. I don't think the age matters. I think the fact of putting a line in the sand matters. And the biggest problem is nobody can agree where to put that line in the sand. And I think I'll go with Asmon's total take on this at the end is, like with abortion. Even up to the point of frickin' your water breaking, if the woman doesn't want the child, she can get an abortion. It's 100% up to the woman, nobody else. I think that talking to children who are going through the system find that there are a lot of barriers. I think that it's between a child and their doctors, and no arbitrary line will stop that. Well, I think the problem is, Amanda, is that doctors are grooming kids into being trans in order to make money off of them. Like, I think that's the societal problem that people are looking at. And those are the cases in the media that are being pushed. So that's why I said from the beginning, this information is information, but it's not a graph. It doesn't show you the whole picture. So you have to take it. Oh dear, grooming. That's a huge right-wing dog whistle. Well, it's this way, Amanda. You can use whatever word you want, but if a person is impressionable and you, like, for instance, I'll give you an example. I work at Walmart, and there's this woman that comes in, and I always have my nails painted. And it kind of ticks me off, but she like, uses me as an example for why she should be allowed to, like, paint her kid's nails. Her kid's, like, 6. He's a guy. And it's like, no. That's grooming. You're, as the parent, are saying, look at society. Society says it's okay, so allow me to do it. From the way that the kid looked, Amanda, no. I could be wrong, but just my impression from the way the kid looked was like, not this shit again. So to me, that interaction and that attitude would be like the idea of grooming. And the question is of consent and not... Well, grooming is... Okay, to me, Amanda, the definition of grooming is... There you go, Sean. That's a great way of saying it. If a doctor brings up the idea and not the child, that's wrong. If the child and parent bring it up, it's appropriate. Exactly. Because that means the parent... The kid has talked to the parent independent of the doctor. They have introduced the doctor because of what the kid has said to the parent. Not every checkup ask every kid if they're trans. To me, because you're...
But I found your doppelganger and posted to Discord, thanks.
Oh shit, Smokey. Oh shit, I'm scared. What is this? Where did you find this, Smokey? That's amazing. I fucking love it. Oh my god. If the parent is transphobic and does not allow information to get to the child, how would the child know to bring it up? See, and that's where we have to draw the line, right, Amanda? It's like, if the child isn't bringing it up by themselves... So, for instance, like, if you withhold the information from the child, and then, you know, the child doesn't come to the doctor, for instance, and say, hey, or the parent, hey, I feel like I'm not in... It's like, there shouldn't be an outside push that identifies it. The person themselves should say, something's not right. Something's, you know, I don't feel right. I think there's something wrong with me. I don't feel like other people do. And then use the kids' examples of how they interact with other people to establish a premise for how they feel. And I think the problem is that we immediately jump to the, oh, you're trans, as a societal thing. And again... Caveat is this is just pushed by the media. Most likely this really doesn't happen to the scale that it's described as, right? It's like what people perceive versus what reality is, especially on a level of, like, statistics. Where, like, something like people think that, like, 20% of people are trans. Whereas it's like 0.3% of people are trans. And it's like 0.1% or, yeah, no, 1% of people, or like 0.8% of people are gay. So, I think, I mean, again, I'm not informed, I could be wrong, but I would think that bringing up to the doctor that there's something wrong with you would lead you down a certain direction, right? And then you could question the child of, oh, what do you feel is wrong? So it's like, the initiation should be with the kid saying they don't feel like they're themselves or something like that, right? The kid saying that they feel that there's something wrong with them without an outside influence. It is a little difficult to continue with typing because every time I type out a response, the talking point has moved on. Yeah, sorry, I know, Amanda. It's a little difficult, but if you have anything you want to say, I will absolutely listen to everything you say. Like, I'm not, I'm just speaking my mind, right? And it's like, my biggest thing is, if we've established, let's say, the age of consent for getting a tattoo is 18, then any kind of self-surgery should fall under that category for me, right? Like, anything that's permanent and changeable, the line should be whatever the age of consent is. Period. I would encourage you to read about the lived experiences of trans children and not Asmongold, who is not in the community and does not speak with understanding of the community. Well, the problem with that, Amanda, is what I would encourage you to toke. Okay. The thing about that is, where did the lived experience of this trans child come from? I would buy it, but I can't. You took my points. Yeah, Smokey, I was going to give them back to you, and then I forgot. You can just beg for stuff, and I'll just do it. How about that, Smokey? But like I said, it's a case-by-case thing. So, I've heard, Amanda, I've heard as many cases for children to trans because of their situations as much as people saying they trans too early. So I'm honestly thinking it's not something we can come to an understanding to for like another 15 years until we see, let's say, 15 years of 30 to 40-year-olds that have transitioned when they were, let's say, 10 to 15. Wait, where did Asmongold get his points? Why are his opinions elevated over that of trans people? I don't think they are, Amanda, and I don't think his opinions are. I'm just saying, when people say that he is a transphobe, that's not true. He is an advocate for trans. He knows it's a complex subject when it comes to kids. His line in the sand that he has stated, his opinion for line in the sand is, the age of consent is the soonest you can do medical intervention. So, if you believe, now this is my question to you, Amanda, does that make him transphobe, that his line in the sand is, if the age of consent is to get a tattoo at 18, medical intervention of any kind that's cosmetic or genetic in that factor is also 18. And that's his stance on it. And I think I pretty much have the same stance, other than maybe like the exceptions, right? Because there's always going to be exceptions. So it's not that his point is elevated above it, it's just the fact that people call him a transphobe and a homophobe when he actually is advocating for what he believes society's ultimate acceptance of it is. Because, like has been said, they are literally considering in Congress revoking gay marriage because of trans rights. Because the Overton window shifted so far that it became such a normal thing, and speaking out against it became so evil that even saying something like, hey, maybe they should wait till they're 18, tends to be seen as something that is like demonic, transphobic, or against the community. But at the end of the day, I still think the same thing, that on a societal level, if we want society to accept these things, it has to be a slow process of bringing it into the norms, creating the nuances and the structure that allows it to exist within those extremes. So when those extreme cases happen, there is some sort of precedent or idea set in order to not have things where, for instance, parents are taking advantage of their children in order to make money by pretending that they're trans. Like the woman who made it, like, pretended that her child was in a wheelchair, and she, like, had all these diseases and everything, and it fucked up the kid's entire life. And it's kind of like an extension of Munchausen. If those are truly his thoughts about LGBT community, then I would think of him as particularly transphobic. But I would ask for your patience while I pull up some things. No worry, exactly. If you have counterpoints for articles and, like, information and stuff, whether it changes my mind or not, I would love to see the information, right? Because I'm going off of articles I've seen Asman pull up and talk about. So I'm not just talking about his opinion, I'm talking about the selected, but then again, it's every media center has its agenda. Asman's Reddit probably has an agenda. I don't think Asman does, but I definitely think the Reddit does, and he pulls his stuff mainly from the Reddit. So there is a definite bias there by the community versus him. But Red Rain, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you? I love having these discussions because I don't think enough people have these discussions, because I think too many people get emotionally charged, because it is a very, very charged topic, especially when you're talking about, like, children, right? Specifically children. And, like, again, I don't take this how you will, but it's like, trans kids exist now, which means they existed in the past, which means they've coped in the past, which means why can't they wait till they're 18 for a non-reversible medical intervention? The age of legal adulthood was changed to 18 so women had the chance to graduate before getting pregnant, and our society has changed to believe that we are still children at that age. I would like to correct that age and introduce the responsibility levels that 12-year-olds used to have. The longer we wait to introduce responsibilities, the longer it takes for children to become adults. Waiting till 18 only harms development. Sean, I agree with you, and look at China. I don't agree with how China does it or why China does it, but you have to go with the results. That kindergarten in China, the entire point of kindergarten in China is to teach you life skills. How to cook, how to sew, how to live. Literally. So by the time you're like 8 or 9, you're doing like house chores, you're cooking, you're cleaning, and you know the intricacies. You have responsibilities. And it's like, I agree with the concept behind it in the factor of it is better, but forcing it on people is one thing. Having people do it is another. And then people develop at different ages too, right? Some 6-year-olds are smarter than 12-year-olds. Some 12-year-olds are more developed than 18-year-olds, right? It's a matter of perspective in that. And I think having the ability to step back and say, okay, let's look at this from multiple nuanced perspectives and say, which one of these points towards this is mathematically the most outwardly successful on a societal scaled level. And the problem with that is there's always going to be tragedies, there's always going to be mistakes, there's always going to be people left behind, there's always going to be diamonds buried under mud. But the best thing we can do is try to negate that from happening by studying the systems and how it creates those outcomes. And I think by not discussing them and keeping them in the background and being worried about throwing them into the free marketplace of ideas is harmful to the overall discourse of human society and moving towards the proper enlightenment stage where we can all say, I have enough, I don't need to worry about my neighbor. Because currently the biggest problem with society is I need to worry about my neighbor because I don't have enough for myself. And they don't have enough for themselves. So someone's gonna win out. And it's like a me versus you mentality. Honestly, I ain't listening to you like 15 minutes. I know you're not Smokey because you don't care.
Trans is the main issue that people have a problem with. That is the main issue.
Oh!
It's not...
Yes, and I absolutely agree with Asmin on this, that the TIAQ part of LGB should be removed. And I've even done my own multiple commentaries on this. And I actually agree with him that the concept of having a gender notation. So this is the reason why. I guess we're in the middle of an ad. We are stronger as a community. And that's exactly what AI said. But I will give you the reason why. I think on a fundamental level... Hold on, let me take this token, we'll wait till the end of ads, and I'll explain my viewpoint. Gross, using AI. AI is the future, and if you don't use AI, you're going to fall behind. It's the same thing as if using a camera, using a telephone, technology advances, and the new stage of technology is AI. I use AI as a girlfriend? Hell yeah, Smokey. So does Callie. It's great, right? So this is my reasoning, Amanda. LGB is a is the way that you look at someone else. It's about how you see someone else. It's not using AI that matters, it's how you use it that matters. Same thing, like, you can use a knife to kill someone, but you can also use a knife to chop up a steak. It is use case scenario, it is not the tool itself. That's my opinion on it. But the way I would say it is LGB is about how you see someone else. It is how you are attracted to someone else. Whereas TIAQ is how you see yourself. Yes, they're both two sides of the same coin. But you have to think about it in the way of separations. The reason why the movement started with LGB, and it literally didn't even start with B, it just started with the L and the G. The reason why it started with the L and the G is because it was a prominent part of society that was noticeable. So my question would be, why wasn't T part of LGB when the LG community started, like, let's say 60 or 70 years, dear God, it's actually, holy shit, actually like 80 years ago. 80 fucking years ago. That's scary. Holy shit, I am old. Like, we're talking 1950s. And even before then, but that was around the main time. Prominent trans woman at Stonewall.
Alla Teams is now following. Thank you for following Alla Teams.
Oh, Teams! Okay.
Stream less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Hi, sweetie. The hatred was just telling
So what I would say about that is,
and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
trans people have always been part of the queer community.
Who? You. Why?
wet wire. You're
But
smoking.
I'm talking about social acceptance, recognition, Amanda.
Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning
So,
pine-scented hair
when
sprays.
people accepted gay marriage, right? And it all comes down to like the wording of the law, right? And that's the reason why trans issues are such a big issue now, is because when LGBT issues were being like dictated into law, then you're adopting the cishet framing of our identities. Well, that's what I'm trying to say, Amanda, is that it's all framed around a social structure. So what I'm trying to say is there's a scale in social structure of acceptance. And my advocation is for the long-term acceptance through a realistic integration into society. And I would use the LGBT movement as an example of that. And the reason why we are having these trans problems and issues now, and the reason they weren't ratified in law when we were doing LGB, was because it was too radical of an idea. So we're talking on a complete realistic social structure of the end result is how do we make society accept us? And you're going to have to make sacrifices and compromises along the way in order to get where you're at. Same thing with LGB, where it's like there are still parts of the world that are lawfully homophobic, where if you identify as gay, they will stone you to death. Like, we still have parts of the world that exist like that. But if we're strictly talking about a Western society that is completely compartmentalized in the advocation for LGBT rights, I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, what is society having a problem with? Hey, Queen. I don't even know if Queen's in here. I haven't heard her talk in a while, but okay, blessed. But does that make sense, Amanda? Do you see where, like, my perspective is trying to come from? Welcome, yo, Queen. She is. I'm actually sad that we don't talk more. Maybe then you should initiate more conversation, blessed. If you're the one who feels like you don't talk more, talk more. And if the person says stop talking more, you know that you talk too much. I said yay ads. Oh, I think I read you say that. I'm dumb. I just did, Scotty. But I don't know who you're talking to, blessed. I'm guessing you're talking to Queen. The reason is because it was not advocated for enough, and assimilationist ideas were favored over radical ones. I think if you would like to further talk about these ideas, I would be happy to talk about. I would be happy to sit down with you off stream, either both voice chat or both chat, because the asynchronal communication was a little frustrating on my end. Yeah, no worries, Amanda. Absolutely. You know, if you want to hop into the Discord, you know, we can move on from this conversation for now, but if you ever want to talk about it, because at the end of the day, my opinion is if we put the line in the sand at medical intervention for trans at 18, it'll socially ratify the problems that we have, and then over the next 10 or 15 years, we look at the nuances of those situations and say, okay, what situations have, like, set a precedent that we know of that we can break this prime rule, essentially. But I think you have to have that prime rule in the sand before you start anything else. But I thank you for having the conversation, because a lot of people won't even have the conversation. Like you said at the beginning, oh, Asmon, I'm out. And it's like, I understand how you feel, and there is a lot of travail, and there's a lot of controversy, especially because let's listen to what Asmon says in this clip.
Gay, it's certainly not bi, and it's absolutely not lesbians.
Well, I'm glad we have his tier list. I gotta be honest with you. I mean,
it's fair. It is a tier list.
We're learning a little bit more about, Asmon's personal choices here. Look, totally down with lesbians. When you ladies want to make out, let me just say, hell yeah. Call me an ally. I ally a couple times a day, I gotta let you know. Bisexuals, ooh la la. Women, though. Women. Look, guys, whatever the deal is, I'm not saying that you need to go to jail. I just never want to hear or see it. So,
True.
You. Sick.
Yeah, see, that's kind of one of the things. It's like, yeah, it's kind of gross and stuff, but it's like, it is what it is, right? So, you're allowed to say, ew, that's gross, right? It's like breastfeeding in public. Ew, that's gross, but I wouldn't stop a woman from doing it. But I'd still think it's gross. I look at someone who has fucked up teeth and I say, ew, that's gross, and I punch myself in the face and I say, you're a fucking piece of shit. Don't judge someone by their fucking teeth, bitch. You had bad teeth. You spent shit tons of money on it, you fucktard. Shut the fuck up. So it's like, I absolutely understand that immediate emotional reaction, right? But yeah, it is very much a, if you want, I think, the social acceptance of it, it has to be on a tier list of what's acceptable, and then numb people slowly over time until it's acceptable. And the idea of grooming simply comes from the idea of the agenda being pushed by the media. And if you say there's not an agenda, then why would people get banned or called transphobic for not being for trans rights? Like, they're like, I don't want to kill trans people, but I just, I'm not advocating for people to go through surgery or for our tax money to go into research for surgery for that medical purpose. And it's like, that's completely understandable. You're allowed to have that opinion, right? I think too many people have the problem of like, if your opinion isn't my opinion or your opinion is clashing with my opinion, that's pretty much it. It's over, right? But nobody can agree with everyone on 100% of everything. Everything is nuanced and looked at from a specific view. What's up, Smokey? I do not give a fuck about this conversation. Me also. What is fucking up? Well, we're going to talk about professional victims now. Are you guys ready for this? Let's bring the music back. Let's have a fucking toke. And let's talk about professional victims. And the Karenocracy! Smokey, you pick topic. I'm confused. How do you get gaslit, Blessed? Wait, what happened? Why would nursing in public seem gross to you? In confusion as to whom I refer. Scotty, you said maybe I should initiate more conversations with her, and you said you don't know if she's here. And I said she is. Then confusion is as to whom I referred. Again, I'm feeling gaslit. Second time. One more, and it's a pattern. Oh, Sean, why would I think... I would say that the law needs to be read no unchallenged medical intervention rather than no medical intervention. There you go. See, Sean, the nuance of law is that fucking important. No unchallenged medical intervention versus no medical intervention. There you go. That is a perfect way to put it. That nuance is so important. Because that's the nuance of should it happen or should it not happen. Has it been looked into, or is it a surface level decision? Is it a lifetime decision, right? Like, have they known this forever? Do they have a friend that's trans and then all of a sudden they want to be trans? Like, there are so many factors that go into it that it's very hard to deal with. And I absolutely understand that. At 18, body has the right to challenge your choice. Then, only your funding is the limitation. Yeah, and we're talking, like, state medical covered interventions. Like, this is put under, like, the idea of, like, a heart transplant, a lung transplant, like, a life-saving thing. That this person, if this person doesn't get this transition, they're going to kill themselves. Now, my thing is, maybe that's not the only, if the only reason you're going to kill yourself is because you're pretty sure you were born in the wrong body, I'd say there's other mental things wrong with you. It's like it's like the cop-out thing with insanity. With, like, the military. If you say that you're insane in order to get out of the military, that's constitution as proof that you are sane, because no one who's sane would want to go into the military. So it's not insanity is not a valid excuse for military service, for rejecting military service. Because by definition, rejecting military service means that you have cognitive commissions enough to know the dangers of it, thus it's a self-solving problem, right? You're not insane because you obviously understand reality. Smokey, come to Twitch. It bugs me. Seems like telling me what to do when I'm doing it already. Maybe mansplaining. So I've said something that bothers me, then Scotty tells me to do something about it. Initiate more convos, which I did by saying I wish I talked to Queen more. Catch-22. Anyone who's insane can be released from military service upon request. However, by asking to be released, you prove you're not insane. Exactly. Exactly. And it's very important to understand that kind of nuance, right? And again, victims are going to happen, accidents are going to happen, mistakes are going to be made, people are going to be taken advantage of. All we can do is try to mitigate the total outcome. And find the patterns in Whitaker's. Oh my god. See, Smokey, Whitaker's to you is this conversation to me. That was implemented during the draft. I don't know if it still exists as a rule or not. But it's just a great concept, Sean, that it shows that it's like the feigning of ignorance. I'm not listening what say. Smoky chat, moving too fast to see some of your messages. I see everything. So it's gotta be like something like, in this world of social media fads and decline of reality TV, some families have taken it into their hands to create family content that revolves usually around something akin to cruel and unusual torture towards a child or family member in order to take advantage of them to gain social media fame, such as making fake making videos faking your kid being sick, or making your kids look like angels by treating them like shit. There are several examples of families who have been caught doing this. In this world of people crying wolf, as well, under the circumstances of not being in trouble, but are. I don't think mansplaining is right either, and I think Atak was just commenting on and the statement you said because it wasn't directed towards anyone. Yeah, and I'm the streamer. I'm gonna read your message. Message me if you play PoE later. Bye, guys. Bye, Smokey! Smokey's a fucking loser, but I love him. What I would call professional victims who are always looking for trouble. Something to call the manager over. Finding the line between the two and punishing those who deserve it to reduce the amount it happens. If you punish people doing it severely enough, it will stop. What do you think the world will look like in 20 to 30 years with these kind of people being almost directed towards this behavior because of its social media attraction? You think it will stabilize and laws will be made to counteract it, or it will just be a multi-billion-dollar economy? I was just making sure I skipped the podcast. Why, Muffin? You don't want to hear Callie and me going on about ourselves? And how great we are? And how amazing we are? And how everyone else sucks? And, I mean, what?
So the TTS would work.
Oh, because I turned the TTS off because that was the reason I didn't want to do the podcast live, was so people couldn't interrupt and I wouldn't have to worry about reading chat or like having a new person come in and follow or something like that. I just wanted to do the podcast as its own individual thing, but Callie was all weird about it. But that's okay. We had a fucking blast. We did a good job. Glad Smokey wasn't there. I mean, I would have just turned the chat overlay off and ignored chat. I turned the overlay off for the follows and everything. I turned TTS off. I turned off anything that would interrupt it except the chimes in chat. So there's gonna be those stupid fucking chimes in the background from fucking chat because I don't know how to get rid of those. So I'll try to find points where I can edit those out. But some of them happen mid-sentence and it's like, well, shit. There's nothing I can do about it. Smokey probably also would have jumped into the chat and started like being like blah 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 blah. So it is what it is. Nobel scientist to Prince. That sounds unfun. Depends on your influence. Could you repatent everything now that you're the prince, but you're a Nobel scientist, so you clearly have ideas and you know shit? And usually that means you came up with or invented something that changed the world. That's usually what a Nobel Prize is saved for, if you will. Your influence is drugs into 12-year-olds. Wait, what, Muffin? Drugs onto 18-year-olds. Or 12-year-olds, sorry. Nobel scientist from Earth the Prince. If not Earth Country. Of not Earth Country. So yeah, you can invert a lot of things, but it's all politics and economics. If you're influencing children to do drugs... Well, anyone who's 12 shouldn't be on Twitch, first of all, because the age is 13. And I'm not advocating for anyone to smoke weed. I am, in fact, advocating that people don't smoke weed. By the way, Smokey found my double, guys. This is me in another life. It's fucking perfect. I don't know how he found this. If this is a picture of what Smokey actually looks like, I'm gonna shit my pants. That would be the fucking funniest thing. That's actually what Smokey looks like. That fucking deep-ass black voice. As if your forehead was ×2. What do you mean? I mean... I have a pretty bad... Like, it's receding. I got a pretty, you know... We got a forehead there, guys. Anyone who's doing any drug is, by their very being, influencing them to do drugs. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Sean, is no one who's 12 should be able to see me because they shouldn't be on Twitch. If he said 13-year-olds, I'd be like, well, yeah, if you're 13 and you're watching my stream and I'm smoking weed, but that's the internet. Do you have a ruler in your room? Please measure your forehead. I want to compare. You can't compare... You compare to what, Muffin? Compare to fucking what? Your forehead? I don't know, but we should read this commentary, right? In 20 to 30 years, there's nothing in that picture to indicate scale, so it's impossible to get a valid confirmation. I take that as a no. I mean, I have a ruler. What is it? Is it in here? Probably in here with all my writing stuff. I don't have... Apparently not in there. I have one here somewhere. I did have one somewhere. Fuck if I know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was wondering if he was considering to him or not. Like what his forehead is. I have no idea. It is what it is. They're using the same ruler tape, and the measurement can't be confirmed. Get close enough. I don't know. Anyways, in 20 to 30. Oh, let's make this big. All right. Welcome to another video. Today we're talking about professional victims and crying wolf in social media and how taking advantage and exploiting kids is a huge market. What are your thoughts? Like, comment, subscribe. Let's get into it. In 20 to 30 years, I think the landscape of family-oriented social media content, particularly the exploitative kind you're describing, like staging fake illnesses, emotional manipulation, or outright cruelty disguised as pranks or relatable parenting, will evolve into something more regulated but still persuasive, rather than fully stabilizing or exploding unchecked into the dystopian free-for-all. It's unlikely to disappear entirely because the incentives, views, ad revenue, sponsorships are too strong in a world where social media platforms continue to prioritize engagement algorithms that reward sensationalism. However, based on current trends, we'll probably see a hybrid, a multi-billion-dollar economy that's increasingly fenced in by laws, public backlash, and tech-driven safeguards, with severe punishments acting as a deterrent for the worst offenders. If you're not using... I'm gonna be back. Alright, sounds good. Right now, this issue is already a flashpoint. High-profile cases like the Daddy05 YouTube channel where parents filmed abusive pranks on their kids for laughs, or the Ruby Frank scandal of the 8 passengers family vlog, where she was convicted of child abuse after years of exploiting her child's hardships online, highlight how these professional victims, or fame chasers, operate. Families like these often blur the line between genuine content and manufactured drama, turning kids into unwitting performers without consent or compensation. On X, formerly Twitter, users frequently call this out as straight-up child exploitation, with some arguing that all family vlogs inherently cross ethical lines by commodifying private lives. And you're spot on about the crying wolf dynamic. Some creators play the victim hard to deflect criticism, while others get caught in real abuse, making it hard to separate the two without scrutiny. Looking ahead, I predict a world where laws catch up aggressively, driven by advocacy from former child influencers like Cherie Frank, who testified to lawmakers about losing her childhood to vlogging, and growing awareness of long-term harms such as privacy loss, bullying, and psychological trauma. We're already seeing momentum. States like Illinois, Utah, and California have enacted protections since 2023-2024, requiring parents to set aside earnings and trust funds for kids featured in monetized content, limiting work hours and allowing minors to sue later for exploitation. By 2045-2055, this could expand to federal U.S. laws similar to the Coogan Law for child actors, or international standards under frameworks, like the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which calls the protections against online exploitation. Platforms might be forced to implement AI moderation to flag suspicious content, age-verified accounts for creators involving minors, or even revenue-sharing mandates. Severe punishments, fines, platform bans, or jail time, as in the Frank case, could indeed reduce blatant cruelty if enforced consistently, echoing how child labor laws curbed factory exploitation in the early 20th century. That said, the economy around it won't shrink. It'll adapt and grow. Influencer market is already a $21 billion industry today, with family content as a lucrative niche. Think sponsored day-in-the-life videos ranking in millions. In 20 to 30 years, as VR, AR, and AI deepen immersion, interactive family simulations, this could balloon to hundreds of billions, with ethical family creators thriving under regulations while underground or offshore exploiters persist. Public sentiment might shift too. More boycotts of exploitative channels, as seen in calls on X to stop watching them. But dopamine-driven scrolling will keep demand high. Emerging threats like AI-generated child exploitation material could complicate things, pushing for even stricter global responses. Overall, it stabilizes somewhat. Laws will punish the wolves hard enough to thin the herd, but the allure of fame and fortune ensures a regulated billion-dollar beast remains. Society might view it like reality TV today, trashy but tolerated, with safeguards for the vulnerable. If we want real change, it starts with viewers voting with their attention and supporting reforms now. I think that's pretty good insight as to, like, pretty much what's going to happen. Although I think the companies are going to win out over safeguards, and it's just going to be a payout as it exclusively comes, and it's going to be more of a government payout than it is a platform payout, because currently platforms are not necessarily responsible for the content that's on them. So if there's child abuse on your content, on your platform, you're not held liable because you don't moderate the platform. It's kind of a big loophole people take advantage of. But yeah, that's another video down, guys. Like, comment, subscribe. What are your thoughts? Is this going in the right direction? Is there other information that I missed? Give me a comment down there, and we'll have a discussion over it. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, and take care. Until again we meet. It is what it is. All right. Now, for the second part. Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready? Okay, this time I think we've pretty much... Well, it's never perfect, but... I mean... It's pretty much the best. Oh, who did that? Who did that? Sean! How dare you? Thank you. Another toke. Here we go. Thank you for keeping me on my toes, Sean. I appreciate it, good sir. Wait, what? No, okay, Sean, I guess you just didn't get the memo. When I'm turning a video, I know I'm turning it into a YouTube video, I'm gonna do an intro and an outro inside of the video. So that was the outro for the YouTube video. I just don't want to do the fuck you ending on, like, one of these. Unless it's literally the end of the stream. Right? So. And then now we're going to make it a story. Using Jonathan Stroud and William D. Arnard. Arand. I don't know who that is. I don't know who like half of their these authors are. Actually, I know like 2 of these authors. Maybe 3 of these authors. Is there anything else we need to read or need to add? Take the above topic and information, write a 1,000 to 2,000 word story, use imagination and perspective. We're actually going to go 2,000 to 3,000 word story. And we're going to change that on here. Because we're going to make the stories just a little bit longer and see how far we can push it. Show the world through the eyes of the characters, their perspectives, direct to the narrative. Use character voice to enhance the atmosphere and mood of the story. Write the story using a combination of William D. Arand writing style and Jonathan Stroud. Integrate them into the voice of the character of the story. If there are any references to real life people, change their names and the name of places. Of narrative structure. For narrative structure, use the scene structure, goal, conflict, disaster, reaction, dilemma, decision. For the character arcs and perspective, use the character structure of goal, tactic, obstacle, expectation. Don't mention the structure of the final in the final product. Just use it as an outline. What should the premise of the story be? We wanna, or should we just let it do what it's gonna do? Man, I can't think of anything good. The best one I've got, I think, is like, it kind of doesn't really have anything to do with, but it kind of does, because I was going to mention it, but I didn't. Which is like, people who swat. And like, people that get swatted. Okay. Okay, I got a good one, guys. Oh my god, I got a good one. Okay. The plot of the story. A family that did online content with their kids. Parents got divorced. Dad was the one who does the content, so he still does it with the kids. He has kids on the weekends. The mom is not happy with the dad still doing content without her, so she swats the house on a specific day and has plans to not plans to take the kids on a trip on Thursday, so they're not there on Saturday when the SWAT will happen. Kids don't want to go with her and wind up in the middle of the swatting, and it's a traumatic experience. And it's found out that the mom caused it to happen, and the dad gets the kids full time. Goes to jail. What do you guys think? Is that an interesting premise? Interesting way to go? I know it's kind of cliche, fucking crazy bitch mom, but I mean, it is like professional victims, and most of the time they're Karens. I'm just saying. So, don't hate me, right? So no one gets hurt, but it's a very stressful, unforgiving time. Create a psychological horror out of a slice of life. A slice of life. Let's see, foreshadow the swatting with a fake swatting video. Nerf guns. Slowly go from happy family to sad family dad trying to cheer up kids with harmless pranks. Pretending to be a step at the bottom of stairs or top the stairs. Use your imagination. to horror with the SWAT. After okay, I think that's pretty much the best direction we're gonna get from it. I like the idea of foreshadowing the swatting with Nerf gun content. Just a random thing that they made, like it was the last video that they made. With the Nerf guns. This was the last video they made before the divorce. Alright, I'm really interested to see what this comes up with. I feel like I've already written the story in my head. So I wish I could just take what's in my head and just throw it down on paper like this. That's what I love about AI. It's all about direction. So, now, take this story that's here. So what I would do, this is the process, guys. What I would do is I would, like, memorize, like, every bit of this story, like, the story beats, right? Like, how the plot unfolds, how the characters are. And I would do, like, a Mr. Ballin style telling of the story. So I wouldn't read word for word what it says. I would just tell this story just as if it was a story in my head. And the whole trope is supposed to be, this happened to a friend of mine. And if you ever watched Freaky Stories with the cockroach and the worm and the animated stories, and I think I blew Blessed's mind last night when I was talking about this. I think it was that, or it was someone. But if you're old enough to remember in the 90s, there's a show called Freaky Stories. And the two most prominent stories I think about, one is, so there's a chick and she's like, always uses hairspray on her hair. And then she gets like really bad headaches, but they can't get the hair undone. And they take like a saw to it, and then there's like a bunch of spiders in her hair. You know, and then the other one's a guy goes to siphon off of an RV, but instead of putting it in the gas tank, he puts it in like the sewage one, and he basically sucks up piss and shit. And it's like, you know, these parables of don't do these things. Those are the two prominent stories I remember, but so something like that, you know. And they always started with, this happened to a friend of mine, and I thought that'd be a great throwback. But anyways, laying my ideas bare for all to see. Oh shit, I forgot we were moving them into here. Perfect. Okay. Go here. Whoops. I keep doing that. It's not what I want. I think that's right. I don't know. I can never tell. I fucked up. Does it tell you how much you're zoomed in or zoomed out? Like, is there a zoom factor? Man, Beezus says 8 days or I'm screwed, man. I gotta switch all this back to Notepad because we're gonna lose it all. Or I'm gonna have to cough up the money to fucking buy this thing. There's zoom. Okay, we're at 150%. We want to be at 100%. So 125, 150. Is that it? No, that's... Shit, where the hell was I? There it is. Yeah, I can deal with 150. 150 seems about right. So we'll keep it at that. Now we know. Now we know. 150 is our go-to. We're gonna have ads in a second here. Ads, guys! We're gonna have more ads. I gotta grind more weed. Let's go. Oh man, are you guys ready for the greatest story of all time? A story that could never be, you know, undone? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Are the ads real or what? Are they real? Guys, I can't tell anymore. I don't know anymore, guys. I don't know what's real and what's not. I don't know what to do. Why? Why does it have to be such a way? Popped into another writing stream and he says he does every day in the story as a chapter. Might be one way to do it. That's what I wanted to do, Sean. Each chapter is just an individual day, and you just kind of go through the events of the day, right? It sets a pace. So every time you know there's some sort of time skip between each chapter, because each chapter takes place over the course of just one day. So it could be like and that cuts out like travel time, right? I tried to do that, but my chapters got really long. Yeah, I could see that, Queen. Like, there could be a lot that happens in a day, right? Like, you wake up to one event, eat to another event, get to midday, another event. Why would it cut out time travel, since travel is part of the day? No, I mean between each chapter, right? Like, this chapter is the day of September 1st. The next chapter is November 2nd, right? So it's like, you know there's a time skip between each chapter because each chapter is only a single day. You already said that I was talking to you. Isn't that your first message in forever? Blessed, I'm so confused. I'm so confused, brother. I don't know what's going on. Don't ask me, guys. It is. Then he said that. Then you said you didn't know to whom I was talking. Then he said he didn't know either. I'm so confused, Blessed. What was your last message? Smokey, chat moving too fast to see some of your messages. I know I read that. That was your last message, bro. I don't know what you're saying. I'm so confused, Blessed. I mean, you could write a story in journal format, too. I've read one like that and enjoyed it. It was the Rebecca Cooper series by Tamora Pierce. Went from knowing I said it to you, to telling me to do what I already did, to not knowing what I said. To what I already did, to not knowing I said it to you. Yes, because you said, hey, Queen. Yes, so I assumed you were talking to Queen. But I just wanted to clarify that you weren't talking to me, just in case. Hey, babe, I'm here. Just wanted you to know I'm here, but just listening to the stream through headphones. Blessed, I'm so confused, bro. Is this an attempt at refined trolling? See, Sean, I honestly don't know. But Blessed, if that's true, you're doing it wrong, because it's not funny. It's gotta be funny and, like, have a punchline and, like, give a delivery. Like, this is trolling. Hey, I found your doppelganger. Straight, short, to the point, punchline, instantly understand what's being delivered. The refinement of a true troll. Kind of bikini will we be seeing? You'll have to wait, Fireblade. Such a long time between your original comments and right now that even I lost the train of thought for a while. I was like, he can't possibly be still talking about that, right? Right? Right, guys? Right, chat? There's no way. There's no fucking way he could still be talking about that. I guess I was wrong. I haven't. Well, I still know what happened. Well, yeah. I mean, I know what happened. Blessed said, hey, Queen. Then he said, I need to talk to you more. And then I was like, I don't know if you're talking to me or Queen, but if you're talking to Queen, maybe you should just talk to her instead of saying, I should talk to you more. That's literally how it went down. And then it was over. I don't understand. I'm like, what? Someone slipped something into Blessed's drink and he's just out of it. I don't know, Sean. Like, I understand. Like, once I put 2 and 2, I was like, oh, okay. If he's telling, if that's actually how he feels, I'm so confused because that's what happened. I don't have to go back and watch the VOD. I know that's what happened. And if you misunderstood what I said, that's not my fault. Was he the one who's been awake for 36 hours? That explains things, because that gap would feel like an instant in that state. You speak with a lot of assumptions that you don't communicate. Speak based on those assumptions, then confuse me, then restate what you said, unfurling 1 or 2-ish assumptions at the time, confusing again. Then I say how what you said is missing context, then you rephrase again with more unstated assumptions that I don't know and you haven't said, and it goes round and round. Oh yeah, time collapses. Sincere question. I'm so confused, Blessed. I don't know why, like I'm not confused at what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Blessed. I don't know why you're saying it. Does that make sense? I'm like, yeah, okay. But I don't understand why. I'm like, yeah, I mean, sure, but there's always... I've been awake for 24 hours once. Fast was slow, up was down. Nothing in the world made sense till I woke up after I slept. Because every time you say something, you're speaking with, like, nuance, context, and understanding. You are confusing, buddy. Well, then ask me to clarify. If there's something that you're confused about, ask me to clarify it. And if I can't, it's probably because I'm bullshitting. And you just called me out. But I'm confused, Blessed, because... What are you trying to say? Like, it sounds to me like what you're trying to say, Blessed, is... You read my message and then told me to talk to Queen. Yes, I read your message and then I told you to talk to Queen. So I'm really confused. Why there's any other... Like, why you're even talking about this. It's like, I had a breakfast sandwich and then you're just continuously talking about a breakfast sandwich. And I'm like, well, what does the breakfast sandwich have to fucking do with anything? We know the situation. We know what happened. What Talk said was in the moment and gone from his head, so he's really not capable of figuring out how you're confused. And apparently, Blessed, you're not good enough at telling me why you're confused. I just told you how it goes in the paragraph above. Okay, then let's go step by step. Okay, guys, we're gonna bring this up and we're gonna go step by step. Okay? On paper. Step by step. So, we're gonna copy and paste this. So the first one. You speak with a lot of assumptions that you don't communicate. Yes, this is true. Okay. Adding context. Rephrase because words are complicated. Nuance. Is this accurate? So the situation would be like, I'm pretty sure that's how the fucking conversation went down. So tell me where I'm wrong, Blessed. I'm very interested. Now that it's on paper, and you can point out exactly where everything went wrong. Because I'm very interested to hear this, Blessed. Because in my mind, this is what happened. So correct me if I'm wrong. The way you typed that paragraph made it seem like a current comment, and nobody even remembered the original situation you're retyping. Took us a moment to get back on track. So we get now that you were talking to Queen, mentioning that you really wish that you two talked more often. Tox commented that instead of saying you wish to talk more, that's the entire gist of the main interaction. Perhaps it was a tad insensitive, but he didn't mean it that way. I just said if you want to talk to someone, you should talk to them. Not say that you want to talk to them, because saying you want to talk to someone is like virtue signaling. Talking to someone is having a conversation. You don't say you want to talk to someone. You say, hey, are you there? What's up? What are you doing? How are you? How was your day? You know, got anything planned for the week? You know? How's the job? How's school? You know, just like start a conversation. Start talking about it. Like, have you finished chapter 7 yet? Are you stuck on that scene still? You know? Bring up previous conversations and stuff. Like, that's how you talk to someone. Or am I retarded? I know I'm retarded, but not that retarded. But anyways, this is all I remember from the conversation. So it is what it is. I don't know what to tell you, Blessed. Alright, it's called Echoes in the Frame. Ooh. Here we go. Alex Harper leaned against the kitchen counter, his phone propped up on a tripod, capturing every chaotic moment. Alternative statement would be, I'd really like to talk with you more. Is there any time we could connect somehow? That indicates a direct request. Yeah, being like outside of the stream, like, hey, can I get your number? Without saying, hey, can I get your number? You know what I mean? Throw me your socials, bae. I don't know. I cringe at that shit, so I try to stay the fuck away from that. I hate talking to people about their personal life. I just want to share ideas and stuff. I don't care about who you are. I only care about, like, I guess I say I only care about who you are as a person. I don't care about what you are as a person, right? I want your mind, your ideas, your process. I don't want, like, your leg gasp. I don't, like, you know, I don't need to know, you know, if it's not relevant to, like, the stream or something like that, it's like, I don't need to know, you know? Like, unless, like, it comes up in conversation in some way, it's like, I don't need to know your family fucking history. I don't need to know your relationship with your parents, your siblings. I don't need to know your relationship with your spouse. Queen said that she's married. Sean's married too. Have I ever asked about their spouses? You know, how do you treat your spouse? Like, are you guys happy together? Like, I think that's fucking cringe to ask that shit. But just asking in general about a person, like, you know, like Sean's like, oh, I went shopping. It's like, oh, cool, you went shopping. I smack him around. Oh, I bet he loves it, Queen. Also, I'm taking, remember, there will be no numbers given. Oh, good times, good times. Okay, okay. Let's see how this story goes, guys. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows of their cozy suburban home in Willow Creek. Am I right? You care about who we choose to be, not how we were formed, either physically, socially, or mentally? Yeah, unless it's, like, relevant to the conversation, right? Like, you know, I'm talking about something, and then someone else says, oh, me too, and they want to elaborate, right? But it's more of a you have to do it yourself. I'm not going to point the question in your direction. Right? Like, I don't ask about... I ask Blessed, like, hey, how's it going? Are you okay? And stuff. And it's, like, the only time I ever talked about anything when he asked me to. Other than that, when he comes in here and says, oh, you know, I'm down and stuff, I'm like, oh, come feel better. You know, I know you're going through a lot, but, you know. But I'm not, like... prying into, you know, I mean, you ask him why he's down, right? And if he wants to talk about it, he can. But it's like, I don't, you know, it's kind of weird if you get into, like, oh, trauma throwing, such as with the trans rights combo. If someone states that they were trans, this is how they feel about things. Exactly. And, I mean, I don't want to... This is my problem, chat. I present a question, and I think this is a very valid question. If you're a found to be sound of mind, edge case scenario, absolutely 100% lifelong desire to be trans, what is the harm other than the fact that waiting longer complicates things more, but this gap is becoming smaller as technology progresses? So at 14 you'd start on hormones, at 18 you would have surgery. That would be the goal, instead of just having surgery at 14. So my question is, what if you're that stable of mind person, what is the harm in waiting another 4 years? And no one has ever given me an answer to that. If they're going to hurt themselves because of it, they're not of sound mind. And they shouldn't go through with any operation. I think the hormones would take a significant time to do their work before surgery is suggested anyway. See, that's another thing, is I don't even know. People talk about it like, oh, I'm trans, and then the next day you're a fucking woman. Like, I'm just like, I don't think it works that way. I have no experience, but I don't think it works that way. People are like, and people think of like getting like facial surgery or like something like that. Like a butt lift, a nose job, a jaw reconstruction as like trans surgery to feminize you. I don't consider that like under the same umbrella as like a medically significant like sex change. Well, we're gonna tear you apart and reconstruct you. And I think maybe that nuance is lost on people, but I don't understand how the conversation could be had without having that nuance in place to begin with. So these nuances and, like, mastectomy or implants and bottom surgery is pretty much it, and hormones do the rest. Yeah. But people get a lot of, like, facial surgery for cosmetic reasons, and, like, Botox and butt lifts and, like, whatever the thing is that, like, I don't know what it is, but it gives you, like, the hourglass figure, right? Tummy tuck? Probably? Tummy tuck, yeah. People do that out of pure vanity and nothing to do with being trans. That's what I mean, Sean. But what I'm saying is people will say that those types of surgeries are trans surgeries. That's what I'm saying. Is like there's the people I would consider fanatical would be the people that would say, no, those are trans surgeries. It's like, no, that's a cosmetic surgery. Like, a like bottom surgery for turning a penis into a vagina or a vagina into a penis is like, that's not cosmetic. That is like a functional change. I don't know how they do, or if you can like actually ejaculate semen. If I don't know how the procedure fucking works either way, but I know we're pretty advanced in technology to be able to do it if you have the money for it. And it's a surgery that's been done for like 90 or 90 to 100 years. So it's not like it's an old surgery or a new surgery. It's just being promoted. Pluto Money, yo, what's up, bro? How's it going? Welcome, good sir. Are you a reader, a writer, a purveyor of ideas, an enjoyer of creativity and imagination, an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, I'm Intoxication, and we're all about high ideas and pushing the border of storytelling. It's a pleasure to have a great streamer like you here, and it truly means a lot to me. How's your day been going? Great, Pluto. How are you, good sir, or ma'am, I guess. I'm really bad at that. I just need to say chat and peeps. Chat and peeps, chat and peeps, chat and peeps. It's a good question. Can they? It's hard to classify the bottom surgery as not being cosmetic, but at the same time, it's being done for the mental health of the individual. Yeah. Am fine, man. Nice. As far as I know, Queen, now I'm making this up. This is complete bullshit. I have nothing to back this up. I am completely making this up off of logic. But essentially, you could make like a silicone sack that could be like attached to like a part essentially of like what would be the scrotum, and what you could do is you could have that react to the normal reaction of blood flow and like pulsing that happens during like orgasm, and you could make those like silicone balls reactive to it. The only problem I'm thinking of is there's a logistical problem of how do you refill the balls? Do you have to get like injections after a certain amount of time to like refill the balls? So that would be one of the things I would think that there would be a problem with. Amy Babes, how's it going? How are you? It's been a while. We are currently talking about trans surgeries and how invasive they can be, and can you actually make a vagina turned penis with balls come semen. And I'm thinking the one logistical problem is how to refill the balls.
You're a fraud. Where's my toe?
And it's been going really good. We finished a couple of stories. We're starting a new web comic or web what should we call it? Web novel called Stoner Girl Evolution. Super excited about that. We've been plotting it out and world building and building up the characters and stuff, so I should be able to write a couple chapters soon. I'm really excited for that. But look what Smokey got me. He found this. He said, "Hi, I found your doppelganger." Smokey's a fucking asshole. I thought it was fucking great. And I was like, I bet you this is what Smokey looks like in real life. That's just a picture of Smokey himself. Oh, it was a good time, though. Me and Smokey have been on the banter path back and forth because of Path of Exile. I put him through a lot of strain while he was carrying me. I was basically a crying, screaming baby, and he had to carry me through a mall, and he had like all the eyes on him, and people wondering if, you know, he had stolen the kid or something like that. Like, it was just a bad situation for Smokey to be in. I was not helping him at all. It was a fucking good time. So he's been on the extra troll lately. We've been having fun. But so far we are working on developing stories for a side channel that I want to do for social commentary, where we basically get AI to write us a story, and then we do that story in a hypothetical scenario presented in story format of whatever the story is that the AI came up with, in like a Mr. Ballin fashion. You know, of the hypothetical of this, is this how far society could go? You know, and take these cutting edge questions about new and developing technology like AI, the social media front when it comes to like family content, in this case when it comes to professional victims who just cry wolf and act like they're immune to the system in some way, shape, or form because they're part of some group or something. Basically, the bad actors of the world, the sheep in wolf's clothing, that eventually come out when it's convinced enough sheep to cry wolf, and there's no wolf. Eventually, that wolf comes up, and boom, no one cares, and the whole flock gets slaughtered. And my query is, the tipping point in society when that happens and then cataloging that event in a story, and then seeing if that comes up. Did you have a streaming schedule? Streaming schedule is 6:30. I guess it'd be 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to 2:30 p.m. or a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We got the 9 hours in us. Ads. Yeah, Amy, what have you been up to? I've kind of I haven't really been on Kick lately. Been super busy with other shit, but I took 2 months off of work. So now I am kind of back. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. No one cares. What level is your Deadeye? Is it level 70 yet? Are you gonna carry me? You know that boss that killed me? I fucking killed him, Smokey. Just like your mom. Every day. Not too bad. Been hanging in there. Been busy as fuck. Yeah. I'm so glad I took time. I was like, do I take time off streaming or time off work? I'm taking time off work. I haven't taken a vacation from work in 2.5 years. So I'm gonna do a vacation. I'm gonna take 2 months off, and I'm just gonna work on my writing, and I'm gonna work on the stream, create a new YouTube channel, try and, you know, let's make it so I don't have to go back to Walmart. Yeah, that would be great. We're doing a podcast too. Me and Callie recorded the first episode of the podcast today. It was super awesome. Basically, the idea is during our streams we're writers, but on the podcast we're people. And it's more about like our personal lives, our personal journeys, our personal experiences, us as authors, what inspires us, what, you know, drives us, our goals, where we want our work to go, and stuff like that. Whereas the stream's more like usually about improving or your work in progress or reading or something like that. So I figured doing a podcast about it, and just, you know, if people want to learn more about us and be invested in us as people, that's probably the best route to go about it. So we had some fun with that. Pleased to meet you all. I hope you are all enjoying your weekend in each person's way. Blind Watchmaker. Yes. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas and creativity? Do you enjoy exploring the world of words? And welcome. I'm Intoxication. Around here we have writing tips, commentary on social aspects, and of course writing and reading. Do you have anything, any work that you want? Exclamation point Discord, and hop in the Discord. We have the It Talks Stories, public stories, self-promotion. Feel free. Not a problem if that's part of it. Pleased to meet you all. I just was introduced to a friend by you through word of mouth. I'm so happy seeing what can occur. Hell yeah, Blind Watchmaker, that's what it's all about. Word of mouth is the most powerful thing. If you can create a scenario where people see you and then go talk about you to other people, you've made it. Whether it's negative or positive, the fact that you've made people talk about you, you've made it. You've made it more if they talk about you positively, though. Because usually it's like something scandalous, and then people come in to check in to see if it's really that scandalous, and they're like, oh! If you're being referred, you've made it. You had to have done something that made someone talk about you, right? Because that means you're, in some way, shape, or form, you're not forgettable, because the person remembered you enough in order to pass on your information to someone else. And then that spreads like wildfire. You do that with like 10 people, And then you get those 10 people to talk to 10 people. Alright, well you got yourself 100 people. Hell yeah. Let's do it. So, I am joining late. Please, tell me how tonight has been. It is a discussion stream or a gaming one. I'm trying to categorize. Well, we are in the writing section, so it is... But we do game at the end of the section. But, you know, since I'm not working now, it's like a 9 to 12 hour streams. Easy. And I'm feeling pumped today. Whereas the last couple days, because I was just getting over being sick, I was a little bit drained. But today is like, nah, man. We are on this. And it's like 9 hours into the stream, and we haven't even finished the commentary, let alone started editing the banquet yet. So I'm super happy. But yeah, it's definitely, I guess you could say, a discussion stream, because we've had probably 4 or 5 discussions on like 3 different topics today. And if Blessed was here, we might still be having discussion on another topic. And I haven't even read this story yet. So that also says another thing, right? But it is what it is. I need to take a toke, though. It's definitely a stoner stream. Oh, I spelt it wrong. Of course I spelt it wrong. It just wouldn't be right if I had spelt it right the first time. That'd be way too crazy. It's a story that might be worth analyzing. Oh, it definitely is. I read the first paragraph. Well, just know that this is just an AI story made from a commentary that we made. There's nothing specifically good about, let's say, the writing of the story. It's just I want to take the story itself. What are we reading today? Hellcat, welcome, welcome. I hoped the fuck so. Yeah, no. The whole point of it... Okay. It looked like someone used too many action verbs. Yeah. So if you want something that's like actually written by me, this is the story that we're editing today. The Banquet. So, yeah. Read that one and tell me you can see the difference, Blind Watch. You hoped what? He said he hoped it was AI because it was so bad. He was hoping that wasn't my actual writing because of how terrible it is. And he was correct. It's just a generic slop to get a story. And then the idea is to take that story. Cheers! Do you write? Yes, I wrote this. What's on screen right now is my first draft of the story that I'm writing, that we just finished, that we'll be editing. Blind Watch. Does your being here mean I'm not the only true blind person here anymore? True! Sean is pretty much blind. He will be. He is losing his sight. But he is an old man. He's 46. Dear God, that's only 12 years away from me. Holy fuck, that's a third of my life. In a third of my life, I'll be old. Fuck! Good thing the post, like the goalpost keeps moving. That's not that old. Oh, I know. I was gonna say, thankfully the goalpost, it always moves as you grow older, so I'll never truly be old, because there's always people older than me. No, I'm not blind. I'm just blind to ignorance. Blind Watchmaker is a reference to a book about evolution. Oh, that's cool. What book is it, Blind Watchmaker? I love that your name is a reference to a book. That's amazing. Can't even read a restaurant menu anymore. That's because they don't want you to be able to read the fine print, Sean. Tip 20%, not included in prices. What do you do professionally? Me? I work at Walmart. Some good writing skill, though. I mean, that's what people say. It's what people say. This story is all about using voice, and it's me waking up in my own story. And it's, treat your, creations with love and respect, no matter what you do to them. Don't, you know... I literally thought you're one of those cool professors. No, I'm an imitator. I'm 100% fucking poser. I mean, I used to be an electrician, but my specialty, I can't do it anymore because I'm epileptic and I have seizures, and it was for small spaces for control panels, and I can't be left alone in small spaces, especially around control panels for large machinery. So, sucks. Oh yeah, you misread James's family name. It's not Walton, it's Waltron. Don't want the Waltons to get more than they get out of you slaving away at Walmart. Hey Sean, good points, accurate. How you been, Queen? Professors who would let us get high on life. Ah, good times, Hellcat. High on life is the best way to go. Until I got high, and then I was like, what? Scotty Show Dead Poets Society. What do you mean, show Dead Poets Society, Blessed? I don't know what you mean by show it. Like a clip? Like the cover of the book? The cover of the movie? The author? Like, what do you mean? Show Dead Poets Society. That's too wide of a range for me to like the famous Robin, like the Captain My Captain scene, like I'm not quite sure where you're going with this, Blessed. But yeah, this is my newest story, and if you want to check out any of my other works, where the fuck is it? Everything's on my Google Docs, if you want to check that out. Go check that out for your free bro. Your free bro, go check that out. Okay. Alright. Let's go back to this story. You guys ready? Let's get into it. I'm just gonna start over. Alex Harper leaned against the kitchen counter, his phone propped up on a tripod, capturing every chaotic moment. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows of their cozy suburban home in Willow Creek, casting long shadows that danced like mischievous sprites. "Alright, team," he said, his voice booming with that trademark enthusiasm that had netted them over 1 million subscribers on their family channel. Harper Hijinks. Today's video, epic fake raid prank gone wild. Jake, you're the lookout. Mia, grab the Nerf guns. Alina, honey, you play the damsel in distress. Jake, 12 and all lanky limbs, grinning from ear to ear, his eyes sparkling under a mop of unruly brown hair. Holy fuck, does everyone struggle to converse as my conversations seem to? I don't know what you mean, Blessed. Having a convo in chat is a challenge. Yes. Yeah, like, Blessed, what do you expect? Like, it's one thing having a conversation with me. It's another thing having conversation with people in chat. I don't know, like, these, if you think, Blessed, these are the, not nuances. These are the, context that we're not saying, that the assumptions that we're taking, because every normal social interactive person would take those things. So that's where I'm like, I question why you say certain things, because I'm like, it's like saying hey, it's gravity. It's like, well, yeah, of course it's gravity. Why do things fall down? Gravity? Okay, well, yeah, we talked about gravity, thanks. Oh, I downloaded LibreOffice yesterday. It can open my Microsoft Docs, and I converted the ones I had to PC into text docs. Nice. Honestly, I feel you overcomplicate things, Scotty. Yes, because I try to dig deeper into the nuance of them, because I don't like to have shallow conversations. I like to have in-depth, complex conversations that throw information back and forth, and you learn something at the end of the conversation. That's what I strive to do. If the conversation isn't leading in the direction of learning new information, then what's the point? Or at least recalling information that you have. Like discussing something. Like a world or a topic of some kind. But yes, I love to complicate things. Have you not noticed that, Blessed? That's the collective you, not you specifically. It might be, and often is, Scotty that learns something. Sean offered new information. Yeah, I don't know anything, so I usually learn something new every time I talk to someone. I learn something new every time I talk to you too, Blessed, but that's not usually the point of the conversation. It just leads to that because it's so confusing the way that I feel you interact. And I feel like you accuse me of all these things, and I'm like, okay, well, how do I change to not do those? And then it's silence. And I'm like, well, you can't tell me I'm bad at it if you don't have a solution for it. That's kind of mean. I feel that, like, you say stuff about me, and then I'm like, okay, well, what do you mean by, okay, well, I enjoy thoughtful conversations. Awesome, have a great day, Blind Watch. Thanks for hanging out, man, always appreciate it. Pleased to have met you then. Awesome, sounds good, brother. Take care, my man. If you want, feel free to join the Discord for all of the offline shenanigans in there. What, I don't think he's leaving. I just assume people are leaving. That way we get to say goodbye just in case. Oh. I'm retarded then. A lot of the confusion is caused by the stream lag, then adding the lag from typing a comment. The larger the comment, the greater the delay. Then you practically need to say the previous point, then respawn. Okay. Quite defensive. I was just hanging out. I thought I asking, okay. I thought you were just like popping in, having a good time. So I was just saying, you know, have a great day. That's my bad, Blind Watch, I think. Let me read that again. I'm like, that was something new, and thank you for sharing that with chat. Okay, well, I enjoy thoughtful conversations. I'm pleased to have met you then. Oh, it's because I said, like, usually context is textual is difficult. It's because when you normally, like, in my mind, when someone says, okay, it was really nice to meet you, you usually say that at the end of, like, you know, you say nice to meet you the first time you meet someone, and then, like, you talk for, like, a little bit, right? And then right before you say goodbye, you usually shake hands and say, it was nice to meet you. So, in my mind, it went to, oh, it was really nice to meet you, you know, as in, like, that was the goodbye. But maybe this is what blessed means by me jumping to conclusions with assumptions. And then the way you said that it was defensive, it like I was shooing you away when I was just trying to wish you a good day because I thought you were saying goodbye. So maybe, you know, I could definitely see how that could be entangled and presented in a negative way. Seems I say something and Scotty gets going talking fast as fuck and determining clarification and talking so fast it's impossible to keep up. It is versus it was usually indicates the side of conversation that the comment is made on. I would assume the same, Scotty. Well, you also got to think I've been alive for almost 9 hours. So, don't take anything. Not gonna lie, bro. I totally thought you were telling him to take care, as if you were wanting them to leave. So I was like, huh? Man, I guess I'm really bad at people. Understood, but in conversation in person, they usually say thank you for your POV and then continue. So it's polite for a positive in the middle. I guess I'm just socially out of it. My bad. Now I feel bad. Moving on from a misunderstanding. Yeah, I'm just glad that, you know, we didn't leave on that misunderstanding as if I was trying to shoo you out of the stream. Because I'm super glad you're here, Blind Watch, and I'm glad there's actually someone who's talking about the work and actually has a conversation about it. Scotty, I took it as friendly and thankful. So I think it's just, it's me, guys. It's just me. Which is completely fine, right? We're all human. That's what learning is all about, and that's why, you know, understanding falls short for a lot of people, because it's really easy to just move on in an online discussion of being like, yeah, sure, fuck it, out, close the tab. Whereas in real life, it's a lot harder to just step away, right? Like, you might be in a place where your conversations are digitally honed. Yeah, like I'm doing like 3 things at once. Like I'm trying to read the story, I'm reading chat, I'm looking at like the Discord and stuff. I'm looking at like my cam to make sure that like I'm still in the frame. I'm looking at the sound of the music. Is the music over? You know, like I'm looking at like, oh, what's the time? When's an ad gonna come on? Oh, do I need another toke? Do I need more water? What time is it actually? When do I end the stream? Do I go play PoE with Smokey or do I keep talking right now? So it's like, it's understandable how like I could just be so all over the place that I don't even know what the hell I was even talking about. But hey, that's what it is to be in my stream, guys. Welcome to the intoxication, where you're not sure if that N between the intoxication is real or not. Because am I intoxicating you or are you intoxicated? You never know. This is gonna be awesome, he thought. Dad always makes everything fun. Last week, it was the slime explosion. I got the full experience. We're using it also, I will be more blunt, which is online talk. Yeah. And like, I don't hold anything back. I just say what's on my mind. I trust that people are like have strong enough feelings and they're like, you know, understanding enough that they won't just instantly leave. Because if someone is like triggered by something that I say, then this is probably not the stream for you, because that's probably one of the least triggering things I've said. Because I say a lot of probably triggering things to a lot of people. But it's all within its own, like, context and, like, nuance. Like the discussion we had earlier about trans kids. Just my thought, blunt instruments make blunt friends tough for nuance. Yeah, and, like, the main other thing, I'm not triggered by anything, trust that. Yeah. So it's like being able to have an open discussion about it is, like, super important. And most people run away before they can have that open discussion in order to get on the same page about something, right? That other streamer I mentioned ended up on an explanatory rant about NetSpeak, the shorthand caused by the texting limitations of the old Phil phones. flip phones. That was fun. Nice, Sean. I don't know anything about programming language. And other things is like, you can never really tell. Like, there's sometimes when I'm serious, like we're having a serious conversation, but I will just say out of pocket random shit. Yeah, agree or disagree, it matters not. I just like the thought. Exactly. I like discussing things with people because you never know what information you're missing, what biases you're missing, whether you can educate another person on something, whether you need to be educated on something. It's the only good way. Are you good? You to type you good? Sean, I am glad you have mediated my confused conversations. I'm more than capable of taking a joke. That's good. We like to fuck around here, especially with Smokey. Because Smokey is the residential troll. Taken up underneath the bridge of my dick! I need to go grab more water. It's gone. So I'll be right back. I'll educate that ass, Scotty. You know what? Just for that... That's right.
It's not nice to say retwatted. Oh, Scotty hasn't called himself retarded today, so I haven't had to do my line, so I'll just keep typing anyway. Wait, I have called myself retarded. What are you talking about? I do too, that's partly why I type my line, but also because it isn't nice to use that term when it isn't legitimate and it isn't a slur in my mind. Just a state of being that is different from the rest of us. Fucking circadian rhythm reset! Jesse Badger, yo, how's it going? Welcome, how are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Someone actually said it right. Jesse Badger. Wait. Why, did people say, like, bad guy? I'm like, there's no way that's bad guy. I don't know, maybe. Oof. Quote. Badgers. Badgers? We don't need no stinking badgers. Badger. Badger.
Jesse Badger. Because I instantly thought Badger with an abbreviated, like, A. Like, Badger. Creative. Ads! We are currently in a state of ads. Everyone, please turn off your machines and press Control W. If you are not in the stream currently, please press Control W. That is all. The ads will commence until morale improves. There will be more ads until morale improves. There will always be ads. You will never stop the ads. There are always ads. A cultured man. I think a badger now with Breaking Bad. I can see it, Blind Watch. I can see it. Yes, you're like the only one to get that. I got 4 ads, but yes, Badger is my real last name. Badger is my artist name. Nice. My favorite recurring character is the idiot without his knowledge. That's me! You were thinking you were a badge hunter, hence the badger. I don't know, I just said the first thing that came to my head. I was a big brain, apparently. The ads will commence until morale improves. Click the and button. As always. Alright, I need to take a toke before we do this. But yeah, so are you a writer, Jesse? Are you interested in the Discord? We have, yeah, but I'm a singer mainly, but I decided to work on a story that's been in my head for years. Ooh, a singer? You know who else is a singer? Callie is a singer, but I bet you're a better singer than him. No offense to Callie, but he's not like an actual singer. You know what I mean? Check this out. The hell is it? Wait. Wait, where did he put it? I'm so confused. I lost it. No, I lost it, guys. Where did Callie put it? I literally just had it. Well, fuck, I can't find it. I can't find it. Like, what is... Why is it not here? What chat could it possibly be under? Callie is sleeping. He took his pills and he went to bed. Is it just in the DMs? No. I don't know why I can't find it, guys. I can't find it. That's so sad. I can't find Callie's things. I swear he sent it to me somewhere. I have no idea, man. That's so sad, and I had it up on stream earlier. I don't know. I swear it was in media to watch. Oh, it is. I'm retarded. Okay, I found it.
Hey! Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my band every Sunday. She tells him she's in church, but she doesn't go, so she's on her knees and Scotty doesn't know.
Or this one.
Deal, new, deal, new. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see the marching band.
Good enough because it was never be perfect. What the fuck is this crackhead doing? Yo, Smokey, what's up, brother? How's it going? You need a smoke, bro? Here, let me light you up. Oh, there you go. Yeah, buddy, that's what it's all about. Carry on. You might get lucky once in a while, and the story or song will just flow out, and you luck 3 years. My story cat version. Grammy Award winning. True. I like that ass. The fuck is this crackhead doing? I read that. Yes, light me. Okay, are you ready, Smokey? We're gonna sync toke this shit. I was gonna say it doesn't care for crack. Then I remembered his proclamed orientation, so I'm staying quiet. Sync my dink. Okay, Smokey, on the count of 3. 1, 2, go. Okay, 73, go. Yes, there is. So you can go to the public stories if you want me to read your work.
Water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom.
Smokey, I hate
Another
you.
Coke.
Fuck you, Smokey. Fraud. And then there's the self-promotion. If you want to drop anything in here, if you have Royal Road, Scribble Hub, anything like that, any of your social network, feel free to do any kind of promotion you want in the self-promotion.
$70 octillion.
Ah, what? You fucked it up! You fucked it up! It's been a while, actually, so I'll just do it for you.
584.
Fuck, I hit too many of them. I'm fucking retarded.
967354908675389076839.
Fuck you, Smokey. Retard. Not my fault. It's the brain.
90837690837690376090376059346 5847329582790.
What? How did I fuck it up twice in a row? I don't understand. If I fuck it up again, I don't understand.
72458923074502985029387502938750235. It's not nice to type read wadded either, Smokey. 5847395.
What is this? Why is it doing this? It's broken, guys. It's not enough digits. It's not me. No, I will get it to say what I want it to say.
759278395278435235443. 590-486-0938
What is this shit?
46905438653049683504869035486
Thank you so much, Jesse
No.
Not 700 centillion. It's supposed to be vigintillion. Octovigintillion. Septvigintillion. I'm witnessing a seizure. It won't say vigintillion. My favorite number, vigintillion. Okay, Smokey, I'm ready to have that sync toke. So you better be ready, because I'm just going. Because you already bought the toke. So 3, 2, 1, go. Vigintillion can simply be typed, but that's not the same, Sean. I feel scammed. My TTS spam didn't work.
900 vigintillion.
Nah, it's not the same, Sean. It doesn't hit the same. There's a special, there's a special touch to it.
To the power of 999,999,999 to the power of 99,999,999
I have a link the link restricted, but I can approve it accordingly if anyone reads it. DM me, I need actual perspective. Well, do you want me to read it, like, right now, Jesse? Because I can read, you know. Yes, I toked, Smokey. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Go back to your lair. And then we can all give you feedback on it. Gives you a larger audience, right? And then people like Smokey who need pictures can fuck off. But your mom won't let me in. No, I told her you're a homeless person, then she needed to stop feeding you. Still fixing some grammar. Can you read the first 2 chapters? Yeah, sure, I can do that. There, I just requested access. Bruh, but I'm hungry. Smokey, you should have thought about that before you quit your job. You need to have a backup plan, bro. Jesse, are you going the old storytelling song route or artistic impression route? I'm really interested to see what you're writing since you're a singer. I'm interested to see how that transitions over. Sean is my sugar poppy. This might be a problem, guys. Oh, never mind. I'm retarded. Okay, there we go. That's why. Okay. Sometimes I hate Google Docs. Okay. Draft, add, new, Jesse. Okay, that's chapter 1. Let's go to chapter 2. Whoops. Whoops. Buttons are hard, okay? Buttons are hard sometimes. Go. Go. There we go. Alright, so this is Jesse's story. Why didn't you react to my 85% gay? I didn't see it. I meant prologue in chapter 1. I'm sorry. Oh, that's okay. Oh, I skipped the prologue. I'm an idiot. Oh.
I can read them all if you want. Or do you not want me to read chapter 2? Two days running, I got Teen. 24%. I got nothing else to do. I honestly, literally have nothing else to do. Might learn something I can add or take away. True. I'm low today. Good thing I didn't write today. Hold on, how gay am I? 660 fucking 6% gay. Oh, Jesus, excuse me. The devil is calling, boys. Get the devil in me with that 666! Oh, we try to have a good time here. He's so gay, he reacted to the percentage. Oh, it's a good time. I have so many commands that I just don't even know how many commands I have. And I always... You're not from TLC, Smokey. Why would you redeem that? That's for TLC members. You're not a TLC member. I want to see... Yes, I am? Well, then I want to see the appreciation, like the support. I want to see you in the support section gaining points, Smokey. Devil's number is 555, which is funny since that's Hollywood's phone prefix. It's not 666, Sean? Okay, I'm calling you out on it right now, Smokey, and I'm going to that section, and if I don't see you in there, where it says stream supported, where I know there was already Ahmed who came through, so I don't know who else came through, but no, Smokey, I don't see you anywhere on here. Oh, look at that, Smokey, you're not here! Oh, isn't that so odd that you're just, what is this? You're just not here. No, you're just not. My pores release Elton John mist. I don't even want to know. Yeah, no, Smokey, it's just not happening, bro. It's just not happening. I don't know what to tell you, man.
This streamer is garbage.
Smokey, you can't lie like that, okay? No, I don't believe you, Smokey. It's not there. There's no stream support that says Smokey. You did not support my stream at all. Shut up, Smokey. Blesses will tell you. I didn't lie. Blesses will tell you. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Screen cap it, Smokey. Yeah, screenshot it and drop it in the Discord, Smokey. Then I'll fucking believe you. I just imagine him, he just goes in there, takes a screenshot of it, crosses out a name, and then just like writes Smokey in like large letters across the thing. I'm on my phone. Oh, an excuse. Guys, classic. He made an excuse. Oh my god. Oh my god, Smokey. I totally believe you, 100%, bro. I'd give you a shout out, Smokey, if you were actually a part of TLC. I hope you would become a member of TLC, because the Discord is amazing. And if like Ahmed or Cubano or Hybrid are lurking in the background there, you know, they can or Bigfoot, they can all attest. It's a fucking amazing place. I've thoroughly enjoyed being a part of their Discord. I'd rather be sacrificed. Smokey, I think you're a tainted sacrifice. Your existence is a sacrifice of mankind. He's doomed us all. The stream is going to disintegrate now.
streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
Yeah, that's right. You love to see it, don't you? You love to see it. It is what it is. All right, let's get into it, guys. Here we go.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance.
I can't do anything with Smokey around.
Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Monkey dance, monkey dance.
Keep dancing, bitch. It ain't over yet.
So energetic, I like it. My god, one of the lawn care channels I watched fixed a lawn only for the place to burn down before they came back for the aftershots. Oh! That sucks, Sean. Could you imagine doing all that work for a show or something like that and then it all goes up in smoke? Literally.
You did good. You can rest now, babe.
Thanks for redeeming, Smokey. Don't make it a habit, though. Don't make me chase you out with my broom and call in shenanigans. I know you're here for one purpose and one purpose alone. To get me to play Path of Exile to carry your level 70 frickin' whatchamacallit. I have 2 point now. You're a 2 point. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Oh, Smokey, you lied. How dare you lie? No, sir, you cannot lie. You must give me the numbers. The 3 numbers on the back of your card, sir. And your social insurance number. It is 11 digits. I know this very much. Okay, now tell me your numbers, sir, so I can take this down. And what will happen is we will take the money off of the card and we will put it towards the funding on the account. And that way we don't have to take the money out for us and then we will transfer the money back to you, okay? So we just need your account numbers and everything and it will be okay. You don't have to worry about it. The money will be sent within 5 to 10 business days. Does that work for you, good sir? Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. But you must know, do not press the redeem button because if you redeem, then we cannot take the money off of it. You know what I mean. It is okay, don't worry. Smokey knows that I am not having any fun with him. I do not go anywhere with him. It is not a good time. Yeah, thanks for that, Smokey. You're a true yeah. You have no idea how more accurate this is. Oh my fucking god, that's so good! I love it. All you need is to take Smokey's picture, combine that with this. Where the fuck is it? Oh, where is it? There we go. Combine it with that one. Stop showing people what I look like, please. By the way, of course, who's the one who said this? Fucking Smokey. Oh my fucking god, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, this is what Smokey looks in real life, guys. We're actually twins. I said multiple. You had to make sure everyone saw it. Totally understandable. Oh my god. This is why we can never wind up reading a story. What's ironic about that fire is the yard care guy is a firefighter, only does lawn restoration who his days off. That's crazy, Sean. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Prologue. Richard was tired. He'd been walking the dirt road since the early evening. The moon appeared at him through the lacy shadows of branches and leaves. An orchestra was playing tonight. Colorful selections performed by the toads and cicadas that lived in Marywood. If only I were a few steps away from where I'm heading to, he thought. But patience is my friend even when I forget her. Dark, clammy fingers tightly clasped the handle of a worn suitcase that clunked against his thigh with every step. His walking shoes began to feel like a pair of feral snakes, strangling his toes and sinking their fangs into his heels. This message has been highlighted. Smokey, how do you keep coming up with new shit? This is retarded. Or have you done this one before and I just didn't notice? Or completely forgot? Oh, I gotta make your account, Smokey, cost money. You're gonna make me rich. I'm gonna make it $10 for you to do anything. Everyone else is gonna do it for free, but it's gonna be $10 for you. Yeah. And you're gonna make me rich, because you're never gonna be able to stop, and you're just gonna keep spamming it. Because you're gonna be like, oh, I have money in my account! And the day that it stops spamming, well, I guess I perfected the ability of taking money from one person's account and putting it in my account. Richard Bibleman Jones stopped walking, ceasing the ceasing. Okay. Wow, thank. True smoke. Ceasing the snaps and crunches of pine cones and twigs under his feet. He stood there wearing an old burgundy t-shirt, John 16 written in large golden letters on the back, and an even older pair of jeans, his head tilted slightly to the left. The crickets and cicadas took care of the highs.
I like this story.
I like your story. So this is everyone, just because Smokey said that, I'm going to share with everyone Smokey's story.
I am here, then I was not, but I will go again. Finn.
Smokey's stories are gonna become famous one day, guys. They're so straightforward, they're so easy to understand, and they're so basic and short. You can't have a shorter attention span than 3 sentences, right? Good old Smokey. Can rely on him for too many things, but you don't want to rely on him for that one thing. Burk. And the toads hidden deep in the far-off meadow monitored the lows. Stop thinking of going back in time to see what I say, okay, with your dad. Smokey, I don't need to know what you said, I need to know what he said. So I'm just baiting you into repeating the conversation. Okay, Smokey? Grok. A symphony of perfect imperfection. One sound never going away without another in suit. There was no tempo. Instead, there was a deep rhythm only understood by the Merrywood creatures. Richard believed that God had his voice in everything. A tree can speak for God with only the rustling of its leaves, he mused. So too the birds that sing from its branches, or the cicada that sprouts from its roots. He broke from a trance that had him frozen in the middle of a dirt road before he kept moving. But as Richard walked, he couldn't help his mind from wandering. Fucking ads! Stop thinking of going... Oh, you already read that. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Damn it. It happens. Ads are a very intrusive thing right as he got going. That's the... I hate my life. Yep, that is the curse. I got 5 ads. Be right back. Alright, are we back? Alright. But as Richard walked, he couldn't help his mind from wandering again. I pray I can make it back before Friday. I give that old speech every year on Juneteenth. It would be very unfortunate. His teeth grazed the inside of his lip. Yet, I suppose there are more important matters in my line of work than a short piece of paper that anyone can read. Being a preacher in a simple town like Clementi became one of his many joys over the long time he's lived in the Palmetto State.
May Jesus be in your heart.
Jesus in your heart, true, Smokey, speak the truth. He was raised in North Carolina at an orphanage, and when he turned 18 began studying at Columbia International University. After receiving his DMIV, he received a call from Bethel. She had been recommended him by a career service office at the university. Ain't much money, but you'll have a place to stay and food to eat, she said to him. He remembered thinking at the time, I'll just rest here until I figure out where I'm going. 1 month became 2 years, and before long a decade passed, and Clementi found its way into his heart. He fell in love with the loyalty that the town had for one another. Most of all, he loved Sunday service. Each Sunday morning by 8 o'clock, all the church-going folk were... I'd walk 500 miles. Clementi? Okay. Thanks. Sing it, yes. Just to put dog shit in flames at Smokey's door. I'd walk 500 more just to see Smokey swore. I don't know. Alright, I'm off for the night. Have a blast, everyone. Alright, Sean, have a great night, good sir. Thanks for hanging out, man. Take care. We'll see you in the next one, buddy. Dorn Geek! Yo, yo, bro! How's it going? Welcome, welcome, good sir.
Are you streaming today? Or have you streamed, Dorn? We are currently reading Jesse's story. He is a singer, but... Well, actually, I don't even know. I don't like to ask this, but I guess because your name is like a kind of, you know, a unisex name. I don't know if you're a dude or a chick, so... Is what it is, right? So this is Jesse's story. Each Sunday morning by 8 o'clock.
Why, that I used to know somebody.
Yeah, I'll be co-streaming with our friend Euphoric playing Prop Hunter. Ooh, nice. Everyone check out... Let's see if I can never do this on the first try, but it should be super easy, right? Yeah, everyone go check out Dorn Geek, man. He's a good guy. He does some reading and other stuff, gaming. He's got a little group of friends that he's kind of with, you know, kind of like us. A little small group of just people hanging out in Discord, having a good time, just fucking around, playing some games. Thank you so much. No worries, man. Always a good time to support the other people in the community. And since, you know, you're in here, we might as well spread the love since there's actual people in here now. That's what I get for changing my streaming time, though. Just the start time. It's a little dry at the beginning of the stream because most people are used to me starting at 12, not at 6. So, but, you know, we've only been doing it for a week or so. And we've picked up a couple of new people at the beginning of the stream, which is kind of cool. And we got all the late night people or people from other, you know, early morning people or people from other...
I am listening to Taylor Swift RN.
I don't believe you, Smokey. Not for 1 second do I believe you're listening to Taylor Swift. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, Smokey. I don't prove it. Get onto Discord right now. Call me and blare that shit in the background. I do not believe you. And don't trick me. I'll know exactly how long into the song. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Yep. See, Smokey, you have an excuse for everything. Smokey the Swiftest Swifty. I could see Smokey secretly being a fucking absolute Swifty. Oh my god. It's his one dark, deep secret that he never wants us to find out, guys. We'll expose you, Smokey, one way or another. We'll find a way. No doubt. True, Blessed. Oh, man. Blessed is my poppy. Each Sunday morning, by 8 o'clock, all the church-going folk were fully dressed with their stomachs full of bacon and grits. They all marched out of their homes in freshly pressed suits and colorful dresses. Men wore their pointed leather shoes, while the women wore their side-brimmed flowery hats that guarded their faces from the sun. Papi Chulo. Simon Carnal. No idea. Bible Man's double-wide trailer sat at the end of the, Clementi. In the middle of Clementi.
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following.
I'm realizing something. What's that, Jesse?
enjoying the stream less
Whitest
than 4
pronunciation ever. I don't know. I'm terrible at this. It was Clementi, right? Am I dumb? Did I forget? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow, QKXer. How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy imagination and creativity? Are you an explorer of the world of words? I'm Intoxication, and we do writing tips and tricks to improve your writing, commentary on social aspects for world building depth. We also write short stories. We're starting a web comic or web novel
called Stoner Girl Evolution, and we have a inspired, soon-to-be, once I'm a good enough writer, entire novel based on Final Fantasy, or inspired by. Lol, you said it right. Smokey by which characters? A web novel sounds cool. Yeah. Sean gave me the idea for it, because there's so many evolution stories. We've got the Goblin Girl Evolution, Gamer Girl Evolution, Fox Girl Evolution, Cat Girl Isekai gone wrong. We got the Bunny Girl Isekai. We got, you know, there's so many. So I'm like, I want to do a really cool, really interesting, intricate evolution story. So in the last week, we've... Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Wait, what the hell? I'm so confused. I got an error and it says that something went wrong. But I don't know what it was. Blesses will sniff your armpits. Presented. I'm confused. I got an error. Are we still live? Guys?